Chapter 101 Raccoon Caller. Star-Lord dances. Lin Feng sent out a total of 3 emergency cries, one for Susan and one for her sister. There is another one, which was given to the rockets during the transfer star. According to the coordinates sent by the emergency caller, it is obviously in the universe. In other words, 80% of the rockets used the emergency caller. Lin Feng felt a little helpless. I just came back. Can you let me take a rest? But after thinking about it, Rocket doesn't seem like someone who used a rescue device indiscriminately. It's likely that something went wrong, and the little raccoon would call him. Thinking up to this point, Lin Feng directly opened a portal according to the coordinates. Let's go and see what's going on first. Xanar Star has just experienced a big battle. The entire battle area was in a mess, turned into ruins by artillery fire and explosions, and the smoke and dust scattered. The huge energy grid formed by the Nova pilots did not block the landing of the Dark Star. The huge dark asterisk crashed on the surface of the planet. The panicked Xanar planet clansmen hugged each other, waiting for the disaster to come. From the hole in the hull, a performance artist with a hammer and armor came out slowly. The dark blue skin is mixed with black coverings. It was Ronan the Accuser. His father and grandfather died at the hands of the Xanar Stars. The people of Ronan and the people of the Xanar planet have grievances from generation to generation. He wants to destroy everything on Xanar to complete his revenge. Originally, he made a deal with Thanos. He helped Thanos get the power gem, and Thanos shot to destroy Xanar. But when Ronan discovered the power of the power gem, he betrayed the deal with Thanos. The power of the power gem can easily destroy a planet, and Ronan, who has the power gem, can easily destroy Xanar without relying on the power of Thanos. You killed Groot. Rocket held a broken branch in his hand, which was a sacrifice Groot made to protect them. The angry Rocket lost his mind and rushed forward to fight Ronan, but was kicked away by Ronan lightly. Poor little raccoon bear. In the movie, his abilities are weakened too much. The rocket hit a piece of scrap metal and landed on the ground. A piece of thin metal suddenly fell out of his arms, making a tinkling sound. This is. Rocket picked up the sheet, a little dazed. Although he had always carried this thing, he hadn't used it for several months, and he almost forgot that there was such a thing. Look, is this your Guardians of the Galaxy? Ronan shouted forward. Gamera and Star-Lord fell in front of him, and behind them were the fearful and desperate Xanar planet clansmen. What are they guarding? You expect these bugs to stop my plan? Poor and ridiculous. Their failure is doomed, and I will finally get what I want. I will avenge my father and grandfather. With your Xanar life. Ronan's heart was filled with the joy of imminent victory, and he was about to complete his great cause of revenge, with the destruction of the entire Xanar Star. Xanar Stars, abandon your humble and ignorant beliefs and meet my time. Ronan held up the hammer inlaid with the power gem in his hand, and the violent purple energy was constantly brewing. You are about to be redeemed. Pizza Hut. The destructive energy gathers around Ronan. When the hammer hits, Xanar will be quickly destroyed by the power gem. However, in the next second, the movement of Ronan's hand suddenly stopped, as if he saw something incredible. He looked at Xingju in front of him suspiciously. It was Xingju, who suddenly stood in front of Ronan and began to sing, his hands still moving. Listen to the lyrics. As if he was singing, Xingju danced even more vigorously, and kept singing songs he didn't understand. Ronan's purple eyes became even more puzzled, and he felt that Xingju was playing with him. What are you doing? Baiwu, buddy. You and me. Xingju kept moving his hips forward and said, What the hell are you doing? Ronan asked angrily. At this moment of revenge, Xingju's inexplicable actions seemed to be insulting him. Xingju is still pushing his crotch forward recklessly. I'm diverting your attention. You idiot. As if to cooperate with Xingju, a voice sounded from his right. Ronan turned his head to look, and the raccoon that had just been kicked away was standing on his right. Beside the raccoon, a continuously flowing azure blue water curtain appeared. In the next second, a figure walked out of the water curtain. a powerful body wrapped in a black battle suit. Oh, the metal piece in Rocket's hand kept flickering, and he looked at the figure walking out in disbelief. I thought it was a toy to make me happy, but I didn't expect it to be really useful. It was Lin Feng who came out of the portal. After the light passed, the status quo of Xanar appeared in front of him. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Good guy, we are all acquaintances. Although they don't know Lin Feng, but Lin Feng has seen them in the movie. The big fool Star-Lord and Drax, the green-headed Thanos' adopted daughter Gamera, and the Predators headed by Yondu. Lin Feng didn't know the rest of the Xanar planet clansmen who had gathered together. However, the most conspicuous thing was the accuser Ronan standing not far in front of him, holding a hammer. The purple infinity stone on the hammer was too shiny to notice. Is this the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy volume? After looking around for a week, Lin Feng understood. But then I felt something was wrong. The plot of the Guardians of the Galaxy should not start until a year later. System: how long have I been away from the main universe? The host has been away for about half a year. The system replied. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was in the non-numbered Venom universe, plus the evolution time in the sun. It only took 3 months to calculate. It seems that the time flow rate of the non-numbered Venom universe is slower than that of the main universe, about 2 to 1. That's not right. Even if half a year has passed, the plot of the Guardians of the Galaxy will have to happen a few months later. This is a normal phenomenon, host. This is the butterfly effect caused by you. The system explained. Originally, Rocket and Groot will stay on the transit planet for several months. However, due to the appearance of you, the host, the Rocket left the transit planet several months in advance. Besides, your appearance has also changed Thanos' plan a little bit, and many plots are happening ahead of schedule. Thanos has been paying attention to you since you eliminated the Chitauri invasion. The systematic explanation made Lin Feng realize suddenly. No wonder, I said, why the plot was advanced for no reason. It turned out that I, a little butterfly, instigated a storm. Seeing that Lin Feng was in a daze, Rocket kicked Lin Feng's calf. Pointing at Ronan with one hand, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You help me kill him, kill him. I'm willing to pay any amount." Chapter 102. Get the power gem. He is a real man. Rocket doesn't know what Lin Feng's name is, but he only knows that Lin Feng is very powerful, and he is willing to pay all his money for Lin Feng to get rid of Ronan, because Ronan killed Groot. Hearing the shout, Lin Feng came back to his senses. He looked at Ronan with a smile unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. To be precise, it should be the purple gemstone on Ronan's hammer. Good guy. Originally he planned to go to pick up the power gem himself, but now he delivered it to his door. No problem, little raccoon. Lin Feng moved his neck and said, "As for the reward, use that gem to pay the bill." As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng's eyes quickly turned red and glowed, and his powerful aura instantly locked onto Ronan. Ronan was an executioner, and Lin Feng didn't have the slightest psychological pressure to kill him. Ronan, who was locked, only felt that the soul of the dead was dying, and he felt the huge death breath like a galaxy enveloped him. In a hurry, Ronan raised the hammer in his hand, and the earth-shattering purple energy surged out, meeting the light that came from midair. Two beams of energy of different colors collided in the air, forming a circular energy ball that continued to expand. In an instant, a fiery breath swept across the audience, and Lin Feng's heat rays pressed against the purple energy and continuously hit Ronan. How could Silver Superman's heat rays be so easily blocked? Besides, Ronan is not familiar with the control of power gems. He gritted his teeth and persisted. The arm holding the hammer was constantly shaking. Powerful. Too powerful. He didn't have time to think about why there are humans who can block the power of the infinite gems. Base. Lin Feng cut off the heat ray, and the energy at the junction of the opposing waves gathered more and more energy, and if it continued to drop, it would probably blow up half of the Xanar star. The heat ray was cut off, and the purple energy hit Lin Feng like a torrent. Lin Feng had no intention of dodging at all, and let it hit him. The energy quickly disappeared, revealing Lin Feng, who was unharmed. Luo Nan's pupils shrank in horror, and in the next second, Lin Feng had disappeared in place. With a flash, he appeared in front of Ronan in an instant, and before Ronan could react, he snatched the hammer from his hand. Lin Feng punched Ronan's chest casually, and strong energy came out from his back. Ronan's heart froze suddenly, and the beating frequency suddenly turned into a mess. Panting heavily with his mouth open, his eyes full of disbelief, he knelt down in front of Lin Feng with a plop. With one punch, Ronan lost his combat power and fell into a near-death state. In front of Superman Baiyan, Ronan is a weak chicken. Lin Feng ignored him, but looked at the hammer in his hand. Well, really well, another Infinity Stone. It's like delivering it to your door. Lin Feng reached out to pick the power gem on the hammer. Don't touch it. Xingju, who had been watching, shouted, trying to stop Lin Feng. They have seen the power of the Infinity Gem. If there is no carrier, if they touch it with their hands, the manic energy of the power gem will tear the person who touches it to pieces. Lin Feng shook his head, ignoring Xingju. One crushed the hammer and removed the power gem from it. The moment the gem was held in his hands, violent purple energy poured out towards Lin Feng's body, trying to destroy the creature that touched him. If it was someone else, the power gem might have succeeded. But who is Lin Feng? The purple energy seemed to have entered a black hole, and it couldn't do any harm to Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng's eyes froze. The biological force field was suppressed on the power gem, and the violent energy instantly retracted into the gem like flowing water. In an instant, the jewel changed from restless to extremely quiet. This scene directly made Xingju and others look stupid. Teleported out of thin air, knocked down Ronan with a punch, and held the power gem without any injury. That thing can easily destroy the existence of a planet. How could this human being hold it in his hand and live in peace? Shocked, Star-Lord poked the Rocket. You know such a powerful guy. Who is he? Rocket shook his head. I don't know, I just saw it once, and he gave me a communicator. You can beat Ronan for you just by seeing him once. Are you kidding me? Xingju felt that Rocket was making fun of him. I know who he is, Drax said in a low voice. Xingju, you know? Tell me. He's a real man. I can feel his strength. Drax looked at Lin Feng solemnly, his eyes full of respect. The powerful aura on Lin Feng gave him a desire to surrender. Then what about me? I diverted Ronan's attention. Xingju said a little bit. You? Drax's eyes turned into disgust. You are a bum, you can't compare with him. Boom. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground interrupted the conversation of the three, and Rocket was taken aback. Looking up, it was Lin Feng who kicked Ronan over. Little raccoon, I think you should want to kill this performance artist with your own hands. I'll leave it to you. Hearing this, Rocket's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up a hard stone from the ground, and punched Ronan on the forehead. Roar. Drax also roared angrily, took out two sharp knives, and kept stabbing Ronan. Ronan killed Drax's wife and daughter. This is a rare opportunity for revenge. Seeing this, Xingju jumped aside. You two lunatics. Lin Feng looked at the two venting, and shook his head. Although Ronan is vulnerable under his own hands, he is not something the Guardians of the Galaxy can deal with. Drax didn't even break through Ronan's defense, let alone Rocket's tickling attack. But it's good to let off steam. Regardless of them, Lin Feng looked at the power gem in his hand and installed it on Superman's wristband. The purple riot energy swam on the wristband and was suppressed by Lin Feng again. So far, Lin Feng already has 3 infinite gems: the Mind Stone, the Space Stone, and the Power Stone. As for the whereabouts of the other 3 Infinity Stones, the Time Stone is in the hands of Bald Goo. The Reality Gem, which is the Aether Particle, Lin Feng remembered that Thor's ex-girlfriend, Jane, got it by accident, and finally had to go to Asgard to remove the Aether Particle from his body. Recalling the time when the incident happened, it seems it's 2013, and Lin Feng's current time period is also in 2013, isn't it a coincidence? As for the last soul gem, Lin Feng looked at Gamera, the green-headed and green-brained Gamera, the last survivor of the Zahubari, and the adopted daughter of Thanos. However, This adopted daughter has been planning how to get rid of her adoptive father Thanos. According to Lin Feng's knowledge, the soul gem should exist on the planet Vorma. As it happens, Gamera knows where this planet is. Chapter 103 Coordinates of Vorma Star. In the original book, Gamera brought Thanos to Vorma. With a thought, Lin Feng walked towards Gamera. Seeing him approaching, Gamera took a step back subconsciously, looking at him with some vigilance. Gamera, Lin Feng said, you should know the coordinates of planet Vorma. Gamera blinked. I don't know what Vorma star you are talking about. Denied it. She denied it. After all, without knowing the details of Lin Feng and Lin Feng's purpose, Gamera will not reveal the coordinates of the Infinity Stones to people who meet for the first time. Gamera, a survivor of the Zehubari, the adopted daughter of Thanos. Thanos trained you to be an excellent assassin, and asked you to find the whereabouts of the soul gem. Am I right? Lin Feng got straight to the point and told Gamera's origin. You found the treasure map for the soul stone, but you burned it. Right? You betrayed Thanos. I know you want to kill him yourself. Why don't we make a deal? Tell me the coordinates of the soul gem, and I'll help you kill Thanos. Lin Feng's words directly made Gamera break out in cold sweat. In just a few words, her background and thoughts were completely wiped out. Gamera chose to remain silent. The man in front of her was extremely powerful, but she couldn't choose to believe in Lin Feng just because of Lin Feng's 2 or 3 words. For a while, Gamera's mind was spinning, not knowing how to deal with it. Seeing her silent, Lin Feng rolled his eyes and directly activated the soul gem. Look into my eyes. Gamera subconsciously looked into Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng's black pupils turned orange. Gamera's expression froze instantly, and he uncontrollably reported the coordinates of Vorma star. Very good. Lin Feng recovered the ability of the soul gem. What did you do to me? Gamera woke up. I didn't do anything. Did I? Lin Feng returned a faint smile. Originally, he didn't want to use such a disrespectful method. After all, Gamera's character design was decent, but Lin Feng was really too lazy to bother. Hey, Macho. Rocket didn't know what Lin Feng's name was, so he could only call him Macho. Lin Feng looked over with a strange expression. Rocket pointed to Ronan at his feet. This guy is too tough. You can't kill him with a gun. Help me kill him. Lin Feng glanced at Ronan. Drax stabbed him with a knife for a long time, but he didn't even get a single wound. What are you doing this half day? However, Ronan had already released more breath and less intake at this moment, and that punch caused irreversible damage to Ronan's heart. Even if Lin Feng doesn't make a move, he won't live long. In order to reassure Little Raccoon, Lin Feng added a heat ray and performed an open surgery on Ronan. A generation of performance artists, Mr. Ronan, just died aggrieved before his revenge succeeded. Looking at Ronan, who had lost his breath of life, Rocket, who had avenged his revenge, let out a long sigh, but he couldn't be happy at all. Holding a branch in his hand, he bowed his head in silence. Ronan is dead, but he can't get his partner back. Seeing this, Lin Feng walked over and knelt down and patted Rocket on the shoulder. Okay, Little Raccoon, don't be so sad. Groot is the descendant of the flower god giant elephant family. As long as it is not turned into ashes, it can be resurrected. Put the branch in your hand in a flower pot and plant it. He will come back. Lin Feng didn't know whether the rocket in the original book was for the memory, or he planted it because he knew Groot's resurrection characteristics. But seeing how sad he was, he probably didn't know, right? After all, Rocket cried so sad in the movie. After thinking about it, Lin Feng took out a few leaves of life and stuffed them into Rocket. Grind this into fine powder and mix it in the soil, it will speed up Groot's growth. Rocket silently took the leaves, and looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. You seem to know everything. Maybe. Lin Feng stood up and clapped his hands. Since Ronan has already solved it, I'll go back. With that said, Lin Feng quickly opened the portal. He doesn't know why he helped Rocket subconsciously, maybe because he has a heart for caring for small animals. How about finding a raccoon to raise after returning to Blue Star? Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Rocket hurriedly reached out to stop him. Wait, tell me your name. Me. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, if you have time, you can go to Blue Star to play with me. Where do I live? After speaking, Lin Feng stepped into the portal and disappeared. Blue Star? Rocket murmured. He took the power gem. Seeing that Lin Feng had disappeared, Gamera walked over with worry on her face. Infinity gems are too dangerous. That's right. The Infinity Stone is too dangerous. He shouldn't have taken it. Xingju crossed his hips, tried to straighten his back, and deliberately lowered his voice to echo. He was still brooding over what White Drax had said about him as a wretch. Gamera suddenly had a headache. Why did she start pretending to be again? Then why didn't you stop him? Xingju paused for a cool look, rolled his eyes, and argued, I can stop him. But he escaped too fast. Otherwise, I'll let him know the consequences of taking something that doesn't belong to him from me. I'll show him what a real man is. Ah! Rocket stared at him, raised the rescue device in his hand and sneered. Do you want me to call him back for you? Let him meet a real man? This. Xingju was embarrassed. Let's forget it. He just left. Isn't it impolite to call him back? Are you kidding me? Call Lin Feng back. Call him back and give yourself a slap. Counsel. Drax couldn't help but choked. Who do you think is a coward? Xingju seemed to have found a step, and rushed to confront Drax in 2 steps. But he was obviously shorter than Drax by a head, which made him look even more embarrassed. Gamera shook her head, and didn't have time to pay attention to the lower limit of Xingju's IQ there. Lin Feng took the power gem and asked for the coordinates of Vorma, which made Gamera feel worried. She continued to ask Rocket, wanting to get some useful information. Rocket, how do you know him? He was summoned by you, right? Who is he? Rocket fiddled with a twig in his hand, shook his head and said, I really don't know who he is. I only saw him once on the transit planet. I picked up his stuff at the time, and in exchange, he gave me this rescue device. However, Infinity Stones may be safer with him. He doesn't look like an indiscriminate murderer, does he? Maybe. Gamera nodded subconsciously, but still worried. As soon as he came up, he used a special method to force him to ask himself the location of Vorma Star. Could he be a good person? Chapter 104 The Changing Plot. Tony's worries. Stepping through the portal, Lin Feng returned to a familiar place. The first villa in his life was a gift from the billionaire Tony Stark. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and I checked the time. It was early morning. There was no light in the villa. Lin Feng thought that Susan had fallen asleep, but he didn't hear her breathing or heartbeat. Lin Feng's hearing is terrible. There is no sound in the villa. It is estimated that Susan and Wanda should not be there. Opened the villa with the key, and Lin Feng walked in. Susan. Susan? Lin Feng called twice casually, but got no response. Sure enough, neither of them were there. Lin Feng shrugged and went to the kitchen to make himself something to drink. He is not worried that Susan is not at home. At this stage, there is nothing on Blue Star that can threaten Superman. Besides, Susan has her own life-saving things, which basically eliminates the possibility of accidents. Poured himself a cup of hot cocoa, and Lin Feng drank it leisurely while sitting on the sofa. He doesn't have any persecution paranoia, and he fantasizes about his girlfriend having an accident every day. However, Lin Feng was still curious as to where the two had gone. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng gave up the method of making phone calls, and instead used his super hearing to cover the entire Blue Star. Soon, Lin Feng found Susan and Wanda. The sound seems to be laughing and playing, as well as the sound of waves hitting the shore and the chirping of seabirds. Okay. Lin Feng sat up straight, closed his eyes, and then a picture appeared in front of him. Good guy. Lin Feng, who saw the scene clearly, suddenly felt his blood surge. Sunshine, clear blue water, seabirds chirping across the sky, and 2 majestic bears frolicking on the golden sand below. Lin Feng felt his nose warm up. Still a bikini. Fortunately, I am a Superman. If I were an ordinary person, I would probably have nosebleeds already. That's right. Susan and Wanda traveled to Madagascar where they visited last time with Lin Feng. It was still the familiar offshore villa, and Susan booked the entire beach area of the villa, happily playing with Wanda. It is already early morning for the waist twister, but because of the jet lag, it is still in the morning on Mad Eye's side. Lin Feng's mouth felt parched, and he wanted to open a portal to help them apply sunscreen. But after thinking about it, forget it, let them have fun. Wanda was also there, and she seemed a little embarrassed in the past. Touching his nose, Lin Feng withdrew his ability and stopped looking at this blood-spitting scene. Knowing that Susan is going on a trip, Lin Feng no longer cares about her. Subconsciously, Lin Feng focused his super hearing on Tony again. He wanted to know how the development of this nanosuit was going. After all, it has been almost half a year since I left the main universe. Then Lin Feng unexpectedly discovered that Tony hadn't slept yet in the early morning. At this time, he was in his workshop, wearing Mark 85, sitting in front of the computer and studying something. The suit only covered Tony's body, leaving his big head exposed. On the surface of the nanosuit, there are multiple thumb-thick data lines connected, as if they are transmitting data. After thinking about it, Lin Feng left the house and flew towards Tony's villa. For Silver Superman, sleep is almost unnecessary, and Lin Feng will not feel tired about it. Besides, seeing such an exciting scene just now, Lin Feng probably won't be able to fall asleep for a while. Long night, no heart to sleep. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng is here, Faithful Jarvis reminded. Okay. Tony raised his eyebrows, looked up and saw Lin Feng walking down. He set Lin Feng authority. Basically Lin Feng can unimpeded in his villa. Unknowingly, Stark has regarded Lin Feng as a close friend. Oh, look who's back. Tony exaggerated. I really envy you. Take a vacation for half a year. As he spoke, Tony tapped the keyboard with his fingers to automate the data transmission. Hey ... some accident happened. I came back a bit late. Lin Feng replied indifferently. And I didn't go on vacation, I went to save the world. Tony rolled his eyes, apparently not believing what Lin Feng said. Why do you come to me in the middle of the night instead of accompanying your little girlfriend? Susan and Wanda went on vacation. I just came back from outside. Lin Feng told the truth. I saw that you were not asleep, so I came to see you. Okay. Tony was puzzled at first, and then showed a smile that everyone understood. Who is Wanda? Your new girlfriend? Lin Feng chuckled. Not yet. Until Tony showed a meaningful smile. Lin Feng, who was looking at this smile, was a little scratched all over, and decisively chose to change the topic. Let's not talk about this, let's talk about you. How is the development of the battlesuit? Hearing Lin Feng talk about this, Tony became energetic. Many breakthroughs. However, although some formulas can be used, there are still some compatible aspects that need to be adjusted. With that said, Tony also pulled out a lot of data to show Lin Feng. If you don't understand, just say you didn't make it. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, expressing that he didn't understand. In fact, it is very easy for Lin Feng to understand. After all, Superman's superbrain is not a decoration, but Lin Feng is lazy, so he doesn't want to understand. He has no idea of mechanical ascension. Ahem, Tony said with some embarrassment. I made a trial work, only 65% of the performance of the one you gave me. Would you like to see the trial work? Tony tore off the connecting wire on his body, and the nanoparticles rushed to his chest like a tide. He took out a trial work, ready to show Lin Feng. Huh? Seeing Tony with his battle suit off, Lin Feng suddenly noticed something was wrong. Tony, didn't you take out your reactor? Looking at Tony's chest reactor as usual, Lin Feng asked subconsciously. Seeing that Tony was puzzled, Lin Feng explained, I mean, didn't you make an appointment with the doctor to fix that big hole in your chest? In his impression, after the plot of Iron Man 3, Tony should have contacted the Eastern Medical Institution, had the shrapnel removed from his body through surgery, and restore the hole. And now, Tony still has that reactor in his chest. Huh? How do you know I made an appointment with the doctor? Tony asked suspiciously. Lin Feng waved his hand. Don't worry about this, since you made an appointment, why didn't you have surgery? Hearing this, Tony's breathing became heavier, and then he sighed, and looked at the computer screen in front of him with some concerns. On it was the smiling face of his future daughter, Morgan Jr. "I was supposed to have surgery, but I hesitated." Tony touched his chest subconsciously. "I want to see her alive. I don't want to bet on the 1% chance." Tony's tone was a little melancholy, revealing worry. Lin Feng nodded. He understood. Tony was afraid that if the operation failed, he would die. Not to mention that even little Morgan would not be able to see him. Tony didn't know that his surgery was successful in the future, and Lin Feng never told him. Sure enough, knowing the future in advance will inevitably lead to changes in some things, but most of the time, it will still return to the right track. Lin Feng's heart moved. He thought of the souvenir he had brought back. "Tony, if there is something like a parasite, it can make your brain smarter and have Hulk-like power. The most important thing is that it won't do you any harm, and it can heal your chest hole. Would you want it?" Chapter 105 Learn a lot. What alien life form? Oh, Tony tapped his fingers on the table, his brows raised. "To be honest, if you told me this before, I probably wouldn't believe it." Tony sighed. After all, he was a staunch atheist before. "But now, if there are such parasites, please bring me a few more," Tony said half seriously and half jokingly. Chitauri aliens. Thor, Loki. These legendary existences constantly impact Tony's three views and cognition. Science is so pale and powerless in front of these things. The Avengers 1 incident made Tony feel for the first time how small human beings are, otherwise he would not suffer from depression. Seeing what Tony said, Lin Feng chuckled, took out a sealed bottle from the system, and quietly hid it behind him. "If you say that, I won't be under any pressure." "What do you mean?" Tony asked suspiciously. Lin Feng smiled. "Actually, I went out this time and brought you a gift back." "Gift?" Tony raised his eyebrows. "Could it be Mark 90,95? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "Where did Mark 90 come from? Why don't you study it yourself?" "Come on, follow me to the first floor. The space here is too small. You can't fit the gift." Lin Feng took the lead to go upstairs. Tony wiped his hands and followed Lin Feng up the stairs suspiciously. The two stood in the living room, which was even more spacious. Tony's studio was a little crowded. He was afraid that Tony would overreact if he gave this thing to Tony. Waving at Tony, Lin Feng said mysteriously, "Hold out your hand. I guarantee you will like this gift." Tony watched Lin Feng's actions suspiciously, and a bold thought came to his mind. "You won't bring back any strange things. Something for me?" Reminiscent of Lin Feng's question just now, Tony couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. "It can't be a parasite or something?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes again. "Hurry up. Can I still harm you?" "Guaranteed you like this thing." Okay. Tony stretched out his right hand. Seeing Lin Feng's mysterious behavior, Tony also became curious about this gift. Seeing Tony's big hand stretched out, Lin Feng chuckled and didn't hide anymore. He took out the small bottle from behind, opened the lid and poured the contents into Tony's hand. "It's a black fluid." "What?" As soon as the black fluid got in his hand, it immediately got in from the palm of his hand, startling Tony. Before Tony could react, he felt the reactor in his chest start to operate uncontrollably, and the nanoparticles quickly covered his whole body. In an instant, Mark's 85 nanometers battlesuit was finished. However, in the next second, black waves suddenly appeared on the surface of the golden red color scheme. The golden red battlesuit turned completely black in an instant, with golden luminous patterns flowing on it. "What's going on?" Tony raised his hands in doubt and looked at it. The Mark 85 started by itself when it was not activated. Without waiting for Tony to think about it, the nanoparticles retreated back to the reactor on his chest like a tide without him controlling it. Tony under the suit was exposed. With the suit gone, Tony felt a warm current flow through his body. For a moment, I couldn't tell what was so weird. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after taking off the suit, Tony's first feeling was that all the fatigue from staying up late and working had disappeared. It was as if an inexhaustible energy was injected into the body. More intuitively, His eyes became clearer now. He subconsciously looked out the window, and unexpectedly saw the scenery outside the window, and it was very clear. You know, it's early in the morning, and there are almost no lights outside the window. Glang! The sound of objects falling to the ground caught Tony's attention. He stared blankly at the things that had fallen to the ground. It was a gleaming micro-reactor from his chest, powering the suit, while also preventing the shrapnel that would kill him at all times. Beside the reactor, there are some shiny metal fragments of different sizes. That is something that wants his life at any time. He looked at his chest in disbelief. It was as smooth as ever, and the big hole inlaid with the reactor disappeared. Tony reached out and touched it subconsciously. It was real flesh and blood, warm and tactile. Fuck! Tony gasped. What kind of magic spell is this? Fuck! Suddenly, a black tentacle surged from Tony's shoulder, forming a small head like a monster in an instant, and repeated, "Oh Falk!" Tony took 2 steps back in shock, and the cold sweat broke out immediately. A monster head grew out of his shoulder. What is this thing? Suspicious, Tony reached out his hand to grab it, but the head retracted into his body in an instant, and popped out from the other shoulder. Fuck, he repeated. After grabbing back and forth several times to no avail, Tony looked at Lin Feng for help. Lin, what the hell is this? Oh, Lin Feng laughed for a while watching Tony's fussy performance. Here, this is a gift I brought back for you. A grand introduction, the dark symbiont from the distant universe, the offspring of Venom. Well, I don't know what his name is. You can give him a name. They like names that are more powerful and domineering, with a murderous aura. This symbiont has been improved by Lin Feng using the Mind Gem. Although he is a descendant of Venom, in order to avoid unnecessary accidents, Lin Feng still used the Mind Stone to brainwash the symbiote. The function of the symbiont to amplify the evil nature of the host is directly removed. And by the way, the IQ of the symbiont is reduced to about 10 years old. This allows the symbiont and the host to grow together, which is beneficial for future life and battles. Tony wiped the cold sweat from his brow. As expected of Lin Feng, taking out something casually shook his outlook again. This can't really be the alien parasite you mentioned. Hearing this, the blackhead gritted its fangs in dissatisfaction, and said hoarsely, I'm not a parasite. As he said that, he also made an appearance of opening his mouth to swallow Tony. Okay, you're not a parasite. Tony raised his hand in surrender. No matter what you are, can you get out of my body? Although I am very grateful to you for doing a free operation for me. Well, Tony pointed to the ground, I can pay you, but I don't have a hobby of keeping pets in my body. No, if I leave the host, I will lose my life soon. The symbiote refused. What a fake. Tony looked at Lin Feng and wanted to kill someone. Can't take this thing off! Lin Feng waved his hands quickly, expressing his innocence. Didn't you say you need this kind of parasite? I just fulfilled your wish. Tony? Chapter 106. Try out the alien partner before making a decision. Okay. Don't look at me like that. It's quite creepy. Lin Feng touched the tip of his nose. Trust me Tony, you'll take this shit 1 inch. Who would accept an alien parasite in their body? Tony scratched his head in a breakdown. And he obviously has his own wisdom. I'm not a split personality. Lin Feng shook his head. Calm down first. Let me tell you what kind of existence this symbiosis is. If you still want to take it out later, I will help you. Hearing this, Tony's eyes lit up, and he confirmed, can it really be taken out? Seeing Lin Feng nodding, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it can be taken out, he doesn't want to be gnawed down by alien parasites tomorrow, leaving only a skeleton. After grabbing a bottle of whiskey and adding some ice, Tony sat down on the sofa. He needed to calm down. Tell me, Lin, what exactly is this alien parasite? Lin Feng also poured a glass of whiskey. To be precise, he is a super symbiont. I just told you, this thing, he is a race of aliens. He can only survive on Blue Star if he parasitizes on the host. After leaving the host, he will die soon. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, As for what he can do, I think you have already felt it. Lin Feng pointed to the reactor on the table. Tony touched his chest subconsciously and nodded. Indeed, although this thing looks scary, its ability to heal wounds is unmatched by all current medical equipment. He seems to be able to weed out parts that don't belong in his body. He's healing beyond your imagination, Tony. Let me give you an analogy. Even if your head is cut off, as long as you don't die immediately, he can restore you to your original state. Lin Feng continued. He can also strengthen your strength and greatly strengthen it. Although the Mark 85 can also allow you to have extraordinary combat capabilities. But the symbiote is easier to use than him. At least the symbiote doesn't have to worry about battery life. And the fused symbiote's combat capability is far superior to your Mark 85. Also, don't you feel that your brain is getting better? Lin Feng nodded his head and motioned for Tony. This reminded Tony. He nodded with deep sympathy. Indeed, after calming down for a while, he felt his brain was clearer than ever before. Some formulas that have not been analyzed on the Mark 85 have been successfully arranged and combined in his brain almost instantly. If it wasn't for this thing having its own intelligence, it would be a perfect existence. Tony felt that letting an intelligent creature parasitize his body would feel awkward if it was difficult to control. For a while, I'm afraid I won't be able to accept this thing. Now let's talk about his shortcomings. Lin Feng smacked his lips and said, after talking about the advantages, it's time to talk about the negative effects brought by the symbiont. First, you may eat more chocolate in the future, because he prefers phenylethylamine. Tony said that it doesn't matter, but eat more chocolate, at least it tastes better than chlorophyll juice. Second, it has self-awareness. After all, people are also living beings, but I think this is not difficult to accept compared to the benefits it brings, isn't it? These words made Tony a little tangled, and he also felt that Lin Feng's words were correct, but he still couldn't accept it. There is one last shortcoming, that is, the symbiosis will amplify the desires and negative emotions in the host's heart, turning the host into an extremely irritable and bloodthirsty pervert. What? Tony went numb for a moment, and immediately wanted to drag the symbiote out. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Lin Feng waved his hands hastily. This shortcoming has been removed by me. You can rest assured that he will no longer affect you emotionally. You sure? Of course I'm sure. Do you feel that your spirit has been affected? Hearing this, Tony felt it carefully before he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no negative emotions happened. After thinking for a while, Tony suddenly thought of something, and asked Lin Feng, if you can get rid of this, can you get rid of his self-consciousness? As soon as these words came out, the symbiote was unwilling at first, and he immediately popped his head out of Tony's shoulders, baring his fangs and opening his mouth. Hey, Mustache, you want me to bite your head off? Tony ignored him, but spread his hands towards Lin Feng, as if to say, look, it doesn't seem like a good thing that he has self-awareness. Lin Feng chuckled, stood up and patted Tony on the shoulder, showing a meaningful smile. If you give up, you will gain, right? I can't get rid of his self-awareness. I think you should learn to be friendly with him. Having said so much, why don't you experience the characteristics of the symbiont for yourself before making a decision? Seeing Tony thinking about it, Lin Feng patted the little head of the symbiote. Come on, little guy. Show your host your abilities. Okay. The symbiote took the lead and quickly retracted from Tony's body, and the black fluid-like nanoparticles emerged again. Reasonably speaking, the symbiote is compatible with the mechanical body. As Lin Feng remembers, there is a symbiote called Contempt, and he can fuse with any machine. Of course, the setting defies symbiotes hatched by electronic symbiote machines. The offspring of venom that Lin Feng gave Tony is obviously more powerful. Are you ready? Lin Feng asked. At this time, the symbiote had wrapped Tony's whole body in it, leaving only his head. Preparing for what? Tony looked at the changes on his body suspiciously. He was familiar with the appearance of Mark 85, but he was dressed in black and gold. Lin Feng nodded towards the symbiote. Get ready and take the test. Stuck. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, there was the sound of glass shattering. The symbiote's transformed suit directly took Tony out of the window and flew up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. It also seems to know that one's own performance determines one's own destiny, and the symbiont works very hard to express its own abilities. First, it took Tony directly around the Earth at an extremely fast speed. That speed is much faster than Tony's Mach 85. Then it quickly rushed out of the atmosphere and took a selfie in front of the satellite. Finally ran to the ocean to test all kinds of powerful weapons. Even the symbiont showed him a wave of self-healing abilities like rebirth of severed limbs. After some experience, Tony felt that the ability of the symbiote was really extremely powerful. Whether it is flexibility, defensive ability, or combat ability, they are all a few blocks away from Mach 85. It wasn't until an hour later that the symbiote flew back to the villa with Tony. Chapter 107 Tony's Entanglement. The symbiote's conversation being pulled around by the symbiote. Tony was a little messed up in the wind. As far as the ability initially demonstrated so far, the symbiont is directly 85 times stronger than Mach, whether it's speed, defense capabilities, or a series of attack methods such as nanoweapons, etc. Even in order to show off his own characteristics, he even transformed into a particle cannon to give himself a shot. Tony clearly remembered that there was another big hole in his chest, but it healed up in an instant. Haven't felt any pain yet. When he returned to the villa, Jarvis had already laid out the test data thoughtfully. Sir, here is the data you need. This symbiont brought by Mr. Lin Feng. He perfectly integrated all the devices of the Mach 85, which is incredible. It's really unbelievable. Tony muttered to himself, looking at a series of red marked data on the computer screen. As the host of the symbiosis, he can clearly feel the changes in his body. Although known as Iron Man, unlike other superheroes of the Avengers, Tony relies on brains and suits. He doesn't have the formidable physical prowess of other superheroes, so he still has common people's problems like sore back and sore back. Not to mention the dark wounds left on his wrists after he was often injured. But Tony felt that in his current self, except for his inexhaustible energy, all the hidden injuries and minor problems on his body had disappeared. It was a feeling of health that he had never felt before. How is it? Tony Lin Feng asked with a smile while holding a wine glass. Do you want me to help you remove him? Tony didn't answer, and sat down on the sofa after a long silence. To be honest, almost no ordinary person can reject the benefits brought by the symbiosis, let alone a symbiosis that eliminates the disadvantages. Tony sighed, rubbing the space between his brows. Let me think about it, Lin. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Tony didn't make a decision right away, but wanted to spend some time thinking about it. If it was changed to before, Tony would refuse this thing without hesitation. He doesn't like to use external forces to strengthen himself. He only believes in himself. Tony has his own pride and persistence. The symbiote's method of quickly becoming stronger with the help of external forces is against his character and wishes. Only the Mach suit created by himself is the existence he can fully trust. Only Mach's suit will be completely under his control. The first time Tony put on the Mach suit was in the cave. In order to escape, he made a temporary prototype. Putting on the Mach suit for the second time was the most carefree time for Tony to smile. At that time, the Mach suit was more like a large-scale toy to him. He cheered and was proud of creating such an advanced work. However, the third time I put on the Mach 3 is to follow my heart and resolve terrorist conflicts. Since then, the combination of him and Mach's suit has a new name, Iron Man. That is the beginning that represents the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He always believed that with his hard work and talent, all problems could be solved. The IQ and understanding of technology beyond ordinary people make him feel superior all the time in life and battle, and even proud of it. Of course, he does have this proud capital. However, the invasion of the Chitauri Legion and the appearance of the mythical character Thor abruptly pulled his gaze from the tiny blue star to the vast universe. For the first time, he knew that the threat wasn't just from Blue Star. The second time, A bigger threat comes from the vast universe. Even beside him, there is such a friend who can travel through time and space. His strength completely surpassed scientific cognition, and repeatedly impacted Tony's scientific concepts. These extraordinary existences made Tony feel his own insignificance, or the insignificance of human beings. The battle suit he was so proud of couldn't hold up to a single punch in front of Lin Feng. In the universe, there are not a few such existences as Lin Feng. Tony thought several times, when the next disaster strikes, Lin Feng is not there, or the enemy is too strong for Lin Feng to resist. At that time, who will guard the blue star? Tony believes that fate has always been in his own hands. So when Lin Feng brought him future technologies, he researched them day and night, trying to understand and improve these technologies as soon as possible. Although according to the information disclosed by Lin Feng, in the next few years, he will live well. But the future is never static. If one day an irresistible disaster strikes, Tony does not guarantee that he will survive. He never thought about being a qualified avenger at the beginning. He wanted to be a preventer. When disaster strikes, he will fight back with great strength. Rather than catastrophe after cutting, goat revenge. After knowing Morgan's existence, he has no way to take revenge and fight without any worries like before. He backed off, perhaps not rigorously, but he was indeed afraid that he would die in a future disaster because of his lack of strength. Sacrifice is not terrible. What he is afraid of is that there is no way to watch the growth of little Morgan, no way to quarrel with little Pepper again. If he sacrificed, Pepper and Morgan would lose their protection. Could it be that Lin Feng was expected to accompany and protect his wife and daughter day and night? Obviously impossible. So Tony hesitated, his mind in a tangle and his thoughts in a tangle. His pride and sense of responsibility are constantly colliding, pulling back and forth. In the huge living room, the lights were dim. Lin Feng had already left, and he left after Tony expressed his consideration. He sat quietly on the sofa, frowning, and remained silent. After an unknown amount of time, that strange head slowly emerged from his shoulder. I do not understand. The symbiote looked at the human in front of him with some doubts. His voice interrupted Tony's contemplation. Don't understand? What don't you understand? Tony frowned slightly, staring at the weird parasite. He had lost his fear of the symbiote and looked him straight in the eye. I can feel the entanglement in your heart. The symbiote said, humans parasitized by our race can almost become immortal in some sense. Strong power, beyond the lifespan of ordinary people, and even no longer suffer from illness. Shouldn't this be the ability that every human being dreams of? And the price of this power is just to eat more chocolate. I don't understand why you struggle with this power. What the symbiote said made Tony sigh deeply. He lowered his head and repeated the words of the symbiote. Yeah, why am I entangled in that? Should I accept this power? The atmosphere fell silent again. Chapter 108 Asgard visits. Sol is still happy. I can feel your worries, and I can also feel your nightmares. The symbiote mentioned Tony's dream. I see threats from out of space, aliens, never friendly. Do you know where I come from? The symbiote asked suddenly. Isn't it the universe? Yes, but you don't know, we are a group with countless people. My father, and his clan, led by the leader of the riot, invaded Blue Star. For human beings, the strength of the symbiont is unstoppable, and their destruction is only a matter of time. However, my father, who likes that planet, betrayed the leader and helped mankind fight against threats from beyond the sky. But the power of the riot is not something he can resist. In just a few months of confrontation, humans have lost half of their land. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's appearance, that planet would have fallen by now. Tony's eyes flickered, a little absent-minded. He went to your universe? That's right. I said this to tell you that the existence in the universe is far more terrifying and cruel than you imagined. And they will sooner or later discover Blue Star, a planet with backward technology for them. Your battle suit is very good, but in front of them, You are vulnerable. I can strengthen your battle suit and your physique. Even in the future, when your technology is upgraded, I will have stronger combat capabilities. If it's just because I have wisdom, you will give up this power. Then one day in the future, I think you are destined to regret it. The words of the symbiote made Tony's breathing a little short. He directly uncovered Tony's disguise, and expressed the most worrying thing in his heart. That's right, if he didn't protect Pepper or Morgan one day in the future, then recalling the choice made on this day, Tony is bound to have regrets. Between pride and the treasure he guards, which one is more important? Tony knows how to choose. These words were like the last straw that overwhelmed Tony's hesitation, and made his mind clear instantly. Okay, then you and I just get along for a while and see. After saying this, Tony let out a long breath, and he felt the heaviness in his heart dissipate. He made a choice. He didn't want Pepper or Morgan dying in his arms when disaster struck. At that time, it was not the disaster that killed Pepper or Morgan, but Tony's persistence and pride at this moment. These things are worthless in front of the lives of his wife and daughter. My name is Tony Stark, Iron Man, billionaire. What about you? After understanding his mind, Tony turned back into that coquettish man with a poisonous tongue and mustache. Me? The symbiote's large head formed a question mark. I was born so recently that I don't have a name. You can fetch me one, the symbiote said. I'll get you one. Tony raised his eyebrows, stroked his bearded chin, and looked at the dark symbiote. How about calling it Black Mud? It completely matches your characteristics. The symbiote didn't speak, but just opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. Tony raised his hand in surrender. Okay, I'm kidding. What kind of name do you want? I want a mighty and domineering name. Apostrophe, said the symbiote. My father's name is Venom. I want a more prestigious name than him. A mighty and domineering name. Tony rubbed his chin in thought. He doesn't want to be an Avenger with a shield. He wants to be a defender covered in spikes. Early the next morning, Lin Feng received a message. It's from Tony Stark. Stinger, the name I gave him. 2 messages, Lin Feng laughed. He got it, and Tony accepted the symbiote. In fact, Lin Feng also knew that it was impossible for Tony to accept such a parasitic existence in his body. But Lin Feng's appearance made Tony realize his responsibilities earlier, and also made him mature earlier than in the original book. So it was within his expectation that Tony would accept the symbiote, otherwise he would not have given the symbiote to Tony. On a new day, Susan and Wanda are still happily running on the beach of Madai. They didn't know that Lin Feng had returned. It looks like it can play for a few more days. Lin Feng didn't bother them. He tidied up his clothes, and opened a portal to Asgard. He is going to visit Asgard to see if the plot of Thor 2 has started. Lin Feng stepped out of the portal and appeared on the Rainbow Bridge. He didn't teleport directly to Old Man Odin's palace. After all, he still needs to be polite when he comes to visit. Although his current strength is enough to crush Odin, but in his hometown, politeness is a traditional virtue. Heimdall. Lin Feng greeted Heimdall with a smile. When the Rainbow Bridge was repaired last time, Heimdall was there, but the two of them had no communication. Heimdall had a little understanding of Lin Feng's strength. He looked serious and bowed his head slightly in respect. Mr. Lin Feng, the king already knows about your arrival. Sol is on his way. Lin Feng nodded and stood there waiting for Sol's arrival. He didn't make him wait long, and soon, Thor flew over with a hammer. Lin Feng, welcome to Asgard. Sol smiled, and his temperament was more mature and steady than last time, as if his prejudice and hostility towards Lin Feng had disappeared. It seems that he has experienced some things and grown a lot. Father is waiting for you. Come with me. With that said, Thor turned Thor's hammer and lifted off again. He knew that Lin Feng could fly. Lin Feng didn't care, and quickly flew up to Sol. The two flew side by side towards the palace of Asgard. Sol, how are you and your girlfriend, Jane Foster? While flying, Lin Feng asked. Hearing Lin Feng suddenly mentioned his girlfriend, Thor was a little wary. Why are you asking this? Lin Feng shrugged with a smile. Don't think too much. I just heard that you have a girlfriend from Blue Star. Do Odin and Frigga know? I don't think they would allow you to associate with a mortal." "Well, indeed." Saul nodded, and then smiled boldly, "but this does not prevent me from going to Blue Star for dates every day. Ha 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 ha." Both his father and Queen knew of Jane's existence, but Saul felt that it was not a big problem, as long as he liked it. Seeing Saul's happy expression, Lin Feng shook his head. He knew Saul was lying, otherwise Jane wouldn't have gone on a blind date. Although he is a little more stable than before, Saul's brat character has not changed much. But Saul's answer also told Lin Feng a message. That is, the plot of Thor 2 has not yet begun. Jane has not yet touched the ether particles. Chapter 109 Odin Player, your wife will be sent soon. Saul led Lin Feng to Odin's palace. That is the most macroscopic and splendid palace in Asgard. Entering the palace, Lin Feng saw Odin sitting on the throne. He held the scepter in his right hand, and his breath was strong and weak. At the moment of eye contact, Lin Feng frowned. He felt that Odin's aura was much weaker than when they met last time. "Lin Feng, welcome to visit Asgard again." Seeing Lin Feng, Odin stood up, greeted him with a smile, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. With his one eye, he couldn't see through Lin Feng's strength. "Lin Feng became stronger than the last time we met." Taking a deep look at Lin Feng, Odin still smiled. Inviting Lin Feng to take a seat, Odin signaled Saul to step down temporarily. He watched Lin Feng speak, and said straight to the point, "Your Excellency, Lin Feng is here this time. What's the matter?" "The so-called don't go to the Three Treasures Hall if you have nothing to do. It is impossible for a strong man of Lin Feng's level to come to Asgard out of interest. With a high probability, there is something that needs Odin's help. For strong people like Lin Feng, there is no need for unnecessary small talk. They usually like to ask for the result directly." Facing Odin's question, Lin Feng nodded. "There are indeed some things, Your Excellency the God King. I saw some fragments of the future, about the future of Asgard, and I want to chat with you." Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Odin's eyes again. "Your Excellency Lin Feng, can you also see the future?" Odin knew that there was an ancient mage in Blue Star who could see the future with the time gem. And Odin himself can also see some fragments of the future, saying that he saw it, but it is actually similar to predicting. He can't freely choose the time point to watch like Yi, and he doesn't have the details of the picture that Yi saw. "A little bit, the future I see is not very optimistic, that's why I came to you." Lin Feng didn't deny it, and said with a hint of deceit. Lin Feng, who has watched the movie version of Thor 2 and is familiar with the plot, said that he can see the future is not an exaggeration. "Oh?" Hearing this, Odin's expression became more serious. Lin Feng was extremely powerful, and what he said was enough to attract Odin's attention. After thinking about it, Odin stood up and invited, "Your Excellency, please come with me." Lin Feng got up, followed Odin, and walked into a place similar to a tea room. Through the window, you can see the prosperity of Asgard outside the window. The maid served the tea, and Odin signaled Lin Feng to taste it. "Your Excellency, please tell me in detail." Lin Feng took a sip of tea politely, nodded, and said, "King Odin, you should know the Dark Elves." As soon as these words came out, Odin was taken aback. Dark Elves. I don't know how many years ago I heard this word last time. For Odin, a strange yet familiar race. The Dark Elves were born in the eternal night, and their leader, Malekith, used darkness to create a weapon called ether particles, created by modifying the reality gem. It is equivalent to the relationship between the space gem and the cosmic cube, using the infinite gem carrier-or method. It is an irregular, constantly flowing fluid. It can turn objects into dark matter, and allow him to find a host to parasitize and absorb the host's vitality. Malekith wants to use the energy of ether particles to bring the entire universe back to darkness. In order to stop him, Odin's father, Bauer, stepped forward. After a long and bloody battle, Bauer emerged victorious. Since then, the peace of the 9 great nations has been opened for thousands of years. This is what Odin knew about the Dark Elves. After reminiscing, Odin frowned, and he asked Lin Feng suspiciously, The Dark Elves are extinct. Why did your Excellency Lin Feng suddenly mention the Dark Elves? Extinction? Lin Feng shook his head. The Dark Elves are not extinct, and their leader, Malkith, is not dead either. In the future I see, Malkith's weapon, the ether particle, has already appeared. Soon, he will appear in Asgard. You know what the consequences of this will be, don't you, God King? The words were dropped like a bomb, which caught the God King by surprise. No, it's impossible. Odin shook his head, somewhat unwilling to believe it. The Dark Elves have been wiped out by his father. And the ether particles should also be destroyed by the father. Ether, that is a powerful weapon dating back to the birth of the universe. If what Lin Feng said is true, then Asgard will soon usher in a disaster. Seeing that Odin was a bit unwilling to believe, Lin Feng said seriously, God King Odin, nothing is impossible. Odin's one-eyed stared at Lin Feng solemnly, as if trying to discern the authenticity of his words from his expression. After a while, Odin sighed. If it is true as your Excellency said, this is not good news for Asgard. Lin Feng nodded and said solemnly, so I'm here to inform the God King and make preparations as soon as possible. Old Odin nodded, frowning tightly. With the existence of Lin Feng's level, there is no need to go to Asgard to tell him a lie. Then there is no need to think about the authenticity of Lin Feng's words. Suddenly, Odin thought of something, and asked Lin Feng, Your Excellency Lin Feng, have you seen the result of this disaster? Hearing this, Lin Feng hesitated a little, thought about it, and decided to tell the truth. Yes, God King Odin. Lin Feng said. Although the process is rough, Malkith and the Dark Elves are destined not to succeed. In the original book, Thor took Malkith to the earth, and finally, Odin was also exiled to the earth by Loki. It was really a mess of hairballs, but Lin Feng wouldn't say that much. As soon as these words came out, Odin was obviously relieved, but Lin Feng's next words made him furious instantly. I also saw that your Queen Frigg made a sacrifice in this disaster. What? Odin stood up abruptly in disbelief, with horror and anger in his eyes. His wife, Frigg, will die in this disaster? Exclamation mark. For a moment, the anger was overwhelming, and the terrifying aura of the God King enveloped the entire tea room. Needless to say, Frigga's importance to Odin, the wisest woman in Asgard, has accompanied him through many ups and downs. Frigga can almost be said to be the reverse scale of old Odin. Now Lin Feng told him that Frigga would die in the disaster. Odin Jing's heart was filled with anger. The terrifying breath made the whole tea room shake, and Odin seemed to lose his mind. Of course, in the original book, Odin did lose some sanity because of Frigga's sacrifice. The God King's aura is huge and terrifying. If it was someone else, they might have already shivered under such momentum, and fell to their knees in fear. On the other hand, Lin Feng sipped his tea as if nothing had happened, and looked at Odin with flat eyes without any emotion. The breath comes and goes quickly. Odin quickly realized that his behavior was inappropriate, and withdrew the breath released subconsciously. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Lin Feng, I made you laugh. Chapter 110. Let's go on. The horse's dream of becoming stronger. Sol Player Odin was just a little shocked when he heard the news, and his anger was not directed at Lin Feng. His anger was directed at the Dark Elves. Seeing Odin apologize, Lin Feng waved his hand generously and smiled back. It's okay, I can understand God King Odin's mood. After all, this news was indeed difficult for Odin to accept, and Odin's behavior was reasonable. The God King is not without emotions. Of course he will be angry when his relatives are hurt. Odin nodded, and said to Lin Feng very formally, Thank you for the news, Your Excellency Lin Feng. Asgard will make corresponding preparations. Does Your Excellency see when the disaster will happen? Hearing this, Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then pointed to the top of his head. I think you've got some guesswork, haven't you? Odin stared at Lin Feng with wise eyes. Convergence of celestial bodies? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. The convergence of celestial bodies, that is, the 9 stars in a row. The 9 kingdoms will converge into a straight line during this period. At that point, the lines between the 9 kingdoms will become blurred. Thank you again, Your Excellency Lin Feng. Turning his mind, Odin continued. Your Excellency Lin Feng, If there is any need for help, Asgard will go all out. Lin Feng will not help Asgard for no reason, and while bringing news, he is afraid that he needs Asgard. I don't need anything, Odin the Lord, just wait until Malekith shows up. I think you can let me know, Lin Feng said lightly. This really isn't a requirement, since there's nothing difficult about it. Odin nodded in agreement. His eyes rolled, but there were some guesses in his heart. Your Excellency Lin Feng, do you have any thoughts on ether particles? As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. The old man guessed it so quickly. As expected of the God King, the protector of the 9 realms. There is still some brains that should be there. I do have an idea about the ether particle. Odin should know that it is one of the infinite stones. Lin Feng admitted it openly. There is nothing to hide. With his strength, if he wanted ether particles, he would definitely get them. Odin nodded, and took a deep look at Lin Feng's left hand. If I'm not mistaken, His Excellency Lin Feng already has 3 infinite gems. Lin Feng smiled, and he raised his hand, still not intending to cover up or hide it. God King has good eyesight. I did get 3 infinite gems. Odin looked at Lin Feng's wrist, the wristband with infinite gems. The 3 gems on it are faintly emitting light, and they are infinity gems. There is also a gem, although it is not an infinite gem, but it also contains powerful power. After hesitating for a moment, Odin spoke again. Your Excellency Lin Feng, with all due respect, the Infinity Stones shouldn't be so close. Rumor has it that the Tribunal of Life forbids the intensive use of Infinity Stones. The concentration of infinite gems also represents the coming of disaster. I understand what you mean, Your Excellency the King of God. Lin Feng retracted his wrist and said flatly. But you should know that there is a lunatic with a purple head who is also collecting infinity gems. His purpose is too radical. With the Infinity Stone in my hands, it will be safer than ever. I think you don't want to see that lunatic get 6 gems and mess up the universe. Odin took another deep look at Lin Feng, but he just mentioned it casually, and didn't expect Lin Feng to listen to him. I hope so. Odin gave up asking about the Infinity Stones. Lin Feng's affairs were out of his control. Again, Odin would rather be friends with Lin Feng than create an unprecedentedly powerful enemy for Asgard. Since you have come to Asgard, please ask Sol to show you around Asgard. Odin got up and said, in the evening, I will prepare a banquet for your Excellency. Please don't refuse. Now that the business is over, it's time for him to go down and set up his defenses. He had to prepare early to deal with the arrival of the Dark Elves. Odin, who knows the future, will not let his queen, Frigga, sacrifice. Facing Odin's invitation, Lin Feng readily agreed. The last refusal was because Sol and Lin Feng were at odds with each other. But this time, Sol has obviously improved. If someone invites me for the second time, then give him a face. In the world of adults, face is a very magical thing. Rejecting the God King again will inevitably make the God King feel uncomfortable. Moreover, Lin Feng happens to be fine around him, and Susan was also on vacation. It's good to visit Asgard. Odin called Thor and entrusted him with this glorious and arduous task. Thor patted his chest and said it was okay, then found a small hand-controlled spaceship, and carried Lin Feng across the sky of Asgard. Although Lin Feng is not very interested in the scenery of Asgard, he has to admit that the scenery of Asgard is really shocking. There are splendid palaces on the towering peaks, connected by bridges, which is the collision of technology, metal and nature. There is no trace of disobedience, but full of a different kind of beauty. The Golden Palace is shining with light, and the huge golden armored statue is magnificent. Countless Asgardian warriors walked in the building, laughing and talking, busy training. The style of the entire god's domain gave people an epic shock and incomparable splendor. It is indeed a mythical fairyland. Even though Lin Feng was not very interested in the scenery, he gave a very high evaluation of the grandeur in front of him. Sol drove the spaceship and constantly introduced the buildings and origins of Asgard to Lin Feng. After visiting for a while, Lin Feng took many photos. Next time, if you have a chance, you must take Susan for a tour. It is really beautiful. There is no doubt that the beauty of Asgard has gradually conquered Silver Superman. In the end, Sol, as if on purpose, led Lin Feng to stay above a huge martial arts arena. This is the venue for Asgardian fighters to learn from each other. The blood of the Asgardians is full of boldness, and every day, the martial arts arena is almost full of seats. Whether it's personal grievances or testing one's own strength, you can accept the witness of countless compatriots in the martial arts arena. At this time, in the martial arts arena, there were two Asgardian warriors in armor, colliding with each other as they came and went. The surrounding stands were filled with Asgardians. Swords and swords passed by, and the battle reached the exciting point, and the stands burst into cheers. "How about it, Lin Feng?" Sol smiled and pointed to the field below. "How about what? Would you like to have a sparring?" Hearing this, Lin Feng gave him a very strange look. "You want to compete with me?" "Certainly." "You sure?" "Don't underestimate me. I've made great progress recently. I'm not who I used to be." Sol raised his arm vigorously, and his huge biceps bulged, showing his strength. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "Where did you get the confidence? You can't even beat Hulk, but you want to fight Silver Superman?" "I beat you back to tears, and lost face in front of so many Asgardians. Do you still have the face to face your old father?" "Okay, if you want to fight, I will fight with you." Lin Feng shrugged. Since the young man was enthusiastic, he didn't mind pouring cold water on the young man. Go to the dream of becoming stronger on horseback. Thor player. Chapter 111 Thunder Monkey, Forest Monkey. Two monkeys fighting. With Lin Feng's consent, Sol landed in the martial arts arena with a face full of excitement. To be honest, Sol still had some small thoughts in inviting Lin Feng to fight. Lin Feng's original kick left him without the slightest ability to resist. Although it is not enough to hold grudges, Sol has always had a grudge. This time, Sol wanted to win the round. A man's damn desire to win. Sol's appearance caused the audience to burst into applause and cheers. A lively and cheerful atmosphere hovered over the martial arts arena. As the powerful eldest son of Odin and the future king of Asgard, everyone knows Thor. Sol is a frequent visitor to the martial arts arena, and often fights against some Asgardian warriors. He played tigers and tigers with a hammer in one hand, which is much more beautiful than monkeys, and everyone loves to watch it. Sol Sao circled the field for a circle, enjoying the cheers of the people. He stopped, raised his hands proudly, and pressed down. Following this movement, the martial arts arena gradually quieted down. Everyone knows that Prince Cao Bao has something to say. Seeing this, Sol nodded in satisfaction, and gave Lin Feng a stern look, only to roll his eyes. Sol didn't care either. He took a deep breath, and his voice was loud, spreading throughout the audience. "My countrymen, let me introduce you, my friends." As Sol said, he pulled Lin Feng past him, ignoring the helpless expression on Lin Feng's face. "The strong man from the atrium, Your Excellency Lin Feng." Boom! The people of Asgard once again erupted in warm cheers, which was very embarrassing to Sol. Although in their impression, the people in the atrium are all mortals, and the weak ones are like wild chickens. They don't understand why Sol has mortal friends. However, this does not prevent them from praising Sol's stinky feet, which is also a kind of entertainment. Solway was majestic, nodded in satisfaction, signaled everyone to be quiet again, and continued to introduce Lin Feng. "Your Excellency Lin Feng is very powerful. He even got the approval of my father, Odin." Today, Your Excellency Lin Feng came to the Asgard God Realm as a guest. As a citizen of the God Realm, I naturally want to compete with powerful friends. My compatriots are invited to witness this friendly exchange. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped. What did the prince say? Originally heard that he was from Zongting, but thought he was just an ordinary mortal. However, the strength of this mortal can be recognized by Odin! After reacting, they cheered again. They didn't think Sol was lying, and they had expectations for this battle for a while. It seems that this battle is bound to be very exciting. Come on, Lin Feng, let's fight. After the declaration, Sol said excitedly, holding the hammer in his hand. There are no restrictions. The game is over until one side admits defeat or loses consciousness. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded embarrassingly. Sol's enthusiasm made him a little uncomfortable, and he already regretted agreeing to the request for a duel. This speech was really too embarrassing. With so many people watching, Lin Feng felt like a monkey. But he has already agreed to Sol, and Lin Feng can't go back on his word, and he is not that kind of person. According to the rules, Sol said, the two walked to both sides of the arena. An Asgardian warrior in armor came up in the middle and acted as a referee. He patrolled around, observing the state of Lin Feng and Sol. Seeing that both of them were ready, he asked them loudly and confirmed, "Are you all ready?" Sol danced the hammer with excitement on his face. "Come on, I'm ready." Lin Feng also nodded, indicating that he had no problem. Boom, the bell rang. The Asgardian fighters quickly left the field, and the competition officially began. Amidst the cheers, Thor seized the opportunity and directly swung Thor's hammer, arousing the power of thunder and lightning. For a moment, Thor's eyes glowed with lightning, and the Thor's hammer even collided with lightning sparks. Lin Feng stood where he was. He didn't move, just watched Sol's performance lightly. Roar! Thor roared angrily, and quickly rushed towards Lin Feng holding Thor's hammer. His speed is faster than in Avengers 1, and his strength is also more tyrannical. This is the result of hard training. When approaching Lin Feng, Sol directly jumped into the air, and the solid hammer made of alu metal was wrapped in lightning and hit Lin Feng's face. "Good guy, come up and open up." Is this not going to hold back at all? Facing Thor's attack, Lin Feng yawned bored. That incomparably swift attack was like a snail racing in his eyes. I'm really out of my mind to agree to this kind of discussion. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed at himself. With Sol's level of fighting power, Lin Feng can end the fight with a single punch. But anyway, he is the eldest prince of Asgard, the next king of Asgard. Lin Feng is going to save some face for him. After all, Sol will go to Blue Star in the future, so let's see you when you look down. With a whistling sound, Thor's hammer hit Lin Feng. S after image. The moment before he was about to be hit, Lin Feng had already left the spot, so fast that only an after image was left behind. Thor's hammer hit the ground heavily. Even the specially made hard floor tiles in the martial arts arena couldn't withstand Sol's hammer, and a hole was smashed out of it, and the thunder light scattered and graffitied a large area of the floor tiles. What a fast speed! Sol's pupils shrank, and he didn't even catch Lin Feng's movements. After missing a hit, Thor quickly looked for Lin Feng's figure. At this time, Lin Feng was already standing where Sol was at the beginning. Seeing his indifferent face, with his hands still in his pockets, he didn't pay attention to this battle at all. Forest! Thor roared and rushed towards Lin Feng again. The hammer flies from the hand. Hammer after hammer, the combo that has been practiced for a long time attacked Lin Feng like a storm. After several sets of consecutive moves, Sol became more and more excited, swinging the big hammer extremely quickly and with great effort. However, looking back at the record, he didn't hit Lin Feng with a single hammer. The eldest prince, who was victorious in the martial arts arena on weekdays, ushered in an unprecedented embarrassing record at this time. Hush! Sol fought wits and bravery with the air for a long while, and the audience couldn't stand it anymore, and they all booed. The eldest prince pulled, and even the mortals in the courtyard couldn't hit him. Compared with the swift Lin Feng, that cumbersome attack looked like a clumsy bastard. Even Sol couldn't help but blush. Forest! Do you only dodge? After fighting for a long time, Lin Feng didn't make a single shot, but kept dodging. Sol tried to taunt Lin Feng and asked him to make a move. It was too embarrassing to perform a hammer swing by himself, like a monkey. Anyway, I also took out my hand and swiped twice to mean it. Hearing this, Lin Feng curled his lips, and finally pulled his hands out of his pockets. Okay. Let's end this battle as soon as possible. Chapter 112: A critical attack on the waist. Jane's happiness will be gone seeing that his sarcasm worked. Sol laughed, and with a loud shout, he swung his hammer and stepped forward to output again. But soon, he regretted taunting Lin Feng. I saw Lin Feng suddenly shot out without saying a word, and I couldn't catch Lin Feng's movements at all. He hurriedly looked for Lin Feng's figure, but felt a sharp pain in his waist, and flew out by himself inexplicably. That's right, Lin Feng punched Sol's waist. For this punch, Lin Feng only used very little strength. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back one punch, and he would beat Hammer God to death again. Lin Feng calculated that this punch should be enough to finish off the eldest prince. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, Thor did not lose consciousness under this punch. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Good guy. He didn't faint. Lin Feng's fist strength was estimated according to Sol's defensive ability in the first reunion, which was enough to make Sol lose his fighting power. It seems that Sol is not lying, he has really become a lot stronger. Thor gritted his teeth, rubbed his waist and stood up. It hurts. This punch is uncomfortable. Sol feels it is really heavy. It was harder than the last time I hit Tony's mansion. Taking a breath, Sol fixed his eyes on Lin Feng, and then rolled his eyes. After several rounds of confrontation, Sol already understood that he couldn't see Lin Feng's speed clearly, and he wouldn't be able to take advantage of a war of attrition. He has to come up with a real big move. Thor held up Thor's hammer and began to communicate the power of thunder. In the sky, dark clouds quickly gathered and shrouded the martial arts arena. Huge thunder force struck down from the air, and the bucket-thick thunder and lightning condensed on Thor's hammer and lingered for a long time. This time, the power was even greater than the attack at the beginning. Wow! Seeing the power of lightning that triggered the vision, the Asgardians on the viewing platform exclaimed, "Come, come! The big prince's big move is here. No one can withstand this trick of the eldest prince." Thor's eyes flashed with lightning. The power of thunder and lightning has been accumulated to the extreme. Lin, give me a blow. Sol roared, his figure flashed violently, and hit Lin Feng again in the air. This blow was his most powerful attack method so far. The huge thunder power was incomparably powerful under the blessing of Thor's hammer. Sol is confident that this hard-practiced blow will definitely give Lin Feng a head-on blow, and the reason why he yelled out the words "take me a hit" is to bet that Lin Feng won't dodge after hearing it. Sure enough, Lin Feng half closed his eyes, watching Sol approaching without dodging or avoiding. He just stretched out a hand. When bang! Thor's hammer hit Lin Feng steadily. With the two of them at the center, scattered thunder and lightning set off a white lightning storm, instantly swept the audience. The Asgardians watching the battle closed their eyes neatly. It's too bright. It's too bright. The blue-white light is extremely dazzling. Prickly eyes hurt. Every time the eldest prince uses this trick, everyone will be moved to tears. And with an embarrassing side effect, this trick will change the hairstyles of everyone present. Thunder's aftermath directly gave the audience a free iron perm. The hairs exploded, pointing to the sky vertically, as if paying tribute, which looked a little funny. At this moment, it was as if the air was paralyzed by electricity. After a while, the thunderlight dissipated, and the audience hurriedly opened their eyes and looked towards the martial arts arena. What's going on? How's the battle going? I saw that on the martial arts arena, neither of them fell down. Sol's hammer stopped half a meter away from Lin Feng, braving thunder. Lin Feng's left hand held the hammer tightly, blocking the attack of Thor's hammer. Hiss! The audience gasped. Powerful. This Atrium man is very powerful. To actually catch the big prince's thunder and lightning move with his bare hands. And the hairstyle is not messed up. This blow was indeed powerful, but it was only for the Asgardians. For Lin Feng, this level of thunder power could not make him feel numb. The two people off the field seemed to be wrestling. Thor wanted to pull back the hammer, but was surprised to find that no matter how hard his hand holding the handle was, he couldn't pull back his hammer. Lin Feng's power once again exceeded Thor's cognition. He kept exerting force with his left hand holding the hammer. Lin Feng was a little curious and wanted to test how hard Thor's hammer was. In the plot of Thor 2, when Hela regained her freedom, she crushed the Meow hammer as soon as she came up. Lin Feng wanted to know how hard she used to crush the Meow Meow hammer. Squeak squeak tilde. As Lin Feng continued to exert force, a strange sound came to the ears of the two of them. It was a hammer, and the hammer kept trembling, making a squeaking sound like a scream. Sol's eyes became terrified. and he looked at Lin Feng's hand holding the hammer in disbelief. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he yanked the hammer towards him, and Thotten was dragged forward immediately. Boom! With a punch, he hit Sol's waist again. Well, the same waist. I'm damn. This punch hit a critical blow directly, and Sol flew out backwards with a scream, embedded in the audience stands. Lin Feng did not crush Thor's hammer. He could feel that if he increased his strength just now, the Miao hammer would be sent. However, he just tried it out of curiosity, and he didn't have any deep hatred with Sol. It's just a competition. Crushing other people's weapons is a bit too much. Dang dang dang, the knock sounded, ending the fight. Sol was beaten out for a long time without getting up, and the outcome was already decided. Roar! The audience in the stands burst into cheers again. Although it was not Sol who won, the cheers still resounded throughout the arena. The bold Asgardians gave cheers and applause to the winner without hesitation. This is the glory every winner deserves. There is no bloody plot of spurning the victor if he is not one of his own. Sol lay on the ground for a long while, and then helped his old waist to get up. He accepted his failure frankly. Unexpectedly, after becoming so powerful, he was still no match for Lin Feng. Although it was a pity, Sol was not discouraged. He limped towards Lin Feng, baring his teeth. Lin, can you not hit the same position twice? Not to mention hitting in the same position. Each hit gets heavier every time. It hurts. It really hurts. If this mother is broken, how can she give Jane happiness in the future? If it weren't for my strong physique, I'm afraid my waist would have been abolished. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. Okay, I'll hit you on the other side next time. Sol shrank his neck subconsciously, and quickly waved his hands. Forget it, there will be no next time. Once again, Xiao Bao greeted the crowd in the stands, and Sol supported his waist and drove Lin Feng away. Lin, shall I take you to a resting place? On the spaceship, Sol turned his head and said to Lin Feng, there is still some time before the banquet begins. Chapter 113, God Empress Frigg visiting Lin Feng at night. Lin Feng nodded and agreed to Sol's arrangement. After he was ready to attend the banquet in the evening, he set off for Blue Star. Although Asgard was extremely beautiful, Lin Feng still felt that his little den was more comfortable. Soon, Sol led Lin Feng to a lounge. The lounge is not too big, but it is quite complete, and there is a big bed made of luxurious materials. After Sol left, Lin Feng leaned against the window and continued to enjoy the scenery of Asgard. The beautiful scenery made Lin Feng sigh. Who would have thought that such a beautiful fairyland would turn into dust after more than a year? The Queen of God and Odin passed away one after another, and the goddess of death Hela came. Asgard, from this time period, has entered the countdown to destruction. I don't know how old man Odin's arrangements are, and whether he pays attention to what he said. Shaking his head, forgetting all these things, Lin Feng continued to enjoy the scenery, waiting for the banquet to arrive. Lin Feng didn't have to wait too long. Soon the banquet in his honor began. That standard is much higher than every celebration held by Sol before. A powerful presence will undoubtedly gain the respect of the Asgardians. Lin Feng also met again at the banquet, arriving at Odin's queen, God Queen Frigga. Her every move is very elegant. The traces of time make her old, but it can't change her extraordinary temperament. Seemingly aware of Lin Feng's gaze, Frigga smiled and nodded to Lin Feng. Amidst the joyful songs and laughter, the Asgardians showed their heroism and warmly received Lin Feng from the atrium. After a banquet, nothing substantial happened. Lin Feng drank a lot, but his mind was not in the slightest. When the banquet was coming to an end, Odin smiled and invited Lin Feng to rest in God's domain for the night. Lin Feng shook his head. He planned to go back tonight. He wanted to reject Odin, but Lin Feng suddenly saw that God Empress Frigga nodded to him cryptically, as if hinting at something. Lin Feng froze for a moment, then frowned slightly. He didn't understand what Frigga wanted to do, but he understood what she meant. She asked Lin Feng to agree to Odin's invitation. After hesitating for a while, Lin Feng finally agreed to rest here for the night. After the banquet, Lin Feng returned to the lounge. He sat by the window, thinking a little. The Queen of God asked him to agree to stay overnight. Probably because she had something to look for, and it was just tonight. He didn't intend to rest, but just quietly waited for the arrival of the Queen of God. He was very curious. What could he do for the God Empress who hadn't said a word? After a while, there were slight footsteps outside the door. As Lin Feng thought, accompanied by several maids, the Queen of God, Frigga, knocked on the door of Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng opened the door and smiled at Frigg without any surprise. Queen of God. Frigg smiled back. Your Excellency Lin Feng, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. I have something that I want to talk to you about. Lin Feng nodded, and politely took 2 steps back to give way. God Empress, please come in. Frigga winked at the maid beside her, and then walked into the room. The maids stood loyally at the door of the room, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Frigga and Lin Feng sat opposite each other by the window, and the old god Lin Feng took out a set of tea sets and soaked his life leaves, without treating himself as an outsider at all. Queen of God, drink tea. Lin Feng smiled and pushed a cup of life tree tea to Frigga. Different from the majestic aura on Odin, Frigga has an inexplicable brilliance, which makes Lin Feng feel like an elder. This doesn't feel too surprising, given that Asgardians have a long lifespan. Odin and Frigga are probably thousands of years old. Frigga was a little stunned. It was obviously Lin Feng who came to Asgard as a guest, but Lin Feng's behavior made Frigga feel like he was the guest. Picking up the teacup politely and taking a sip, Frigga was a little surprised. This tea? Lin Feng nodded. It comes from a very distant place and has some strange effects. Frigga nodded slightly. It was a miraculous thing that could nourish her body. Although the effect was not obvious, she could still feel it. You must know that things that can have a positive effect on the existence of the God Empress are generally very precious. Lin Feng also picked up his teacup and took a sip. He spoke first, and asked, God came to me later. What did you want to talk about? Seeing Lin Feng open the topic, Frigga put down the teacup, adjusted her posture slightly, and spoke slowly. Your Excellency Lin Feng, did you say something to Odin? Okay. Lin Feng was startled, and looked up at Frigga's questioning eyes. He didn't expect Frigg to come to him for this matter. God King told you? Frigg shook her head lightly. He didn't say anything, but I could feel the worry in his eyes. There was one more word that Frigg did not say. That was Odin's worry, which started after Lin Feng appeared. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. From the looks of it, Odin didn't talk about the future with Frigga, but Frigga was still aware of it. Lin Feng hesitated for a while. He didn't know whether he should tell the truth or not. The main reason is that Frigga is too sacrificing, and Lin Feng is afraid that she will insist on hitting the knife. So Lin Feng hesitated. The less people who know about the future, the better. Can His Excellency Lin Feng also see, or predict the future? Frigga interrupted Lin Feng, and said a seemingly irrelevant sentence, but the words in the words were also very serious. She is the child of witches and can see the future that is about to happen. She predicted her future, but she didn't tell anyone. She has accepted all of this calmly, because this is the direction of the universe. But today, she noticed something strange about Odin, and there was a trace of familiar worry in Odin's eyes. Frigga is undoubtedly wise. At that moment, she discovered that the future has quietly changed. The originally predicted future has become blurred. Just like the fog seen in the forest when I was a child, it is no longer clear. Combined with Lin Feng's appearance, Frigga has already made some speculations, otherwise this conversation would not have happened. Frigga's words made Lin Feng purse his lips. He knew the meaning hidden in the words of the God Empress. Her words seemed to be asking, but in fact there was a hint raised by witches. She has the ability to predict the future, but she never reveals what she knows. In Avengers 4, she saw at a glance that Sol, who was in a dead fat house, came from the future. And from the conversation between her and Sol, it can be seen that this wise queen has foreseen her own death. What she meant by this was obvious. She asked Lin Feng if he could also see the future, in other words telling Lin Feng that she had predicted her own death and suspected that Lin Feng had revealed this future to Odin. Chapter 114 Silver Superman is at the bottom. Frigg entrusted by squeezing between his eyebrows. Lin Feng felt a little tricky. Why did he ignore Frigga's ability to predict the future? The Queen of God guessed right. I did tell the King of God about the future of Asgard. Lin Feng didn't answer the question, but he answered the truth that Frigga wanted to know in a disguised form, and verified her conjecture. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Frigga sighed. Sure enough, as she thought, it was Lin Feng who caused the change in the future. The Queen of God has already seen her own future, right? Lin Feng asked, but his tone was affirmative. Frigg nodded without denying it. I see it, my future. I saw my sacrifice. I saw the red disaster. I have also seen the growth of Sol and Loki. Frigga spoke one after another, telling exactly what she saw. But today, after His Excellency Lin Feng appeared, I found that the future has become blurred. It has changed. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. The Queen of God is worried that things will get worse. Frigga was troubled, and after a little hesitation, she nodded and admitted she couldn't be sure if the change was good or bad. Pull one hair and move the whole body. The butterfly effect is scary. Originally, she would sacrifice, and Sol and Loki would grow up as a result. Malekith would also be defeated by Thor. But now, she was not sure whether Malekith would succeed. If he released the ether particles at the best moment when the celestial bodies converged, the universe would return to darkness. If we compare this future to a chessboard, two people are playing against each other. Where and how all chess pieces go is an established fact. Both are following the script. The appearance of Lin Feng was like a chess player who suddenly stretched out his hand and forcibly changed the placement of the chess pieces. The script was destroyed at this moment, and all the chess pieces involved after this landing point have already jumped out of the script, and there will be unknowable changes. Whether it is Lin Feng or the Queen, they are all smart people, and some things can be revealed at a glance. Lin Feng tapped lightly on the table with his fingers. He could understand Frigg's worry. In fact, he also thought about whether he could change Frigga's sacrifice by himself, and whether it would lead to worse results. Will Malekith really turn the universe back into darkness? However, Lin Feng quickly put this concern behind him. Who is he? Silver Superman. And he holds 3 infinite gems. If you can't even kill the movie version of Malekith, you can learn from Purple Sweet Potato Essence and find a garden to retire. The moment Malekith appeared, Lin Feng could make him crowned bliss. He is powerful enough to face any variables that may arise. Besides, Lin Feng's main purpose this time is the reality gem, and it is inevitable to confront Malekith. Changing Frigga's future is just out of interest, and I want to make up for the regrets I have seen. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't speak for a while, Frigga explained with some concern, I don't mean to blame His Excellency Lin Feng, Lin Feng's strength was too strong, and Odin didn't dare to push himself up in front of him. Of course Frigga didn't want to offend Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and interrupted Frigg. I understand what the Queen of God means. The Queen of God should have some understanding of my strength, right? Frigga didn't understand why Lin Feng asked this question, but hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She could feel the huge energy in Lin Feng's body, which was unmatched by Odin at his peak. She also saw the 3 infinity gems on Lin Feng's wristband. To put it bluntly, if Lin Feng wanted to, he could also destroy this universe. Lin Feng said with a smile, since the God Empress knows my strength, what else is there to worry about? I will support the changed future, and the Queen of God need not worry. Lin Feng's indifferent appearance made Frigga sigh and said, changing the future is not as simple as you imagined. Hearing this, Lin Feng just shook his head. I know, but the future has changed. We can only face it calmly, can't we? Frigga opened her mouth, but was speechless. What he said makes sense. Future changes are a foregone conclusion. As a member of the chessboard, Frigg has no choice but to accept it passively. But although it is impossible to get the future back on track, but the wise Queen Frigg has thought of a method that can greatly reduce the variables caused by changing the future. The premise is that Thor doesn't know the future she will sacrifice. Soldier, do you know what's about to happen? Hearing this, Lin Feng was startled, and said, he probably doesn't know, I didn't tell him something about the future. Lin Feng has no intention of telling Sol, and it is estimated that Odin will not tell Sol about these things. Again, for the future, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Although Sol is much more mature than before, in order to avoid more variables, presumably Odin will not inform Sol. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Frigga was slightly relieved. In that case, please don't tell Sol the future. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's no problem. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Sol won't know about it. Thank you very much. Frigga sat upright and said very seriously, actually, I have one more thing to entrust to you. Oh, please speak, Queen God. It's about Sol and Loki. Frigga slowly revealed the plan she was considering. The two talked until very late before Frigga left Lin Feng's room. No one knows exactly what the two said, including Odin. Odin only knew that there was a conversation between Frigga and Lin Feng, and Frigga did not hide Odin's actions this time. When she went back, she found that Odin hadn't rested and was still waiting for her. Odin at night lacked the majesty and determination of a god king. My queen. Odin stared at Frigga's one eye, showing worry and heartache. Have you seen? Odin hesitated to speak. His queen was so wise, but she almost never talked about the future she saw. Frigga smiled softly, and held Odin's big old hand. Under the wear and tear of the years, the two have entered their old age. Asgardians have a long lifespan, but death is inevitable. I saw it, but I gladly accept what happened. Frigga's eyes were very calm with a smile. Odin held Frigga's palm with his backhand, with some force. He stared at Frigga firmly, with a domineering and majestic tone. I won't let it happen. No one can take my queen away. Chapter 115 Odin's Treasure House. This big sword may be suitable for you. Early the next morning, Lin Feng came to the palace to say goodbye to God King Odin. He has already done what he should do. Presumably Odin already has a certain layout for the future. The convergence of celestial bodies will come soon, when the boundaries of the 9 kingdoms will become blurred, and Jane will also fall into that mysterious space and be possessed by ether particles. Just wait for this moment to come. Above the palace, Odin is holding the eternal spear. His body is not tall but exudes majesty. Your Excellency Lin Feng, the information you brought is very important to Asgard. I want to express my sincere thanks again. God King is being polite. Lin Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, if there is nothing else, I will go back to the atrium and stay there. The God King just needs to let me know when the time comes. As Lin Feng said, he pointed to the top of his head. The implication was self-evident. Odin understood what he meant. Lin Feng was referring to the time when the celestial bodies converge. He nodded, but said with a smile, Your Excellency Lin Feng, wait a moment. It seems to me that Your Excellency Lin Feng doesn't have a weapon at hand. Why don't you go to Asgard's treasure house and choose one? Take it as a gift from Asgard to you. Please don't refuse. A man grows old, let alone the king of Asgard, Odin, the king of the gods. Odin really didn't miss any chance to befriend Lin Feng. After all, he still wants his son to have a good relationship with Lin Feng, which can be regarded as an investment in the future of Asgard. As long as Sol and Lin Feng have a good relationship, everything will be easy to talk about. One day I will die, and Lin Feng may become the key to deal with Hela. Lin Feng was taken aback by Odin's sudden gift, but he didn't immediately reject it. Odin's words kind of reminded him that since he traveled to the world of Marvel, he really didn't have a weapon at hand. It's not that he doesn't want it, but as a superhuman body, he usually only needs Ola Ola. If it doesn't work, there are also heat rays, freezing breath and so on for long-range attacks. With the Infinity Gems, Lin Feng can be regarded as having a wide range of attack methods. And after evolving into Silver Superman, he can even develop some strange abilities from time to time according to his own ideas. So Lin Feng didn't think about the issue of weapons. After all, Superman's own setting does not need any weapons to assist. But after some hesitation, Lin Feng was still ready to accept Odin's gift. He also felt that Superman's attack method was a bit too simple. In that case, thank God King. Since Odin had this intention, he would go for a walk in the treasury to see if there were any convenient items that could be used. Odin obviously wanted to express his attitude. He told Odin the future, and Odin gave him a treasure. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed, Odin nodded in relief. At least when Lin Feng came to Asgard this time, his attitude was much better than last time. He called Sol and told Sol to lead Lin Feng to the treasure house to choose a suitable weapon. Although Sol was a little confused and didn't understand why his father wanted to give Lin Feng the treasure, he still honestly took Lin Feng to Odin's treasure house. The two walked in. The treasury contains the treasures collected by Odin over the years. Unlike most treasure troves in movies and novels, Odin's treasury is not full of gold and jewels as imagined. Lin Feng felt that there was nothing wrong with this. For the existence of Odin's level, money and alike are not eligible to be collected by him in the treasury. Lin Feng would feel strange if there were a pile of gold and silver jewelry inside. Under Sol's guidance, Lin Feng observed Odin's collection while walking. Basically, they are weapons or treasures with special properties. But to say that it is useful to Lin Feng, there are basically very few. Sol, on the other hand, continued to introduce the origin and function of each treasure to Lin Feng. Lin Feng listened with gusto. The movie didn't describe too much about the collection of Odin's treasure house, just listened to it as a story. After talking for a long time, Sol suddenly picked up a big silver white sword and handed it to Lin Feng. "I think this great sword might suit you." Raymond Lampdowney took it over knowingly. It was a big silver white sword with precious stones inlaid on the hilt. Lin Feng could feel that the sword was very strong and its shape was very cool. After weighing it casually, Lin Feng returned it to Sol. Although the quality is good, it couldn't hold up to Lin Feng's tossing, and it probably shattered as soon as it was squeezed hard. "Don't like it?" Sol put the big sword back in doubt, and then found a one-handed sword from nowhere. "Then this and that?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes and didn't even bother to pick up the connection. A slender one-handed sword, like a thorn. Lin Feng didn't even dare to imagine that he was fighting the enemy with a thorn. The picture was too beautiful, he didn't want to see it. "You don't like it either?" Sol frowned, thinking that Lin Feng probably didn't like to use weapons like swords. "It's okay, I'll show you the next one." Lin Feng nodded, and followed Sol with some lack of interest. It was impossible to expect Sol to choose a reliable one for himself. Can only rely on their own choice. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Feng noticed a huge golden glove, which was exactly the same as the infinity glove held by Zishujing. It is said to be an imitation, and it was slapped on the ground by Hela in Thor 3. Next to the glove is a regular earth-colored stone tablet. Lin Feng also knew the stone tablet, and he looked it up on the internet when he saw it. That is the life card, which comes from the Atlantis civilization that has disappeared on the Earth. The life equation of biological evolution is engraved on it. According to the evolution method of the life card, any user can evolve into the highest level of life, possessing infinite wisdom and super fighting power. But this function is in the comics. Lin Feng doesn't know if the life card in the movie has this function. If there is one, it would be nice to take it back for Susan to use. While Lin Feng was thinking, he suddenly felt a chill hit him. He followed the coldness to look, and it was a box emitting an ice blue shimmer. The box of ice. Seeing that Lin Feng paid attention to this thing, Sol poked his head and introduced. "This thing has a certain relationship with his brother Loki." Lin Feng nodded and hummed. He also knew about this. This thing is the artifact of the frost giant. It contains endless frosty breath, and he can instantly turn an area into a frozen place. Back then, when the frost giants wanted Blue Star to enter the Ice Age again, Odin led the Asgardian warriors to defeat the frost giants and took away their source of power, the ice box. In Thor 1, Loki used the box of ice to instantly freeze Heimdall. "Do you want this casket?" Thor asked. Although this box is very precious, Odin told Sol, "No matter what Lin Feng chooses, don't refuse. I'm just curious, this thing is not suitable for me." Lin Feng shook his head and smiled lightly. The ice box is good, but it is not of much use to him. As for this thing, it might not be as powerful as his own frozen breath. so why would he want this? Chapter 116 Want to customize? Go Nidori. Following Sol, Lin Feng saw some treasures that appeared in the movie. Egmoto's sphere that can predict the dangers to come. The sorcerer's eye that can detect the future and dispel all illusions and false darkness. And the artifact of the fire giant Sucha, the eternal flame. This is what Odin took back from the fire giant when he fought against the 9 realms. Once the fire giant touches the eternal flame, it will become as huge as a mountain. In Thor 3, in order to save Asgard, Loki put Sucha's head in the eternal flame to fight Hela. Although it was successful, it also caused the twilight of the gods, and the entire Asgard domain was reduced to nothingness. There is not much introduction in the movie, but these things are undoubtedly very precious treasures. But only for others. For Lin Feng, who owns infinite gems, it is less attractive. After walking around for a while, Lin Feng finally didn't choose anything. With a face full of helplessness, Sol could only take Lin Feng back to Odin's palace first. He introduced many weapons and treasures to Lin Feng. These are the existences that countless Asgardian warriors covet. But when Lin Feng came here, these treasures seemed worthless. Oh, Odin, who was waiting for the return of the two, frowned. He thought about what kind of treasure Lin Feng would choose, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng came back empty-handed. Father, there is no treasure that Lin Feng wants in the treasury, Thor said aloud, confirming what Odin thought. There was some doubt in the one-eyed eyes, and Odin couldn't help asking, is there no treasure in my treasure house that His Excellency Lin Feng would like? Lin Feng waved his hand and said, the collection of the God King is very precious, but there is no treasure suitable for my fighting style. This has nothing to do with the collection of the God King. Lin Feng explained that it's not that he doesn't like Odin's collection, but that these collections are dispensable to him. Some even take it and become a burden. Is that right? Odin stroked his beard thoughtfully. He knew very well what was in his treasure house. Although there were few things that could help Lin Feng, they were not without. Lin Feng obviously prefers to take advantage of weapons or treasures that fit his fighting style. If this is the case, Odin feels that there is a place that can meet Lin Feng's request. In that case, how about letting Sol accompany you to Nidori? Nidori? Lin Feng frowned. That's right, the dwarves of Nidavi are good at forging all kinds of magical weapons. Sol's Mjolnir was made by the dwarves of Nidavi. Odin explained with a smile. They can tailor a powerful weapon for you. If you have any ideas, you can put them forward, and all your needs will be met there. Hearing Odin's suggestion, Lin Feng smiled and agreed without hesitation. Nidori? He knew the place. That place is a legend to many beings in the universe. Legend has it that the dwarves of Nidavi created terrifying weapons capable of dominating the entire universe. Not only Thor's Meow Hammer, but even Odin's Eternal Spear, the Storm Axe in Avengers 3, and even the Infinity Gloves are all made by Nidori's dwarves. Asgard provides protection for Nidavi, and the dwarves of Nidavi help Asgard create various artifacts. Of course, most of the weapons are crafted from Uru metal, whether it's the Storm Axe or the Meow Hammer. If Lin Feng wants any custom weapons, Nidori is the only place in the entire Marvel universe. Saying goodbye to Odin again, Lin Feng followed Sol through the passage of the Rainbow Bridge and landed on Nidori. In Avengers 3, Nidori Star was destroyed by Thanos when it appeared, and the whole planet fell into dead silence. Among the dwarves, only the dwarf king Aiqui survived. At this time, Nidori gave Lin Feng the feeling of being huge and magnificent. Huge rings of metallic circles surround a dying star. The forging device gathers high-intensity energy from the stars and shoots it towards the center of the ring. The dazzling fiery energy forms a beam of light and passes through the ring, providing energy for the entire Nidavi and turning it into a furnace. The dwarves were busy making all kinds of equipment under it, and sparks flew all over for a while, and the sound of clanging and knocking could be heard endlessly. Aiqui. Sol led Lin Feng and stopped one of the dwarves. It is said to be a dwarf, but his height must be at least 3 or 4 meters. Lin Feng couldn't understand why such a body was called a dwarf. Is it because of the body ratio of the Q version? The dwarf king Aiqui turned his head and looked at the shouting Sol. Sol, son of Odin, what do you want me to do? I'm very busy. The last batch of weapons has not arrived at the scheduled time. It will take a few days at the earliest. Aiqui, the Dwarf King, thought that Thor had come to urge Asgard to make him a weapon. Whenever the celestial bodies converge, there will be more or less wars in the 9 realms. This time is also the busiest time for the dwarves. They have to build a large number of weapons for Asgard. I didn't come to rush you, Aiqui, I brought a friend. Sol explained a sentence, and then smiled at Lin Feng. Let me introduce you, this is the Dwarf King, Aiqui. In this universe, no one is more powerful than the weapons they made. Sol said this sincerely. His Thor's hammer is really easy to use. There was a smile on Aiqui's somewhat unsmiling face, and Sol's praise was still very useful to him. Lin Feng nodded, and greeted the Dwarf King with a friendly smile. Aiqui, this is Lin Feng, a friend from the atrium. My father wants you to help him build a handy weapon. So I brought him here to find you. Huh? The dwarf Wang Aiqui stared at Lin Feng, who was much shorter than him, with wide eyes. For the first time, Odin asked him to build weapons for the atrium. Since it is the request of the God King, I understand. He will not refuse Odin's request. After all, there is a prior agreement. What kind of weapon do you need? Dwarf Dynasty asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng touched his chin. What kind of weapon? Asked suddenly. He was also a little confused. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng took out a blueprint from the system backpack. Can this thing be built? Chapter 117. It's a gun. But the kind that can boo-boo-boo. Lin Feng didn't know what weapon Superman should use. However, in some movies or comics before time travel, I saw some weapons used by Superman. The first one, of course, is the Sword of Superman. That thing is said to have been born in the aftermath of the Big Bang, and after the formation of the universe, it had the shape of a sword. There is Superman's S logo on the hilt. The stronger the connection between the sword and Superman, the greater the power of the sword. In the comics, when Superman holds the Superman sword and is so powerful that it is close to invincible, Superman actively interrupts the connection with the Superman sword and throws it into outer space, because Superman believes that no one in the universe should be so powerful. Lin Feng expressed that he could not understand this move at all. Who else thinks they are too strong? It can only be said that it is necessary for the plot. Although the Superman's sword was good, it was not something that Nidori's dwarves could just hit with a hammer. The rest are basically some armors, such as solar armors, kryptonite protective armors, and they are useless to Lin Feng. There are still some legendary artifacts that should be suitable for Lin Feng, but those are not what Nidori can create. It is good that Nidori can create artifacts, but that is limited to ordinary artifacts. The blueprint that Lin Feng gave to Aiqui was the best choice after his own thinking and combined with Nidori's ability. Of course, it is produced by the dog system, and the quality is still guaranteed. The Dwarf King read the blueprint given by Lin Feng several times, thoughtfully. Sol stared at the drawing strangely, and asked Lin Feng after repeated confirmation. Is this a gun? On the drawing, it is. The gun is the kind of unsightly pistol with low power in the blue star. It is just some internal depiction lines, which Sol can't understand. In his opinion, the only difference is that the size seems to be a circle larger than Lang Xing's normal pistol. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right, it's a gun. Sol was a little confused. Is it really a gun? Why would you want this thing? There are so many atriums in this thing. Sol was completely confused. Even if Lin Feng wanted a long gun, he could understand, but he wanted a pistol as strong as Lin Feng's level, not to mention ordinary guns. Even the most advanced thermal weapons in the entire universe may not be able to cause damage to Lin Feng, not to mention whether he could hit Lin Feng's outrageous speed. Sol, the Dwarf King Aiqui suddenly interrupted Sol. Don't just look at the surface. This thing is not as simple as you think. Dwarf King Aiqui shook the blueprint in his hand. Although it was in the shape of a gun, Its internal structure was very fine and complex. Even the Dwarf King couldn't figure out what the effect of that complicated pattern was for a while. Compared with the weapon that shoots peanuts in the atrium, except for the similarity in appearance, it is completely two things. I think the main attack method of your weapon is to emit energy, Kui said tentatively. That's right, he is indeed the king of Nidoi. Lin Feng smiled, and he couldn't understand the lines drawn by the dog system. But Kui could see something. After thinking about it, Lin Feng felt that this was the most suitable weapon for him at present. He wanted to create a weapon that could withstand the power of the Infinity Stone and fear it. The gun is currently the best choice, and it will become one of Lin Feng's long-range attack methods in the future. Compared with heat rays, it will be easier to use and more flexible. His heat rays gather energy into the eyes, and then emit it. This behavior more or less takes some time to warm up and adjust, and after the blessing of infinite gems, it takes longer to warm up. This can be seen from Lin Feng's fight against Chitauri's mothership in Avengers 1. And the gun is much more convenient. Just draw the gun and shoot. The power is related to the amount of energy you output instantly. The premise is that the Dwarf King Kui can create it and successfully enchant it. Then, let's talk about your needs. The Dwarf King put the drawings aside and asked Lin Feng's requirements. There should be no problem in making this weapon. Now let's see what additional requirements Lin Feng has. Lin Feng nodded and said, the gun I need, I hope it can carry the power of the Infinity Stone. I want it to emit energy continuously and at a high rate, as fast as it can. Also, I want 2 of these guns. Lin Feng raised 2 fingers. As soon as these words came out, Thor and the Dwarf King Kui looked at each other. Good guy, you are really not polite at all. How can it be built? Lin Feng asked. The Dwarf King paused, glanced at Sol, and nodded hesitantly. It's okay to build it. But he also had some concerns. He could make the high-end goods that Lin Feng wanted. After all, Lin Feng gave all the blueprints, as long as they are carefully and accurately described, to create it. However, if Lin Feng wanted to continuously and quickly emit the energy of the Infinity Gems, and it was relatively stable, ordinary metals would not be enough. Even the best materials in his hands cannot carry the energy of the Infinity Stones. The basic high-frequency output is several times, and the weapon will be abolished. As if seeing Kui's concerns, Sol found out a large piece of metal material from nowhere and handed it over. Alu metal should be used as the material. This is what the God King asked me to bring. Kui took the alu metal with some surprise. He didn't expect Sol to be willing to use alu metal to make weapons for Lin Feng. Alu metal is the metallic mineral of Asgard. The output is not low, but it is definitely not high. Among Asgard's combat units, only high-level fighters are eligible to use weapons mixed with alu metal. It can be said that alu metal is very precious. The forging of alu metal is also relatively difficult. Basically, forging alu metal requires the ultra-high temperature of a neutron star to melt it. Asgard is willing to use alu metal to make weapons for Lin Feng, which is enough to show that Lin Feng is a distinguished guest of Asgard. As for enchanting, Sol thought for a while, and continued, after you build it, I will bring it back to Asgard for enchanting. Lin Feng's strength is tyrannical, and Sol is worried that ordinary enchanting will not meet Lin Feng's requirements. Dwarf King Kui nodded, I understand. If it is made of alu metal, it can fully meet the needs of His Excellency Lin Feng. I personally built this weapon, and it will be finished in about 2 days. Since he is a distinguished guest and alu metal is also used, the Dwarf King Kui intends to build this weapon himself. After all, the textures in the blueprints had higher requirements, and he was afraid that the clansmen would mess them up if they were not careful. It's not as simple as making a mold and pouring molten alu metal into it. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. Then I will ask Your Excellency Kui. I will visit you in 2 days. 3 days. Sol interrupted. I'm going to take it back to Asgard and enchant it. Lin, in 3 days, you can go directly to Asgard to find me. Chapter 118. What a big dog thing. Tell saying goodbye to Sol. Lin Feng returned to Blue Star. To be honest, he was still looking forward to the weapon that the Dwarf King made for him. Although these two guns will not bring much improvement to Lin Feng's attack strength. But this thing is too sweet for sneak attack. Lin Feng has already thought of 108 ways to use firearms. At that time, when Trademark sees the exile again, he shoots directly with the time gem, immobilizes him, and then throws him into the sun to take a hot bath. If you want to blow up any planet, just shoot with the power gem, which is much more convenient than Lin Feng punching himself, or using heat rays. Mainly, he is more handsome than hitting with fists. And to be honest, the feeling that Silver Superman gave Lin Feng was not as convenient as imagined. It's not that Silver Superman is not strong enough, but that Lin Feng has only learned one method of using telekinesis so far. He tried to shrink himself to the size of an ant, but he never succeeded. I don't know if it's because the ability still needs to grow for a while, or the physique of Superman Silver is just like this. The ability comes inexplicably, as if there is no pattern. While thinking, Lin Feng walked out of the portal, which was his small villa. What? As soon as he walked out of the portal, a huge black shadow rushed towards him. Subconsciously, Lin Feng slapped him across the face. That feeling, as if fanning on a huge mountain of meat. Boom. After being slapped by Lin Feng, the black shadow flew far away and fell on the lawn. The behemoth howled in pain. Lin Feng looked suspiciously, and was shocked immediately. What a big dog! Exclamation mark. A big Dan dog. How can there be such a big dog? Bigger than Lin Feng's Lamborghini, not like the Blue Star breed at all. No wonder it felt like hitting a mountain of meat just now. At this time, the huge dog was lying on the ground and rolling continuously. Although Lin Feng's slap was unconsciously slapped out, a dog couldn't bear it. The dog rolled around in pain, howling non-stop. The scream of the big dog caught the attention of the villa. The door of the villa was quickly opened, and three women, 2, 1, and 1, ran out. It was Susan, Wanda, and a half-grown girl in a goose yellow dress, whom Lin Feng didn't recognize. Tetanus. Forest. Seeing the dog rolling and howling in pain, the girl jumped on her, stretched out her little hand with a distressed expression, and kept stroking the dog's head. Susan saw Lin Feng, and jumped into his arms. Oh, my treasure. Miss me. Lin Feng hugged Susan with a smile on his face, and kept stroking her head with his big hands. Susan raised her head, her eyes were full of smiles. She slapped Lin Feng's troubled hands away, and said, I thought about it. Of course I did. Why have you been out for so long? Didn't you say 2 months? It's been half a year. Hey, there was an accident. Lin Feng scratched his head with a smile, then pointed at the dog and the girl, and asked Susan, I'll talk about my affairs later. Let me tell you what's going on first. Susan looked in the direction he pointed, and just noticed the dog lying on the ground, and saw Lin Feng as soon as she got out of the villa, which made her forget the dog's screaming in an instant. Her surprised little mouth opened slightly. Lin, you got a tetanus? Lin Feng asked with a question mark on his face. Do you know this thing? I didn't want to either. As soon as I left the portal, I saw a black shadow rushing towards me. I subconsciously slapped it. Lin Feng explained with an innocent face. But it is also true that the dog was hit by Lin Feng. The half-grown girl stood up and pointed at Lin Feng angrily. Bad guys. The dog called Tetanus also stood up tremblingly, whimpering non-stop, looking at Lin Feng with resentment in his little eyes. The dog's mouth opened, and something came out, big and white and pointed. What? The girl squatted down anxiously to pick up what the dog spit out. What a big dog tooth. Tetanus. You've lost your teeth. The girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. Obviously, it was Lin Feng who found it. Susan looked at Lin Feng with a blaming face. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Lin Feng still looked innocent. Damn. He really doesn't blame me. A black shadow rushed towards him. Slapping him was a subconscious reaction. Anyone else would have the same reaction. Well, Susan sighed. He also knew that Lin Feng's order could not be intentional, so he could only step forward to comfort the girl. Da Wanda greeted Lin Feng in a somewhat restrained manner, but Da Lin Feng didn't say anything. The two left before they were fully familiar with Lin Feng, and they left for half a year. Wanda was a little restrained, and Lin Feng could completely understand. After some tossing, several people and a dog finally sat in the villa. The caring maid Wanda has already gone to prepare drinks for several people. Sitting on the sofa, the girl kept nodding and bowing to Lin Feng in apology. The huge dog was squatting beside her, whimpering non-stop. After some explanations, the girl also knew that it was her dog's fault, and she was very worried about scolding Lin Feng as a bad person. "My name is Crystal. It's called tetanus." The girl introduced herself and the big dog shyly. She misunderstood Lin Feng just now, which made her feel a little embarrassed at the moment. "It's all because of the tetanus. What's the point of throwing yourself at someone if you have nothing to do?" Thinking of this, Crystal stretched out her hand, and patted the dog's head in embarrassment, neither light nor heavy. Goozy whimpered again. Obviously it was the stranger. The stranger suddenly came out of the portal. The dog is afraid it is the bad guy. Goozy was aggrieved, but he didn't say anything. A world where only dogs get hurt is born. Lin Feng was a little surprised by Crystal's knowledge and understanding. "I thought it was an unreasonable combination of a girl and a vicious dog, but it was unexpectedly sensible." Okay, now that the misunderstanding is resolved, it's okay," Susan warmly said. "Crystal is my father's niece and my cousin." Susan introduced to Lin Feng with a smile. "Crystal often comes to see me to play. It's just that the past 2 years have been relatively heavy, and today I finally took a break, so I came to see me." Lin Feng nodded slightly, but his attention was on the big dog. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his face was thoughtful. Seeing Lin Feng staring at the big dog, Susan patted him and explained, "Crystal told me that tetanus seems to be caused by eating something bad when I was a child. After getting sick, it will grow bigger and bigger. Don't worry, although it's big, it's very friendly." Lin Feng looked away from the aggrieved dog's face, looked at Susan with some embarrassment, and hesitated to speak. "Who told you such nonsense? No matter how much a dog eats, it is impossible to become bigger than a car!" Lin Feng smiled weakly. Well, actually, when he heard the names Crystal and tetanus, he already had some guesses. Combined with that ridiculously big silly dog, Lin Feng isn't this the Inhumans? The guys who live on the back of the moon? Wait a moment. Lin Feng suddenly stopped laughing. What did Susan just say? Crystal is her cousin? Chapter 119 The Inhumans, Wanda and Pietro's recent situation. Crystal is a member of the royal family of the Inhumans, so is Susan also an Inhumans? Great doubts appeared in Lin Feng's heart. The Inhumans are the product of a series of experiments conducted by the Kree on Homo sapiens. If you really want to count, it was probably a few million years ago. For some unknown reason, the Kree abandoned these experiments. But the Inhuman race survived and developed rapidly. They developed their own social system and lived an isolated life, which also gave them technology beyond human beings. Through Terrigen mists, they can gain all kinds of superpowers, but this is not without side effects. Unchecked exposure to Terrigen mists has caused a large portion of Inhuman genetic damage and deformity. To mitigate these mutations, their city of Attilan migrated frequently. Eventually, until now, the Inhumans' cities have migrated to the moon. The social status of Inhumans is determined by the abilities born after exposure to Terrigen mists. And once designated, any alien race, no matter how great or powerful they are, cannot change their social status. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Susan full of surprise. Although he has never studied this aspect of human relations. But cousin, could Susan really be an Inhuman race? Perhaps it was because Lin Feng's research eyes were too straightforward, and Susan felt a little uncomfortable. After half a year, why did the big boy become so weird? She looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. What do you want? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and smiled maliciously. Now, not so good. Okay. Susan was taken aback for a moment, and then her pretty face blushed, and she realized what Lin Feng meant. "What are you talking about?" Susan scratched Lin Feng's shoulder with her paw. "There are still minors here. He. Didn't you ask that?" Lin Feng teased without shame. "Too lazy to talk to you." Susan rolled her eyes coquettishly, then turned to talk to Crystal. As expected of Lin Feng, that big boy who likes to drive. While talking, Wanda also made drinks and brought them over. Juice, Coke, very regular drinks. It is worth mentioning that she also specially prepared a basin for the big dog Tetanus. Caring, the dogs all have Coke. However, Lin Feng remembered that Tetanus seemed to be a member of the inhuman race. At that time, it seemed that he became a dog after awakening his superpowers through the use of Terrigen Mist. Lin Feng is not too sure about this breed. It might be a Shar-Pei. The awakening ability turned into a dog. Lin Feng shook his head amusedly. "This man is also a bit miserable." Lin Feng took the drink from Wanda, and Xandie shook it. He was a little overjoyed to see it. "Are you still used to living here?" Wanda started talking nonsense again. Susan, who was chatting with Crystal, rolled her eyes. Did Lin Feng really think that he had only been away for 2 months? "It's been half a year. Okay." Wanda glanced at Susan and smiled nicely. "It's been a good time." The skills are also mastered very proficiently. Susan treats Wanda like a little sister. Maybe it was because she had a younger sister, so Susan subconsciously put herself in the role of older sister. She takes care of Wanda everywhere, buys clothes and supplies, and sometimes cooks for Wanda herself. After all, who doesn't like a pure Xandana? Even if she is the same gender. To put it in a whisper, Susan felt that holding Wanda to sleep at night was like holding a big soft pillow. It's not much better than holding Lin Feng. Wanda was also very touched by Susan's series of care. Obviously he is a wage earner, but he lives like a rich lady. "Your brother Pietro?" Lin Feng asked casually after taking a sip of juice. This guy doesn't know how he's doing in SHIELD. And he doesn't know how his abilities are developing, but I think it should be more comfortable than before, with a job, a salary, and social security! Although Black Braised Egg likes to exploit employees, he still has to give what should be given. Pietro seems the work is very positive, and the salary is not low. Wanda smiled. Lin Feng just helped the two of them, but their lives are getting better and better. To be honest, Wanda has always been grateful to Lin Feng in her heart. However, Pietro seems to be very busy recently. Hearing from him, there is no danger. Wanda thought that Pietro didn't seem to answer her calls very much recently, and he should be on a mission. Although she said there was no danger, there was still some worry in Wanda's eyes. Okay. Hearing this, Lin Feng closed his eyes and sensed Pietro's position. If it was convenient for him, he called Pietro to have dinner together. Although Pietro works for SHIELD, he is strictly speaking Lin Feng's younger brother. There seems to be nothing wrong with caring about the younger brother. Silver Superman's super hearing is obviously much stronger than Man of Steel. In just an instant, Lin Feng located Pietro's position. This guy is in the east now? It seems to be performing some mission. After hesitating for a while, Lin Feng gave up the decision to call Pietro over for dinner, and let this kid perform the task first. Turning around, he dragged the marinated egg and came to the door again. Lin Feng didn't want to see the black marinated egg. "Don't worry, Wanda, Pietro is not in danger. I can see him," Lin Feng said to Wanda. When Wanda heard this, the worry in her eyes gradually disappeared, and a little moved gradually appeared. She has experienced Lin Feng's strength deeply, and his words are still very authoritative in Wanda's mind. As for why she was a little moved, this chick thought that Lin Feng was Pietro who cared for her. But I don't know that Lin Feng just glanced at the cheap little brother casually, without such meaning at all. By the way, about Tony Stark. Has Pietro checked it out? Lin Feng suddenly thought of this and asked immediately. What was promised to Pietro at that time was free investigation within the scope of authority. Now that half a year has passed, there must be a result. Hearing Lin Feng mention the past, Wanda's eyes were a bit complicated, and her mood was obviously depressed. But there was also a hint of relief. Pietro has investigated. It is indeed the batch of rockets that Obadiah sold. And it is indeed a KB event that has nothing to do with Stark. We got Tony Stark wrong. After finishing speaking, Wanda sighed, and Tony Stark, who had hated Tony Stark for more than 10 years, was not their enemy. Wanda's words seemed to relieve him, but Lin Feng could still feel Wanda's sadness. After all, even if it was the rocket shot by Obadiah, it was also made by Stark Industries. Both Wanda and Pietro understand the truth, but people are emotional animals after all, and it may take some time to completely let go. Lin Feng shook his head and didn't mention it anymore. Chapter 120 Talk to Crystal. Why do you keep nodding and shaking your head? Looking at the time, it was almost evening. Susan and Crystal didn't know what they were talking about. Their laughter was trembling. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, and after thinking for a while, he asked Susan as if reminding him, "Honey, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" "What?" Susan, who was happily chatting with Crystal, paused. She subconsciously turned her head to look at the clock, only to realize that it was evening. "It's 5 o'clock." Susan stood up. "I'm going to prepare dinner. Do you want to chat for a while?" Lin Feng nodded, and Crystal had no objection. She came to find Susan for food and drink. Everyone here likes to eat, and the big dog Tetanus is no exception. Hearing that there is food, he turns around excitedly, as if he has forgotten the pain of the dog's tooth breaking. "Let me help you." Wanda stood up and followed Susan to the kitchen. Susan didn't refuse. Usually 2 people eat, and it can be finished quickly. Wanda or herself is fine. Today, there are 4 people and 1 dog, and Lin Feng has just come back. Susan wants to make dinner bigger. "Fortunately, I went to the mall after returning from traveling in Maldives, and the refrigerator was full of stock." The 2 girls ran to the kitchen to get busy. There were only 2 people and a dog left in the living room. Lin Feng's slightly thoughtful gaze circled Tetanus and Crystal back and forth. He deliberately distracted Susan and Wanda, because he had some questions to ask Crystal. Lin Feng was fortunate enough to watch 2 episodes of Inhumans. The quality and plot. Lin Feng doesn't know what to say. Although he didn't see it, Lin Feng still remembered some of the plot settings in it. Crystal is the younger sister of the Inhuman Queen Medusa. In the comics, the relationship between Crystal and Quicksilver and Human Torch in the Fantastic Four is old and complicated. Dog blood love triangle. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Feng can remember the Crystal men also have a gossip heart. After Crystal and Quan got married, they still maintained an ambiguous relationship with the Playboy of Thunderbolt. Quan directly collapsed, and the marriage broke down as a result. Dog blood. Too bloody. But the current Crystal, no matter how you look at it, is a half-grown girl. And Lin Feng is not sure whether the Inhumans here are the same as the setting in the original book, because the age of the Crystal is not quite right. Lin Feng didn't care much about these things. What he wanted to know more was whether Susan was an Inhuman or not. Crystal didn't understand why Lin Feng kept stabbing her with his eyes, but felt that his scalp was a little numb, and his buttocks felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, and they kept twisting and turning on the sofa. In desperation, he could only keep praying back and forth on the big head of the Tetanus with his hands. Tetanus, feeling his forehead, became hot, and a few short dog hairs fell out. "Crystal." Lin Feng spoke to break the silence. Crystal paused for a moment as if frightened, and showed an embarrassed smile. "Hello." He wouldn't want to pursue the matter of the Tetanus attacking him, right? The Tetanus has already apologized. "I haven't seen her for 2 years, and I didn't expect my cousin to have a boyfriend, but for some reason, Crystal always has some inexplicable fear of Lin Feng in her heart." Lin Feng tilted his head and asked directly, "Little Crystal, you are not staying on the moon. What are you doing here?" Shock. Crystal opened her mouth wide in surprise. What happened? Why was it suddenly revealed by others? Clutching the nape of the Tetanus neck nervously with her small hands, Crystal subconsciously denied, "You, what are you talking about?" Ha 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 ha. Even her cousin Susan didn't know she lived on the moon. How could her boyfriend know? "Did you reveal yourself?" Susan already knew that she was an Inhuman race. The little girl's brain power is very strong, and the cold sweat of the brain has come down. Sister Medusa has warned her not to reveal the identity of the Inhumans in front of Susan. Now maybe it's not just a simple matter of receiving a love education. Looking at the inexplicably panicked Crystal, Lin Feng frowned, with a question mark on his forehead. Why does it feel like I am bullying a child, and I feel more or less guilty? Don't be afraid, Lin Feng comforted. Look, I will also have superpowers. As he said that, Lin Feng let go of the hand holding the juice bottle, and the juice bottle did not fall to the ground, but instead floated in midair as if there was no gravity. This scene made Crystal's eyes widen. She is familiar with superpowers. There are many people with superpowers in the Inhuman race, and the big dog Tetanus is one of them. Are you my clan? Crystal asked in surprise. What brain circuit is this? With a question mark on Lin Feng's face, he shook his head. I'm not. It's not that only Inhumans can use superpowers. You haven't answered my question yet. Why are you on Blue Star? Knowing that Lin Feng was not a stranger, Crystal was a little disappointed, and turned to look at Susan and Wanda, who were busy in the kitchen. Answer Lin Feng's question. I'm here to play with Sister Susan. The moon is meaningless, nothing. Blue Star has both delicious food and fun. I like Blue Star, but I don't like the moon. Crystal solemnly said that compared with Blue Star, Attilan's area is not large, and although the technology is developing well, it is still not as lively and prosperous as the ground. After coming to Blue Star once, Crystal couldn't bear it, and often ran to Blue Star. For convenience, you have to bring a Tetanus. After all, the superpower of this big dog is teleportation. Are you the only one who came to Blue Star? Lin Feng continued to ask. Crystal nodded, shook her head again, and pointed at the silly dog who kept breathing. It means there is also Tetanus. Lin Feng and Shag looked at each other and frowned. Could it be that the Crystal escaped secretly? Anyway, she is also a member of the royal family of the Inhuman race, and even the Queen's younger sister. She doesn't even have a guard when she goes out. Although strictly speaking, Tetanus can be regarded as half a guard. Medusa agrees with you to come down and play. You know my sister? Crystal asked in surprise. Lin Feng nodded and lied without any pressure. Yes, he knew Crystal's sister Medusa, the woman whose hair was used as a weapon. It's just that Medusa doesn't know him. Girls are easy to deceive. After a few words, they completely let go of their guard against Lin Feng. Cousin Susan's boyfriend also knows her sister. Isn't that equal to her own? My sister ... She agreed. Crystal said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and it turned out that Crystal was telling the truth. With the Mind Stone and the super sense of Superman Silver, no one can lie in front of Lin Feng. All right, Lin Feng smacked his lips, and then asked the question he was most concerned about. Is your sister Susan also an Inhuman race? Through Susan's performance and the description of the big dog, it is obvious that Susan does not know the existence of the Inhuman race. And this silly girl actually believes that dogs can grow so big after eating bad food. Facing Lin Feng's question, Crystal thought about it seriously, then nodded again, and shook her head again. Lin Feng couldn't see this move. Why did he keep nodding and shaking his head? What did he mean? Chapter 121 The increasingly thinner marinated egg. The first appearance of the spear game. Sister Susan is not an Inhuman, but she is indeed my cousin. Crystal hesitated and said so. Sister Medusa told me this, but Sister Susan doesn't know the existence of Inhumans. Saying that, Jing Jing moved closer to Lin Feng's direction in a serious manner, making a gesture of whispering. You must not tell Sister Susan about the Inhuman race. Sister Medusa won't let me tell. Hiss. Lin Feng's pupils trembled when he heard this, and a raging flame of gossip ignited in his chest. It's the breath of melon. Interesting, very interesting. Crystal, a member of the Inhuman royal family, is Susan's cousin. It makes sense that Susan should also be a member of the royal family of the Inhuman race. But Susan is not an Inhuman race, and doesn't even know the existence of Inhuman race. The amount of information contained in it made Lin Feng interested. Well, it turns out that Susan still has such a mysterious identity here. Interesting. I thought it was an ordinary little reporter. but I didn't expect such a big secret to be hidden behind it. Dense. Lin Feng decided to go to the moon himself, and ask Medusa Susan what's going on. But not now. Lin Feng has to wait for the reality gem to talk about other things. After all, the reality gem is more important, and the celestial body convergence will come soon. Before that, I just stayed in Blue Star honestly for a few days before talking. As for Crystal, a half-grown kid who couldn't speak clearly, Lin Feng didn't expect her to say anything useful. The conversation is over. With Wanda's help, dinner was prepared quickly. 4 people and 1 dog happily enjoyed the food. It is said that a little farewell is better than a newlywed, and in these few days of leisure, Lin Feng lived a 4-person 1-dog world with Susan shamelessly. Well, just be careful to avoid Crystal and Wanda. Oh yes, and tetanus. 2 days later, in SHIELD, Nick Fury frowned, eating a cheap hamburger. Many things that happened recently made his big black head start to ache again. Protecting the world is a hard job, and the black stewed egg is getting thinner and thinner in this high-pressure environment. Since taking over SHIELD, Luden feels that he hasn't had a good night's sleep a few times. No, just now, a supernatural phenomenon happened in London. Someone called the police, and others ran away. I didn't want to care about it at first, but only SHIELD is more suitable for supernatural phenomena. At this moment, the agents of SHIELD have gone over and taken over the entire venue. But generally speaking, SHIELD does not have accidents. In the office, Hill placed a document in front of Nick Fury. Above are some recent pieces of information. Nick Fury pawed at the folder twice and sighed. I don't want to see it, you tell me. After finishing speaking, Black Braised Egg continued to eat hamburgers and chose to be lazy. Recently, there are so many documents that his eyes hurt. And none of the news is good news. All of them are headaches. Hill rolled his eyes quietly, but didn't dare to refute. There are 3 things in total, Director. Well, let's talk about the same thing. Potato pushed the document aside, which affected his mood of enjoying the burger. Okay. Hill shrugged, who called her a subordinate. The first thing is about the progress of the Eastern Spear Bureau's borrowing of Pietro's mission. For now, Pietro's side is ready, and the countdown to action has begun. It is estimated that the mission will begin early tomorrow morning, and Pietro is expected to return to the team in 2 days. Black Braised Egg nodded, he knew about it. Pietro was taken away by the mysterious force from the East a few days ago. The Spear Bureau, yes, the Eastern Superhero Organization, borrowed Pietro. When the Divine Spear Bureau was established, the Black Marinated Eggs do not know, only know that the Divine Spear Bureau gradually emerged after the Chitauri invasion incident. The Spears did not hide the reason for borrowing Pietro. Just a few days ago, at the bottom of Taibai Mountain in the east, a huge energy reaction was discovered. After investigation by the Divine Spear Bureau, it was discovered that there was a relic left by an alien civilization at the bottom of the mountain. In the center of the ruins, there is a huge alien spaceship. For some unknown reason, the alien spaceship activated itself and entered a running state. Originally, this was an exciting thing for the East, but the alien spacecraft has activated a system similar to self-defense. The attack strength of the defense system exceeded the imagination of the Spear Bureau, and the hard alloy collapsed and disintegrated in less than a second under the defense system of the spacecraft. The reason why Pietro was borrowed was to use Pietro's super speed to turn off the defense system of the alien spacecraft. The description of the Spear Bureau is very simple. It's not that their superheroes are not powerful enough, but that they need a professional counterpart with extreme speed. Although the Spear Bureau said there was no danger, Butan didn't relax in the slightest. He always felt that things would not be resolved so easily. However, the Divine Spear Bureau requested to borrow it, and the Black Marinated Egg had to borrow it. There are not a few superpowers in the Divine Spear Bureau, and the power system is relatively complete. Luden believes that this is an opportunity to make friends with the Eastern Superhero Organization, and the Divine Spear Bureau has given a generous reward. So Pietro was successfully borrowed by them. As for Pietro, After more than half a year of training and task execution, he is now able to complete some tasks alone. Braised Egg now only hopes that he is thinking too much, so that Pietro will not have any problems this time. At this point in his thoughts, Marinate asked, "What about the second thing?" "The second thing is the vision of London." Last news from agents in London. Saul appeared and took Jane Foster away. Saul. Black Braised Egg frowned. Thor hasn't been to Blue Star for a long time since the Chitauri invasion, including that boy Lin Feng, who also often runs to the universe, running for half a year. Who is Jane Foster? Black Braised Egg asked. The name felt familiar and strange to him. Have you forgotten? Hill was speechless. She's Saul's girlfriend, an astrophysicist. When Saul first came, we also confiscated Jane's research manuscript. What else? Black Braised Egg squeezed the space between his brows. It was fine, and his head started to hurt again. When he was thinking about whether to let Pietro come back, he brought some local products of the 6 nuclear bombs in the East to refresh his mind. Yes. According to the on-site investigation, Saul took Jane away after the vision in London. This time, Jane's body seems to have some problems. The police officer who was close to her was knocked away by an unknown red energy, but she was not injured. Continue to pay attention to this matter. Black Braised Egg clapped his hands and ordered, "Since Saul has taken Jane away, let Saul deal with it." Being able to save one thing and one thing less, Black Braised Egg threw out the work without hesitation. Since it has something to do with Saul, it will be resolved by Saul. What's the third thing? I hope it's good news. Chapter 122. The Thor 2 plot begins. The two rabbits walk next to each other, poking and jumping. The third thing? I don't know if this is good news. Speak. Lin Feng is back. The corner of Black Braised Egg's mouth twitched, and he fell silent, with an uneasy expression on his face. Hill. Black Braised Egg. Don't mention him to me. My head hurts even more. That kid Lin Feng didn't like to talk about oil and salt, and he got a headache when he mentioned Lin Feng. Lin Feng can be regarded as the most unstable factor on Blue Star. He basically acts on his own feelings and doesn't follow orders. What's even more exasperating is that you still can't control him, and you have no legitimate reason to restrain him. Hill had a strange expression on his face, ignored what he said, and continued to report. Lin Feng brought a black parasite to Tony. For now, we don't know the characteristics of the black parasite, and Tony Stark is unwilling to disclose the information to us. But from the intelligence point of view, that black parasite can give ordinary people superpowers. Steve, who Tony can fight without armor now, can't take care of himself. Mazfak. Black Braised Egg's blood pressure rose and he had difficulty breathing. Sure enough, getting involved with Lin Feng was even more troublesome than Saul. When he saw Tony's new battle suit last time, his jaw dropped in shock. He never thought that someone could actually travel through the timeline. Even stronger than Carol can't do such outrageous things. And the most troublesome thing is that Lin Feng brought Tony some souvenirs from the future. Doesn't he know that changing the past at will cause unpredictable and serious consequences? To sum up, the role of Lin Feng, in the eyes of the Marinated Egg, is becoming more and more uncontrollable and frustrating. One more question, Hill said. Whether it's a spaceship suddenly running in the east, an abnormal teleportation phenomenon in London, or Lin Feng's return. It all happened before the arrival of Juxing Lianzhu. Oh, a gleam flashed in the eyes of Black Braised Egg. You mean these 3 incidents are related to Juxing Lianzhu? It's just speculation, but the suggestion given by the technician is to ask Lin Feng for confirmation. After all, Mr. Lin Feng possesses abilities and information that we cannot match. Hearing this, Black Braised Egg nodded, knocked on the table and fell into deep thought. It is not unreasonable for the technicians to give this suggestion. They already know that Lin Feng has been to the future once. In other words, Lin Feng appointed to know some future news, and asking Lin Feng for confirmation was the fastest and most accurate channel to obtain information. Do you need to meet with Lin Feng? He is still in the villa now. Seeing that the black corned egg was silent, Hill asked. Black Braised Egg waved his hand. He always had some bad premonition, as if a catastrophe was brewing, and it would definitely appear on the Spear Bureau or Sol. Call Coulson over here, I want to meet Lin Feng in person. Hill nodded and went down to make preparations before leaving. 10 minutes later, a Quinjet fighter jet, carrying black braised eggs and Coulson, flew straight to Lin Feng's villa. At this time, in Lin Feng's villa, two beautiful women, two big and one small, were playing in the swimming pool. Lin Feng was sitting on the beach chair next to him, showing a smirk from time to time. Superb view. There's nothing more satisfying than looking at bikini girls by the pool. Lin Feng's mood at the moment is sunny. Of course, it mainly depends on Susan and Wanda. It's like two rabbits walking side by side, poking and jumping, seductive, happy. But looking at the crystal again, Lin Feng couldn't help but smack his lips, losing interest. The front is not convex and the back is not warped, as the name suggests, flat like crystal. It's not as towering as a mountain like in the comics, and I don't know if it will develop when I grow up. As he was thinking about it, the sound of an engine suddenly sounded in his ears. Lin Feng looked up at the sky suspiciously. He could feel that someone was coming for him. Looking across countless obstacles, he saw a Kan-type fighter plane flying in his direction. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He saw the situation in the cabin. Coulson, and marinated eggs. What are they doing here? Looking at the three people who were still playing in the water, Lin Feng touched his chin and shouted, Susan, Wanda. There are guests coming. You go in and change your clothes. He wasn't that generous. He let black braised eggs see Susan and Wanda's swimsuits. Okay, I get it. Hearing this, the three of them stopped playing in the water, looked at each other and walked back to the villa. Who's the guest? Want me to prepare some drinks? Susan thoughtfully jumped in front of Lin Feng and asked. Xandia trembled. No need, baby, you go in first. Lin Feng waved his hand. What drink? He doesn't deserve it. A few minutes later, the Quinjet fighter jet arrived at Lin Feng's villa with a whistling sound. The fighter plane landed slowly on the lawn. The hatch opened, and the black stewed egg led Coulson down. Fortunately, the lawn of Lin Feng's villa was big enough, otherwise there would be no place to park this big guy. Lin Feng was wearing a pair of swimming trunks, showing his muscular body, and greeted him with his dead fish eyes. What are you doing here? Destroying my lawn. Lu Dan adjusted his clothes, ignored Lin Feng's questioning, and said with a serious expression, I need to understand something with you, Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and sat down on the beach chair. Say, I'll give you 10 minutes. Hurry up and go. A look of not waiting to be seen. Black braised egg didn't care. He just threw a document to Lin Feng. It was the document that Hill had given him. Look at this first. Lin Feng scratched his butt, not wanting to see it. But in order to deal with the corned eggs as soon as possible, I patiently flipped through them quickly. Seeing Lin Feng's reading speed of 10 pages per second, Black Brain's blood pressure rose a bit. With a snap, within 10 seconds, Lin Feng closed the file and frowned. It was only a few pages, but Lin Feng saw the key information at a glance. He knew that Pietro was in the east, but he didn't expect to have something to do with the Spear Bureau. It was the first time that God's Spear Bureau appeared in his field of vision. Lin Feng thought about it carefully, and there was no description of the God of Spears in the Marvel movies or dramas. It's just that there is such an Oriental superhero organization in comics and settings. Moreover, this investigation also mentioned an unknown spaceship, which roused Lin Feng's interest, which was not present in the Marvel plot. It's over. You've done a good job in intelligence work, Director Braised Egg. So what exactly do you want to ask? Braised Dan coughed. Then I'll ask directly. These two things, including your return to Blue Star, are they related to Juxing Lianzu? Oh? Lin Feng froze for a moment. Why do you ask that? It's just some guesswork. Braised Egg replied. Lin Feng bowed his head and thought for a while. Before pondering, he continued, I don't know about the matter of the Spear Bureau, but Sol took Jane away, and it does have something to do with Juxing Lianzu. Chapter 123 Thor arrives. Father asked me to invite you as for me. It was just an accident that I came back at this time. Lin Feng casually said that the intelligence work of the marinated egg was really good, and he was able to deduce that he had traveled to the future. Tony wouldn't talk about this with Luden, so it could only be analyzed by the staff of Luden himself. Braised Egg nodded. It seems that the situation is not exactly as he thought. Okay, then let's talk about the souvenirs you brought to Tony. Braised stared fixedly at Lin Feng, and asked about two big things that Lin Feng did recently. A technological battle armor that surpasses the current technology by at least 10 years, and an alien parasite with unknown capabilities. Lin Feng, aren't you going to explain? As if he felt that his words were inappropriate, Luden immediately explained, I mean, have you seen the impending disaster in the future? Oh? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. You want to know the future? The black-corned egg was silent, and his expression had already answered on his behalf. I will not tell you. Black stewed eggs obviously feel blood pressure rise. Coulson tried his best to hold back his laughter. Lin Feng's sudden childishness left Ludan speechless. He took a deep breath. I just want to know if there are unforeseen disasters in the future so I can be prepared. Staring at Lin Feng with one eye, Luden said in a tone that seemed to see through everything. Don't tell me about the butterfly effect, Lin Feng. You don't seem to be someone who obeys the laws of time. Hee. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Of course I'm not, but with all due respect, you can't prevent future disasters. The information you got is not accurate, Chief Braised Egg. The future I went to is the future of the parallel universe. It's not the same thing as our future. Our universe doesn't have much similarity to that parallel universe. Lin Feng said so. If there is no Lin Feng, then all the plots will develop according to the original. However, what Lin Feng did has greatly changed the mainline development of this universe. So even if Lin Feng told Black Braised Egg what happened in the future, it would not help, because even Lin Feng doesn't know what the future of this universe is going to be. As far as I can tell you, the only thing I can do is to take all the precautions I can. As far as Lin Feng's understanding of marinated eggs, he probably didn't know the existence of Thanos. He is the current blue star in the Marvel Universe and will face the biggest threat. But Lin Feng didn't bother to say it, and it was useless to say it, because Thanos might get his lunch soon. Thanos, who collects infinite gems, will soon face Lin Feng. At that time, it will be the end of purple sweet potato essence. After thinking about it, Lin Feng continued, as for the two things I gave Tony Stark, they are also to guard against unknown dangers, in order not to be helpless when disaster strikes. About that black parasite, I can also tell you about his characteristics. He is a symbiont from an extraterrestrial body, which can make the host of a physique beyond that of ordinary people. With him, he can easily make the physical fitness surpass Steve. And strictly speaking, he doesn't have any shortcomings. You can rest assured. Speaking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help looking forward to Tony's future development. Mark 85, a super-evolved symbiont. And in a short while, Tony's symbiote Stinger will be able to reproduce itself. At that time, it only needs to extrude a small part from itself to transform into a new symbiosis. In the next few years, Tony can build a team with an average American captain. Just thinking about this picture is very exciting. And with Lin Feng checking in, you don't have to care whether the symbiote is it evil, Mind Stone to understand. This could be regarded as Lin Feng's last step of defense for Blue Star. After hearing this, Jaime Dan already had a general idea in his heart. Although Lin Feng didn't reveal too much information, it was all dry stuff. He also understands that the future is not set in stone. Disasters may come sooner, not at all, or worse. After thinking about it, Bitten suddenly opened his mouth and said, "That black symbiont, right? Where can I find him?" Braised Egg keenly grasped the information in Lin Feng's words. A symbiote without any shortcomings can make people with physical fitness beyond Steve. Although the Braised Egg is definitely not as simple as Lin Feng said, but the example of Tony has already been placed in front of him. Now Tony can really punch Steve without wearing armor. That's why he wanted to ask Lin Feng where he could find the symbiote, and wanted to bring the symbiote back for a search. If there are no shortcomings, as Lin Feng said, then the age and capabilities of SHIELD can almost achieve a qualitative leap. Lin Feng gave him a meaningful look when he heard the question from Bitten. Should it be said that it is a marinated egg? I thought of how to use the symbiont so quickly, but Lin Feng didn't know where the symbiote planet in his universe was. I don't know where to find the symbiote. Tony's one was brought back from the parallel world. Lin Feng lied. He can support Tony's team. But if he can't control this thing, the whole world will become the base camp of the symbiosis. If that time really comes, although Lin Feng can solve it with a snap of his fingers. But ordinary people have superpowers, and it is very likely that they will become like the people of the motherland. The viciousness in his heart will continue to magnify, which is not what Lin Feng wants to see. Seeing that the braised egg was about to open his mouth again, Lin Feng directly blocked the idea of the spiced egg again. Don't ask me if I can bring a few back from the parallel world. My answer is, no. Okay. Braised Dan rolled his eyes. A little fox who doesn't like oil and salt. The two were chatting happily, when suddenly a colored light beam fell from the sky and landed in Lin Feng's yard. The beam of light quickly disappeared, revealing a figure. It was Sol, wearing armor and holding Thor's hammer, appearing in front of several people with a serious face. As soon as he appeared, Sol saw the naked marinated eggs. Nick Fury? Sol. Long time no see. Sol nodded, and greeted Braised Egg. I don't have time to talk to you too much right now, Sol said with an uneasy face, and then turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin, father asked me to inform you to go. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, and said in his heart, okay. Let's end the pleasant conversation here. I won't keep you for lunch. Lin Feng said directly to the marinated egg. Thor came to him, proving that the plot of Thor 2 was on track, which was a signal from Odin to him. Now, he's off to get the reality gem. Chapter 124. The Queen of God. Jane has fainted. Your Excellency, hurry up. Seeing the end of the conversation between the two, Thor stood beside Lin Feng, holding up Thor's hammer to call Heimdall. Don't. Sol. Lin Feng stopped Sol in a cold sweat. If I remember correctly, the teleportation of the Rainbow Bridge will leave a circular pattern similar to a magic circle in place, which is enough to blow the turf of Lin Feng's house. If Heimdall was really teleported, half of Lin Feng's lawn would be destroyed, but fortunately he stopped quickly. Let me do it. As Lin Feng said, ignoring Sol's suspicious gaze, he directly grabbed him and raised his left hand. The blue light curtain swallowed the two of them, and then disappeared in place. Braised Dan and Coulson looked at each other and shook their heads. Let's go back. He can't control Lin Feng, let it be like this. He is also tired. The space gem directly teleported Lin Feng and Sol to a corridor in Asgard. As soon as he appeared, Lin Feng could vaguely feel that the current Asgard was full of serious atmosphere and subtle smell of gunpowder. Outside, the sound of the spacecraft flying and the explosion of artillery fire can be vaguely heard. Lin Feng understood in his heart that the Dark Elves had already called. God King Odin hurried over with a group of elite Asgardian warriors. Send a team to the armory. As Odin walked, he gave instructions to the guards around him. Remember, defend it at all costs. Hold the dungeon. After finishing speaking, Odin raised his head and just saw Lin Feng and Sol, who were teleported over. Sol, just in time. You go to the dungeon too. It's under attack. Sol took the order, without much nonsense, and immediately led a group of soldiers to the dungeon. After arranging to leave Sol, Odin set his sights on Lin Feng. Your Excellency Lin Feng, we meet again. It's only 2 or 3 days. God King. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Odin nodded. The future that Lin Feng said has already happened. Jane was indeed possessed by ether particles, and his father King Baoa did not destroy the ether particles. The group of Dark Elves who were supposed to be extinct attacked Asgard. He has notified Lin Feng as agreed, hoping that the future has changed and it will not be as bad as Lin Feng said. Your Excellency Lin Feng, Asgard is going through a war, and I can't get away now. Please go and meet my queen, Odin said to Lin Feng, and at the same time his eyes moved slightly. giving Lin Feng a wink. She was in her room, and so was Jane Foster. After speaking, Odin left in a hurry with the guards around him. Lin Feng watched Odin leave, but was speechless in his heart. "Where is your queen's room? You should tell me at least." But it didn't bother Lin Feng. He closed his eyes and felt Frigg's breath. Senses spread throughout the entire palace area, and Lin Feng quickly found Frigg's room. After identifying the direction, Lin Feng jumped forward. In the gorgeous dormitory, the God Empress Frigga's expression was a little gloomy, mixed with a little worry. She is explaining something to Jane Foster. The main purpose of the arrival of the Dark Elves this time is to find the ether particles, and the ether particles are in Jane's body. Although she doesn't want her son to associate with the mortals in the courtyard. But wise, she didn't take action to stop Saul, and her attitude towards Jane was relatively gentle. She is not only the Queen of Asgard, but also a good wife and mother. There was a knock on the door suddenly, and the two looked at the door at the same time. Jane Foster was a little nervous. She was afraid that an intruder was coming. After all, what happened today was too exciting. Not only did I come to the mythical Asgard, but I was also fortunate to see the war in Asgard. For a while, my mind was a little confused. However, Frigga's heart moved, and she walked quickly to open the door. The intruder would not knock on the door politely. "Your Excellency Lin Feng." Seeing that it was Lin Feng, Frigga showed a reassuring smile. "Queen of God." Lin Feng also nodded with a smile and walked into the room. Frigga invited Lin Feng to sit down, and said directly, "The Dark Elves are attacking Asgard, and they will come here soon." "I know all about it, the God Empress," Lin Feng said with a smile. "This time, I came here to fulfill the commission of the God Empress a few days ago." Look how Lin Feng can talk. He obviously came to get the reality gem, but he said he came to complete the commission. As if that was the point. Frigga smiled back and did not expose Lin Feng's little trick. With Lin Feng's backing, her plan must go very smoothly. At this time, Jane, who was on the side, suddenly jumped out and shouted excitedly, "Oh my God, you are Superman? ? Oh my God, why are you in Asgard?" Obviously, Jane has recognized this superhero who often appears on TV, and she screamed a little bit. Lin Feng smiled and indicated that he saw Jane Foster when he came in, but he didn't have time to say hello. "Hello, Miss Jane." Wow! Jane's eyes lit up, and she took out a small notebook from nowhere. "Can I ask you a few questions?" Jane Foster said excitedly. Before Lin Feng could answer, she asked a bunch of questions like peas in a bamboo tube. "I want to know how you fly. It's totally against science. Also, and your eyes, why are the lasers coming out?" And Lin Feng felt a little dizzy, and interrupted Jane Foster's question with his hand. As expected of a scientist, the first thing I saw when I saw myself was to focus on my own ability and whether it was scientific or not. But it seems like my brain is missing a string. When is this time? Is it appropriate to ask myself these questions? "Miss Jane, now is not the time to talk about this. Asgard has ushered in the enemy. Let's wait until later, okay?" Jane Foster was taken aback when she heard the words, and then she realized that she looked at Frigg with a trace of guilt. "Hold, I'm sorry, I was reckless." As an astrophysicist, Jane suddenly saw the superhero who violated the laws of physics on the Blue Star, and Jane let herself go, and couldn't control it for a while. Frigga returned a gentle smile and waved her hand very generously. "It's okay, Miss Jane. But I think you may be going to sleep for a little while." What? Jane was stunned again, not understanding what the God Queen Frigg was talking about. However, in the next second, seeing Frigga waving his hand, Jian rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Out of humanitarianism, Lin Feng caught Jane, who almost fell to the ground, and put her on a seat. "Let's get started, Your Excellency Lin Feng," Frigga said, giving Lin Feng a positive look. Chapter 125 Reality Gem. Get. Lin Feng nodded. Frigga's commission had already begun. He closed his eyes, calmed down, and then put his hand on top of Jane Foster. The invisible biological force field slowly enveloped Jane, impacting Jane's body like an air current, constantly expelling the ether particles in Jane's body. All of a sudden, strange dark red particles escaped from Jane's body. Under the action of the biological force field, the ether particles have nowhere to escape, and slowly gather in midair. The whole process was much easier than Lin Feng imagined. More and more ether particles flowed like flowing water until they all left Jane's body. Lin Feng removed the biological force field from Jane's body, and then pressed against the ether particles. Marvel didn't seem to address how to turn the ether particles back into solid reality gems. But for this point, Lin Feng already had a corresponding plan, and it was over. Under the powerful biological force field of Silver Superman, the movement of ether particles becomes slower and slower. Gradually, the ether particles gathered into a ball, and were continuously compressed until they stopped moving completely, and became as big as a pebble. The biological force field disappeared, and the ether particles fell into Lin Feng's hands. Reality gems. Get. Lin Feng was a little excited to show his respect. Then, the reality stone was installed on Superman's wristband. So far, Lin Feng already has 4 infinite gems. Only Vorma's soul gem and the time gem in the hands of the ancients are left before the infinity gems are collected. Frigga watched all this quietly. She was a little surprised by the means Lin Feng used. She couldn't tell what kind of power Lin Feng used. But Frigga didn't intend to ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Seeing that Lin Feng had finished his work, Frigga took a step forward with a smile on his face. Your Excellency Lin Feng, next, I need your help. Lin Feng nodded. He understood what Frigga meant. During the conversation with Lin Feng that night, Frigga had already told Lin Feng about her plan, and Lin Feng also agreed to help the completion of the plan. Then, let's start the arrangement now. Please ask the Queen of God to help find a more secluded place, Lin Feng said, and picked up Jane Foster who was still asleep. Frigga nodded, turned around and led Lin Feng to a side room. Just here. Just put her there. Frigga pointed to the only small bed in the room. Lin Feng had no objection. He took 2 steps forward and let Jane go. Everything was ready. Lin Feng and Frigga looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and on his left wrist, the reality gem and the soul gem that he had just obtained lit up at the same time. In the palace, the Asgardian elite and the Dark Elves fought back and forth, very enthusiastically. The cursed warrior destroyed Asgard's defenses, and a huge Knife-Axe spaceship rushed directly into the Asgard palace. The huge spaceship landed, and the Dark Elves surged out, constantly harvesting the lives of the Asgardian warriors. The weird black hole grenade made it difficult for Asgardian fighters to guard against. The leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, walked out of the hole in the damaged spaceship. His purpose was very clear, completely ignoring the people who were fighting, and went straight to the room where Jane and Frigga were. As long as you can get back the ether particles, all the sacrifices are worth it. When Odin arrived with his guards, the palace was already in a mess. A huge spaceship is embedded in the palace, and the ground is full of Dark Elves and Asgardian warriors. Frigga. Odin looked around, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. As for Malekith, he has already arrived at the side hall. He pushed open the door, feeling a little excited. The ether particles were already close at hand. Jane and Frigga are in this side hall. Seeing a strange man with a plot to run in suddenly, Jane ran all the way in fear and hid behind God. Frigga. Stand back, monster. Frigga shouted sharply, holding a dagger, directly defining Malekith as an ugly monster. Back now, I can still spare your life. The majestic aura of the God Empress was fully on, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop at this moment. But that didn't scare Malekith. He took 2 steps forward and approached Frigga. I'm so lucky, woman. Frigga stepped forward without fear, clenched the dagger tightly, and dealt with it. Who are you? I'm Malekith. I've come to take back what's mine. Hearing this, Frigga subconsciously glanced at Jane. Seeing her actions, Malekith knew clearly, and it seemed that his feeling was correct. He ignored Frigga and walked straight towards Jane. This doesn't take Frigga seriously. When the figures were intertwined, Frigg held the sword in his backhand and swung it upwards, hitting Malekith in the face. "Give you face." Ignoring the dignified Asgardian queen, Malekith staggered from being drawn, and hastily drew out his dagger and stabbed at Frigga. When Frigga made another backhand sword, disarming directly, a majestic mage with ridiculously strong melee combat ability. I don't understand why the mages in the movie like melee combat at all, but it should be said that it is worthy of being the Queen of God. After just a few moves, the dagger was caught on Malekith's neck. Malekith never expected that the god Queen Frigg could fight so well. There is no power to fight back at all, and one careless was strangled by the throat of fate. However, Malekith didn't panic at all. His eyes turned aside. While the two were fighting, a cursed warrior who looked like a minotaur broke into the side hall. It was for the great cause of Malekith, who volunteered to be the last loyal dog of the cursed warrior. Frigg followed Malekith's gaze, and she felt bad for such a big minotaur. In a hurry, he swung his sword and stabbed at the cursed warrior. However, the strength of the cursed warrior is not comparable to that of a mage. He received the white blade with his bare hands, handed over Frigg's short sword, and then grabbed Frigg's neck with a chokehold, and everyone was lifted into the air. Malekith smiled, and the cursed warrior was as powerful as ever. After solving Frigg, Malekith walked towards Jane. "Now, it's time for you to give me back what you took away." With that said, Malekith grabbed Jane. "But who is Frigg?" "It's a witch." Malekith's hand passed through Jane's body without the slightest pause, and Jane's phantom slowly dissipated in midair. Got tricked. Malekith's blood pressure rose instantly. He turned around in a swish, and roared, "Witch, where are the ether particles?" Seeing his distraught look, Frigga smiled. "I won't tell you." Malekith's face was so gloomy that he winked at the cursed warrior. Base. The cursed warrior received the signal, and the dagger instantly flew from his waist. Bit stabs upwards. I saw the movie and it literally stabs in from here. Frigga suffocated suddenly, and the shadow of death enveloped her. Chapter 126. I mused to it your sudden self at the same moment of her death. An invisible yellow ripple quickly spread throughout Asgard. No! In the side hall, Sol's desperate and angry roar sounded. He charged in with Thor's hammer in hand. Filled with hatred, a thunderbolt struck Malekith like a divine punishment, instantly hitting Malekith and burning half of his face. Seeing his mother's death with his own eyes, Sol was filled with grief and indignation, and Thor's hammer struck them directly with thunder. Seeing that the situation was not good, the cursed warrior picked up Malekith and fled. The huge knife and axe spaceship was waiting for Malekith in midair. Thor roared angrily and swung the hammer again with his backhand. However, it was no longer possible to catch up with Malekith, and he and the spaceship had disappeared in midair. Thor's hammer lost its target and flew back into Thor's hand. He turned his head and looked at Frigga lying on the ground in disbelief, no longer breathing. His brain went blank for an instant. The whole person also stood in place, at a loss. Odin also rushed over. Odin felt it the moment Frigg died. Stronger than their level, the state of close relatives and loved ones has an indescribable connection. He looked at Frigga, who was lying on the ground with a slumped expression, as if he had aged several decades in an instant. Odin staggered up to the god empress who had accompanied him through countless storms, knelt on the ground, and slowly hugged her head. He put his face against Frigg's forehead, unwilling to accept the facts, as if he wanted to wake up his queen with body temperature. In the two adjacent side halls, Lin Feng looked at Odin, who was calm on the surface, but in fact he was heartbroken, and then turned his head to look at him in a strange way. "Queen of God, King Odin, doesn't he know your plan?" Frigg looked at Odin with gentle eyes. "He knows." "Good guy." Lin Feng clicked his tongue. "Is this old man so good at acting?" "Can't see any flaws at all." "Your Excellency Lin Feng, I still need you for the funeral tonight." Frigga reminded Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and made a small gesture. In his left hand, the reality gem is still emitting light. This is what the Queen of God entrusted to Lin Feng that night. She wanted to direct this good show after Lin Feng got the reality gem. "Let yourself die in front of Thor." When Lin Feng asked her why, she answered like this: "Saul needs some experience to push his self-growth. make him more mature and responsible. At the same time, Loki also needs. Lin Feng readily agreed to Frigga's request, so the present scene happened, as if nothing had changed in the future. The dead Frigga was the product of the reality gem. In order to make the scene more realistic, Lin Feng also added a layer of insurance with the soul gem. After all, I'm not sure if Sol or Loki have any other strange methods. It's good to have a layer of insurance to identify whether Frigga is really dead or fake. Only Lin Feng, Odin, and Frigga knew about this matter. That's right, Lin Feng talked about the future with Odin before contacting Frigga. If Frigga didn't inform Odin in advance, her plan would not work. At night, the whole of Asgard was shrouded in a sad atmosphere. Asgard waters. The body of Queen Frigg, wearing her lifetime military uniform and sword, lay kindly and quietly in a small boat. Odin and Sol stood on the shore. Behind them were countless Asgardian warriors. Everyone quietly watched the former fairy queen gradually drift away without saying a word. The boat drifted farther and farther. A rocket pierced the night sky and landed steadily in the boat. The boat burst into flames, igniting the grief and indignation in everyone's hearts. The boat, under everyone's gaze, slowly turned into specks of light and rose into the sky. This is the funeral of Queen Frigg. It also represents the beginning of Thor and Rocky's real growth. Lin Feng was on top of a tall palace, watching all this quietly, looking at the scene that was the same as the original book. He let out a long sigh. Pity the parents of the world. If there is no appearance of Lin Feng, Frigga will still choose to accept death calmly, just because of the needs of Sol and Loki. When the boat carrying the Queen of God disappeared completely into a spot of light, the reality gem dimmed. Modifying reality also requires huge energy support, and it is not permanent. In Avengers 3, Thanos turned Drax and Snail into noodles and lumps. Logically speaking, the two should have died on the spot. However, shortly after Thanos left, they miraculously recovered. This also shows that the modification of reality gems has many restrictions. As long as the energy continues, the effect of the reality gem modification will always be maintained. If there are no such restrictions, then Thanos can completely wipe out half of the life in the universe with only one reality gem. Sol, like in the original book, found Odin. Odin imprisoned Jane Foster and wanted to wait for the next visit from the Dark Elves. But Thor insisted on hitting the home of the Dark Elves, rescuing Jane and avenging his mother and queen at the same time. The old man Odin's acting skills are very good. He stubbornly rejected Sol's request and said that no matter how much Aspen sacrificed, guard warriors also want to kill. Malekith's remarks, like a beast that loses its mind after losing its beloved. The two also quarreled because of this, and finally had to break up unhappy. But Thor is not a good stubble. He directly chose to disobey Odin's order, and prepared to go straight to the Dark World with Jane. For this reason, he did not hesitate to let Heimdall violate the king's order and drag Loki, who was still in the dungeon. A secret operation planned by the Grand Prince of Asgard launched. However, Sol didn't know that all this was seen by his father Odin and his dead queen mother. So far, the plot has continued according to the original book. Frigga's plan has been perfectly promoted, and Lin Feng's goal has also been achieved. Now, the three of them are in a secret room. This is the secret room specially arranged by Odin for Frigga, and Frigga will stay in this secret room until the Dark Elves are completely wiped out by Sol. At this time, Odin was telling Frigga about his inner feelings. My queen, even though I knew it was fake, at that moment, my heart was still pierced. Odin was not ashamed, and looked at Frigga with some fear, holding her hand tightly. Frigga smiled and said nothing, and shook her head. Sol and Loki need my death to grow, and this is also an option that has no other choice. This is the best opportunity. Cough cough. Lin Feng couldn't stand it any longer. With a constipated expression on his face, he couldn't help coughing twice. There's still an outsider like him here. Why did he suddenly let go and flirt with himself? Where did his reserve and majesty as a god king go? Chapter 127. I am very satisfied with these guns, then I won't participate in the follow-up matter. Lin Feng coughed twice on purpose to attract their attention. He smiled and shook his head, ready to go home, not to disturb the old couple. Now that the matter has reached this point, it is inconvenient for Lin Feng to continue participating. This is the battle and growth of Thor and Loki. Malekith in the movie, without the help of the reality stone, would no longer be a threat to Thor. It should be, Your Excellency Lin Feng, I hope to visit Asgard more often in the future. Odin said with a smile. He heard Lin Feng's intention of leaving, and did not keep him. After all, there is still a lot of mess waiting for him to deal with. Please wait, Your Excellency Lin Feng. Frigga suddenly thought of something, stopped Lin Feng, then turned and walked towards the back of the room. After a while, she came out again holding a metal box. She gave the box to Lin Feng. This is the weapon you want. It has been enchanted according to your requirements. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he almost forgot about it. 2 guns were taken back by Sol 2 days ago and handed over to Frigg for enchanting. It was just ignored because of the Night Elves thing. Opening the box with some anticipation, inside lay 2 silver-grey pistols. It is larger than the general pistols in Blue Star, full of technological atmosphere, but it seems relatively low-key at first glance. These are exactly the 2 guns that Lin Feng asked to build in Nidoi, but it's not so much a gun as a handheld energy transmitter. After all, the main method of attack is to emit energy, and the gun body does not have a trigger or smoothbore. How fast the energy bullet can be shot depends entirely on Lin Feng's thoughts. Lin Feng took out a handful and weighed it. Good, easy to hold, and the weight is quite suitable. The weapons made of volume metal are still from the handwriting of the Nidoi Dwarf King, and the quality is guaranteed. Turning his eyes, Lin Feng pointed his gun at the sky outside the window. He wanted to try the power of this gun. With a thought, the purple power gem instantly became restless. The violent energy was input into the pistol, and the mysterious pattern on the gun immediately lit up with a purple shimmer. The purple light changes with the output of energy. Lin Feng randomly chose a place without buildings and pulled the trigger. Boo! An inaudible sound sounded, and a translucent purple bullet made entirely of energy shot into the sky at extreme speed. The speed is extremely fast, and the sound volume fully meets Lin Feng's requirements. With one shot down, Lin Feng nodded. The output of energy was very smooth and convenient. That's right. The blueprint provided by the system was created by the legendary Nidoi Dwarf King and enchanted by the goddess Frigga of Asgard. It's really outrageous that such a strong lineup can't make a good weapon. Now that Lin Feng has the reality gem, he can completely make the 2 guns invisible at all times, which is simply a sneak attack weapon. Moreover, Lin Feng could feel that the more energy he output, the more powerful the bullet would be, and the faster it would fly. After thinking about it, Lin Feng closed his eyes and began to push the infinity gem with all his strength. He wanted to test the limit of this gun. Huge energy poured into the body of the gun like waves, and the light of the gun body became brighter and brighter. A trace of terrifying destructive light surrounds the body of the gun. Not long after, the light was shining like a purple sun. The whole room was instantly filled with an aura of destruction. Your Excellency Lin Feng, stop. God King Odin stopped Lin Feng in a cold sweat. The huge overflowing energy shocked him. If this shot really made Lin Feng shoot out, half of Asgard would be gone at the most conservative estimate. Fortunately, Lin Feng was only testing the upper limit of the pistol's charge, and did not intend to fire it. The energy was slowly withdrawn, and the light of the gun body gradually dimmed. Lin Feng also had a general understanding of the upper limit of the pistol. About 5 seconds of full energy storage allowed the gun to reach the upper limit. If it is said to be stored for another 1 or 2 seconds, it will cause irreversible damage to the gun body. However, only 5 seconds of energy storage can make the destructive power of this blow enough to destroy the entire Asgard god realm. I like it. Lin Feng rubbed the gun body. The thief likes it. Is there any man who doesn't like guns? However, After Lin Feng thought about it, it was indeed not appropriate to call the gun. Except for some similarities in shape, no matter the size and function are completely unrelated. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng decided to call it the Infinity Hand Cannon in the future. After all, what it fires is the energy of the Infinity Gem. Seeing that Lin Feng did not lose his mind and fired the cannon, Odin wiped off his cold sweat, and at the same time was shocked by Lin Feng's physical fitness. With such a powerful energy flowing through his body, Lin Feng did not show the slightest discomfort. If it were him to charge this blow, the huge energy flowing through the meridians of the Infinite Stone would be enough to cause some damage to Odin's body. Alu metal is combined with enchantment, and the weapon can withstand the high-frequency Infinite Gem energy. I hope His Excellency Lin Feng will be satisfied. Seeing that Lin Feng seems to have finished the test, Frigga said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively and stroked the hand cannon. I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Queen of God. The Queen of God shook her head and said politely, this is nothing to His Excellency Lin Feng's help to Asgard. Besides, enchanting this weapon is not very difficult. Hearing this, Lin Feng gave her a meaningful look. Frigga said this politely, the difficulty of enchanting this weapon is not as easy as the God Queen said. Look at the complicated lines on the drawing given by the dog system. It can circle the blue star in a straight line. It is quite difficult to understand these textures and successfully enchant them according to the textures. Asgard can successfully enchant Lin Feng, and perhaps only God Queen Frigg can do it. After putting away the weapons, Lin Feng bid farewell to Odin and Frigga. He opened the portal and set off to return to Blue Star. He doesn't care about the plot of Thor 2 anymore, and he will watch Sol's performance next. In the original book, after getting the reality gem, Malekith came to Blue Star. He wants to emit ether at the place where the 9 kingdoms meet and connect, so as to increase the power of ether particles. The 9 kingdoms are like amplifiers, which will increase the power of ether particles exponentially. In the end, ether particles can affect the entire universe, allowing the universe to return to darkness. But now, the Infinity Stone is no longer in Jane's body. I really want to see Malekith's expression when he can't get anything out of Jane's body. Lin Feng, on the other hand, did not return home directly, but instead flew in the direction of Kamar-Taj. There are still 2 gems left, one is just around the corner. Lin Feng thinks it's time to get the green Infinity Gem. That's right, his goal is very clear, which is the Time Gem. The Time Gem is also the weirdest gem in Lin Feng's opinion among the infinite gems, because this gem involves the law of time. It allows the user complete control over past, present and future time. Not only time travel, time acceleration, time rewinding, and even a period of time can be infinitely looped. And using the Time Gem, whether it is to make changes to the past, the present, or the future, it is very likely that branch universes will appear. But if your knowledge is rich enough, then the use of Time Gems will be extremely terrifying. In Avengers 3, Thanos can restore the destroyed Mind Gem and Vision to their undestroyed state by virtue of the Time Gem. In some respects, the Time Stone is more terrifying than the others. Chapter 128. I don't care, it's green. Please give it to me soon. Lin Feng landed in a small courtyard in Kamar-Taj. Today, Kamar-Taj's magic can no longer stop Lin Feng. As long as he wanted to, he could see Ge Yi's position. The apprentices in the courtyard looked at Lin Feng, who fell from the sky in bewilderment, not knowing whether it was an enemy or a friend. But soon, a black mage walked out of a house. Lin Feng saw that he was very familiar. He should have seen him in a movie, but he couldn't remember his name. Dear Mr. Superman, please come with me. The black mage bowed his head slightly and said very politely, the existence of Lin Feng is no longer a secret in Blue Star. Everyone knows that Superman is Raymond Lam. It's just that when Lin Feng is wearing the ring, everyone will subconsciously ignore Lin Feng's Superman status. But this has lost its effect on beings with advanced magical attainments. Lin Feng nodded and followed the black mage into a room. Lin Feng was familiar with this room. The last time he came to Kamar-Taj to seek help from Ge Yi, he was in this hut. It's just that Lin Feng brought a gift last time, but he didn't bring it this time. This time I came to pick up the infinite gems. Lin Feng couldn't think of any equivalent gifts. And this time, the purpose of giving gifts will only be a little frivolous and philistine. The light was dim, and Guyi was sitting at a small table, smiling and waving at Lin Feng. After Lin Feng entered, the black mage withdrew and closed the door, leaving room for Lin Feng and Guyi. Lin Feng walked forward calmly and sat opposite Guyi. He glanced at the table, and his heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at Guyi thoughtfully. It seems that Master Guyi already knew his purpose of coming. The Eye of Agamotto, which was loaded with the time gem, was placed on the table so generously. The Eye of Agamotto is one of the mysterious magic weapons of the Supreme Mage. It can see through many illusions, break dark magic, and even observe the past and future. That's right. The Eye of Agamotto itself is an artifact. Even if there is no time gem, the Ancient One Mage can still observe the past or the future through this artifact. It's just that there is no way to manipulate time. Strictly speaking, the Eye of Agamotto has nothing to do with the Time Stone. Lin Feng didn't know why he put the Time Stone in the Eye of Agamotto. Maybe it was because the Infinity Stone had to have a carrier. Lin Feng still didn't understand what Guyi meant, so he didn't rush to grab it. Mage, do you already know why I'm here? Guyi smiled non-committally, did not answer Lin Feng, but poured him a cup of tea. Lin Feng shook his head. This Guyi, as always, was mysterious all day long. He politely took a sip from his teacup. Okay, good guy, you actually use the tea you gave her to drink for yourself? Guyi looked at Lin Feng in front of him, as if they were two people when they met last time. The faint aura on Lin Feng's body now made her feel as if she was facing the universe directly. Your growth has exceeded my expectations, Lin Feng, Guyi said with a sigh. She had to admit that Lin Feng's rapid growth made her feel incredible even as a supreme mage. Hearing this, Lin Feng put down his teacup, smiled slightly, and said, a lot of things have happened to me, Mage. I can see it. Guyi nodded thoughtfully. A year ago, Lin Feng was still a blue star powerhouse that she could handle at will. But a year later, Lin Feng brought Guyi pressure like the universe. After 2 sentences, the atmosphere fell into silence again. Guyi stopped talking again, and Lin Feng didn't know what to say. His eyes drifted vigorously to Agamotto's eyes, implying Guyi. But Guyi just looked at him with a smile. He was a little helpless. Since the Eye of Agamotto was already here, Guyi should also know the reason for his visit. Whether to give it or not is an accurate statement. After much deliberation, Lin Feng decided to take the initiative. His strength can completely solve Dormammu, and he doesn't need Strange a few years later. And with him sitting on the earth, those dark creatures in the universe will definitely come and go. Lin Feng would be kind enough if he didn't bother them. How dare they come to Blue Star? Ask about the double guns in my hand first. To be honest, there's no reason Guyi didn't give him the Time Stone. Mage, I'm here because I want the Time Stone. Lin Feng pointed at the Eye of Agamotto, and stated the purpose bluntly. Since Guyi didn't speak, let him do it. Hearing this, Master Guyi laughed. Although Lin Feng's strength has grown, his character has not been fully tempered. In just a few minutes, I couldn't help but ask myself questions. I know your purpose. You should be collecting infinite gems. Lin Feng nodded and admitted it openly. For Master Guyi, there was nothing to hide. He stretched out his left wrist with a thought. The invisible Superman wristband immediately appeared on the wrist. 4 infinite gemstones of different colors shine brightly on them. The moment the 4 infinity gems appeared, the time gem hidden in the Eye of Agamotto began to shake uncontrollably. The Infinity Stones are interconnected. The Time Stone can sense that its companion is nearby. Power, space, soul, reality. Guyi recognized these gems at a glance, then shook his head with a smile. In just 1 year, Lin Feng was about to collect the Infinity Stones. However, Guyi didn't think this was a good thing. Infinity gems shouldn't be so close. If several Infinity gems appear at the same time, It can only prove that an unpredictable and huge disaster is coming. I'm also thinking about whether I should hand over the time stone to you. Yi said this uncharacteristically. In the past, she was wise, and all the decisions she made were decisive. But now, Yi hesitated. Among them, the main reason is that with the time gem, it is no longer possible to see the future of Lin Feng and Blue Star clearly. Lin Feng's appearance disrupted all of Yi's plans, including Strange, who was supposed to become the Supreme Mage a few years later. These words made Lin Feng a little confused. He said bluntly, "I don't understand why the mage hesitated. With my current strength, I can completely protect Blue Star from countless darkness in my hands. The Infinity Stones should be safer than in anyone's hands. If the mage is worried about Dormammu, then I can assure the mage that I will destroy him with my own hands." Lin Feng knew that Yi's biggest enemy at present was Dormammu. In the long years, the reason why Ancient One can live so long is related to her absorbing dark energy in the dark dimension. With 4 gems in his hand, plus Yi's time gem, Lin Feng can directly blow up Dormammu in the movie. Chapter 129 Learn Magic, but also learn magic. As after saying these words, Lin Feng stopped speaking. Just set aside time for Yi to think on his own, while he drank tea quietly and leisurely. Today, Yi can no longer defeat Lin Feng. According to the setting, Yi and Odin are the same level of existence. It's just that the strength of the two of them was not shown too much in the movie. As for Lin Feng, the Silver Superman, if he really wanted to do something, Yi couldn't keep the time gem. But Lin Feng obviously didn't want to do anything to this Supreme Mage who had guarded Blue Star for countless years. Lin Feng is not a big villain. To be honest, Lin Feng couldn't bear to reach out to snatch the bald mage's things. After all, Yi is still his hometown. They are all Oriental. If Yi really refuses to give it, then Lin Feng can go and get the soul gem first. There are still 2 or 3 years before Strange's car accident, and by then, the time gem will still belong to Lin Feng. For Strange, Lin Feng had no intention of holding back. Lin Feng's words made Yi feel relieved, but he shook his head at the same time. She believes that Lin Feng's current state is enough to deal with the existence of darkness from the universe. It's not entirely because of this. Yi took a sip of tea and sighed. With a wave of her hand in the air, she created a winding timeline. Time flows like water, connecting past, present and future. Yi tapped the torrent of time, and the phantoms of 6 infinite gems appeared on it, slowly rotating around time. The 6 infinity stones create the flow of time we feel. There are infinite possibilities in the future. Countless branches will also be born. But all of this is the normal trend of time. Yi was demonstrating it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also nodded seriously. The timeline is mysterious and terrifying. Strange has seen more than 10 million futures in Avengers 3. However, this is only a small part of the countless futures. Maybe Strange just drank 0.1 ml more water, and it would be a completely different future. So, the timeline is also terrifying. Yi continued to reach out and pinch the void, and suddenly a lifelike villain version of Lin Feng appeared in her hand. She put Lin Feng's phantom on the timeline. Then, from the timeline after the node where Lin Feng appeared, it directly exploded into a firework. The time flow to the back turned into a cloud of white mist. The clear timeline has thus become blurred. Did you see it? After you appeared, everything became unstable and undetectable. Yi deliberately pointed to the cloud of white mist. Reasonably speaking, even if Lin Feng's existence creates more timelines, Yi should be able to see it. After all, the future is the future, no matter how changeable it is. One of the paths will be chosen. But now, she really couldn't see it, couldn't see if she gave the time gem to Lin Feng. Yi could foresee that there would be a disaster that would determine the fate of the universe in the future, but she couldn't see the course of the event clearly, which made her not worried. So for Yi, whether to hand over the infinite gems is like making a big gamble. At this point, Lin Feng also understood Yi's worries. The unknown is scary. However, Lin Feng actually had some premonitions about the fuzzy future, but he didn't delve into it. He is not a native character in Marvel. His appearance is like a cup of hot coffee spilled on Marvel's script. From the moment it was poured down, the subsequent plot has been melted by coffee. Now how to go in the future, basically, will revolve round Lin Feng. I still say the same thing, Mage. I will do my best to protect Blue Star. Besides, the future has changed. We can only adapt to it, can't we? Touching his chin, Lin Feng said flatly, but his tone was full of seriousness. He felt that Guyi was a little dazed. Since you can't see the future clearly, then create a desired future yourself. For Lin Feng, whether he can see the future is not important. What is important is that he has the power to reverse the future. Perhaps Ancient One needed such a guarantee. To put it bluntly, Lin Feng's strength is already the most powerful and most likely existence in the universe that Guyi has seen so far. After thinking for a long time, Guyi waved his hand to disperse the phantom in the air. She finally decided to hand over the Time Stone. The duty of every supreme mage is to guard the Time Gem. But she can no longer control the future, so let a stronger existence guard the Infinity Stone. Since it was Lin Feng who made her unable to see the future clearly, then throw the Time Gem to Lin Feng and let him have a headache. That is to say, no more hesitation. Guyi pinched out a spell in the air with both hands. The eye of Agamotto on the table slowly turned. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he watched Guyi's operation quietly. He knew that Guyi had made a choice. The eye of Agamotto opened, its center glowing green. The light slowly floated up. It was the Time Gem among the infinite gems. Guyi Kong picked up the Gem of Time, and pushed towards Lin Feng with complicated eyes. I hope my choice is right. Lin Feng looked at the Gem of Time, which was close at hand, and took a deep breath to calm down his excited mood. Infinity gems, only the last one. He stretched out his hand to take it, but never thought that Guyi would suddenly take it back. Lin Feng paused, did not pursue, but looked at Guyi suspiciously. Remember what I said when you wanted to learn magic? Lin Feng was taken aback, not understanding why Guyi mentioned this suddenly. But I still played back the scene in my mind at that time. Remember, the mage said at that time that the time has not yet come, right? Guyi held the Time Gem and nodded. So now, are you still interested in learning magic? Okay. Lin Feng's complexion gradually became strange. At this time, you mentioned learning magic. What did Guyi think? Could it be that he wants to become the next supreme mage? No more strange? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more likely it was. If Lin Feng is willing to learn magic, he will be the strongest supreme mage in history, maybe. However, if Guyi had said this half a year ago, Lin Feng would have nodded in agreement immediately. But now Lin Feng's thoughts have changed. After organizing his words, Lin Feng politely refused. Now I don't need to learn magic anymore, Mage Ancient One. Magic is now very low in improving his strength. Even if Guyi locked Lin Feng into the mirror space now, it would have no effect. He can shatter it with a heat ray, not to mention wearing a few infinity stones. Chapter 130 Time Gem, that disappeared Baitaro. As soon as these words came out, Guyi showed a mysterious expression, and said a profound word meaningfully. Magic is far from as simple as you imagine, Lin Feng. Shaking his head, Guyi didn't expect Lin Feng to understand. The same power, magic, can also affect the entire universe, even the multiverse. Maybe one day, Lin Feng will discover the mystery of magic, I hope. Thinking of this, Guyi sent the Time Gem to Lin Feng again. This time, she didn't take it back and handed it to Lin Feng with her own hands. She looked at Lin Feng, and said word by word, promise me, protect this homeland. Also, remember not to use the Time Gem lightly. If you play with time, time will play with you. The future depends on you. Lin Feng nodded solemnly, and held the Time Gem tightly. The movements of the two of them seemed to be handing over the treasure. What Guyi handed over to Lin Feng was not just the Time Gem, it was more of a symbol of the burden of the future. From the moment Lin Feng picked it up, the responsibility of Blue Star's safety and dealing with dark creatures fell on his shoulders. He took a deep breath, and installed the time stone on Superman's wrist like the previous few times. The familiar water ripples reappeared. With a ding, the green time gem was inlaid on the wristband. For a moment, all the infinite gems on the wristband flashed to light. The 5 infinity gems are shining brightly and echoing each other. The interrelationship between them has become closer and closer, and the energy released and the burden caused are also getting heavier. Lin Feng could vaguely feel the pressure brought by the 5 gems. The more gems you have, the heavier the burden will be. But for Lin Feng, the impact is not too big. After all, Lin Feng has already snapped his fingers. With a wave of his hand, Superman's wristband became invisible again. Yi looked at the time gem that had changed hands at this moment, feeling a little lost in his heart. With the disappearance of the wristband, Yi withdrew his gaze, gradually regaining his usual calmness and wisdom. If you want to learn magic, you are always welcome here. Now, it's time for you to leave. Your friend, there may be some trouble. Friend? Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, and asked casually, is that Tony Stark? The only person who can be called a friend by Lin Feng is Tony Stark. Yi shook his head. Not Tony Stark. It's another friend of yours. Just in the east. Just in the east? Lin Feng's thoughts raced, and in a moment, he thought of who Yi was referring to. Isn't the one he knows, who is currently in the east, the one who is on a mission? He is about to face great danger. You should go and see. Yi pointed out a direction mysteriously, beckoning Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. He got up and was about to leave, but suddenly realized something was wrong. How did Yi know that Pietro would be in great danger? Can't she see the future? Lin Feng took a deep look at Yi. Master, do you really not see the future? Yi took a meal with a teacup in his hand. Then he smiled and remained silent, and did not speak again. Lin Feng smiled, thoughtful in his heart, but he didn't intend to ask further. What Yi doesn't want you to know, you can't even ask. Then I will leave first, Mage. Yi nodded, but didn't hold back. Remember what I said. I will, Mage. After bidding farewell to Yi, Lin Feng walked out of the room and flew into the sky. Following the direction pointed by Yi, after flying for a certain distance, Lin Feng used his senses to search for Pietro's location. The current relationship between Pietro and Lin Feng is far from reaching the level of friends. But anyway, I also regard him as a younger brother, and maybe this younger brother will become a big uncle in the future. Lin Feng didn't want him to have an accident. As for Kamar-Taj, Yi looked at Lin Feng who left, but fell into deep thought. The time gem has been handed over to Lin Feng, and if the dark creatures come again, it will be dealt with by Lin Feng. This undoubtedly lightened the burden on Yi a lot. But the future is always unpredictable and changeable. Yi still decided to make Strange the next Supreme Mage according to the previous plan. After all, Strange will be the best existence among them. There is not too much power to guard the blue star. Yi reached out and picked up the Eye of Agamotto on the table. Without the time gem, she still has this artifact. Can still deal with dark creatures to a great extent. Lost the time gem, but the winning rate has decreased a little. The strength of the Ancient One Mage is there, but it will not be reduced because of the loss of the time gem. On Lin Feng's side, he used his superpower to cover the entire east, but unexpectedly did not find Pietro. Lin Feng frowned, unbelievingly scanned a few more times all over. Still no information from Pietro. Lin Feng faintly felt something was wrong. With a thought, the ability directly covers the entire blue star. Countless sounds and sights were transmitted to Lin Feng's brain. Still no sign of Pietro. Lin Feng was stupid. Incredible. I can't at all. Silver Superman couldn't find anyone on blue star? Exclamation mark. Is there something wrong with your ability? But obviously, the answer is no. Lin Feng can feel that there is no problem with his ability. Then the problem can only be Pietro. Could it be that Pietro is no longer on the blue star? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and directly dialed the number of Black Braised Egg. After 2 beeps, the phone was connected. Lin Feng. On the other end of the phone, There was a slightly puzzled tone from Braised Eggs. It's really strange that Lin Feng can take the initiative to call him. It's me. Didn't you send Pietro to the east to perform a mission? Lin Feng asked directly. That's right. Isn't there a record in the information I gave you last time? Then can you contact Pietro now? Contact Pietro? In the space carrier's office, the black marinated egg sat upright. Lin Feng's tone made Black Braised Egg feel something was wrong. Contact Pietro, call SHIELD. Wait. Don't hang up. Braised, Dan said, and winked at the agent next to him. Those who can be kept by brains side are talents with sharp eyesight. The agent immediately understood the meaning of the marinated egg, and immediately went down to check whether he could still contact Pietro. The agent was very fast and returned to the office with the news in 2 minutes. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was the news that Hijidan didn't want to hear. Sir, Agent Pietro can't be reached. Chapter 131. Another accident happened again. Mazfak, the black stewed eggs are popular. Something happened again and again. How long has it been stable? Can't let people have a good weekend? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He also heard the agent's report. His big brother has indeed lost contact. Looks like I'm going to the Divine Spear Bureau to ask. As soon as these words came out, the black marinated egg broke out in a cold sweat. Don't be impulsive, Lin Feng. Black Braised Egg shouted in cold sweat. He knew how impulsive Lin Feng was when he did things. He was afraid that if Lin Feng asked, he would just call the door without saying a word. The consequences would be serious. Now SHIELD and Lance are in a rather special phase of their relationship. Black Braised Egg doesn't want to lose an ally in the east. I'll connect with them first. You wait. This mission should not be dangerous. Give me 10 minutes, and I will give you an answer in 10 minutes. Black Braised Egg said hurriedly. I'm afraid Lin Feng is already on his way. Lin Feng glanced at the phone strangely. When did Braised talk so fast? Okay, I'll wait for your news. After replying, Lin Feng hung up the phone, found a random place to land, and quietly waited for the answer from the corned egg. At the same time, I couldn't help recalling the hasty words of the stewed egg just now, but only for a moment. Lin Feng figured it out. Brat, don't you think he's going to be the base of the Spear Bureau? I guess so. I am not a good guy in the eyes of marinated eggs. The marinated egg probably thinks so. Thinking so, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Do I seem to be such an impulsive person? He doesn't know how to play God's spear game. He is Silver Superman, but he also has black hair and black eyes. Has the marinated egg forgotten this? To be honest, even if it is Marvel, Dongfeng is Lin Feng's hometown, and Lin Feng has always kept his Huaxian name. Perhaps the blood flowing in the veins is already an alien species, but Lin Feng still thinks he is a pure Oriental. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Braised Egg's reply came soon. He sent Lin Feng an address, which was the base of the Spear Bureau. Regarding Pietro's matter, the Spear Bureau could not give a detailed reason. Just this time, let Lin Feng act as a coolie to see what's going on. The mysterious East, Taibai Mountain. On the top of the mountain, there is a huge metal fortress suspended. The fortress is in the shape of a ring, surrounded by several huge propulsion devices. It is the airbase of the Divine Spear Bureau. Perhaps the technology is very different from the space carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D., but it can also be lifted into the sky. In the huge battleship, Zheng Xian, the person in charge of the Divine Spear Bureau, hung up the call from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau with a sad face. A week ago, there was a huge energy reaction from the bottom of Taibai Mountain. The energy radiated across the mountain and even caused small earthquakes. As the superhero organization with the most advanced technology in the East, the Divine Spear Bureau went here to investigate without hesitation, and soon, the detection machine discovered the energy reaction under the main peak of Taibai Mountain. It was a huge void, and in the middle of the void was the source of energy radiation. With full preparations, the Divine Spear Bureau dug a tunnel leading to the ground. What unfolded in front of their eyes was a huge spaceship full of science fiction. A huge flying saucer-shaped spaceship with a diameter of at least 30 meters. The results of this survey are encouraging. The scientists of the Divine Spear Bureau all raised their arms and shouted when they saw this huge monster. At the same time, this news was quickly blocked. The external tone was just a relatively abnormal shock. This news is about to break out, and it is estimated that there will be no peace in Taibai Mountain. Know what an alien spaceship means. Unknown advanced technologies, advanced materials, and advanced knowledge. Didn't someone once say that the reason why human beings can't find aliens can only prove that human technology is far lower than that of alien civilizations? And the discovery of an alien spacecraft is enough to elevate human technological civilization to a higher level, provided that he can thoroughly understand his research. Although, aliens no longer exist only in legends. Like the United States, it is also a mythical figure and invaded by aliens. The existence of aliens has been fully affirmed, but helplessly, there is still a certain gap between them and the United States. I want to buy some of Chitauri's technology left on Blue Star or a precious Leviathan corpse. But helplessly, they won't sell it to you at all. In this case, when the United States researches and understands alien technology, the gap with itself will widen. That's why the alien spacecraft discovered at the bottom of Taibai Mountain can make the Spear Bureau so excited. This is completely an opportunity to equalize or even surpass the alien technology of the United States. Can you not be excited? We must know that the patriotism and national cohesion of the East are unmatched anywhere. With excitement and enthusiasm, the Spear Bureau decisively ordered the study of alien spacecraft. The first batch of scientists took the lead under the protection of several superheroes. Since the spaceship is too large to be transported back to the base for research, the top management unanimously decided to study the spaceship on site. But soon, a basin of cold water fell from the sky and splashed on everyone's heads. Scientists have successfully approached the alien spacecraft. But when one of them couldn't help reaching out to touch the smooth outer shell of the spaceship suddenly hummed, then rose half a meter, and kept spinning. Just when everyone was a little panicked and confused, countless small devices popped up from the outside of the spaceship. A beam of light locked everyone present. In an instant, everyone's heart was in a bad mood, and their souls froze. They hurried back, but it was obviously too late. Those small devices turned out to be laser emitters one by one. The spacecraft directly rained lasers all over the sky. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the scene was horrible. In a very short period of time, all the leading scientists were killed. Those superheroes also suffered heavy casualties, but fortunately they survived with their extraordinary physique and special abilities. It's just that they are all lying in a treatment institution for treatment now. A bolt from the blue. No one expected that the alien spacecraft would suddenly activate and attack suddenly. The lost group of scientists were all highly skilled talents. When he received the news, Zheng Xian's face had already caught up with Shield's stewed eggs and turned as dark. Fortunately, the spaceship did not fly away after shooting and killing all the scientists. Instead, it slowly vacated and rotated in place, as if it was on standby. In order to study and understand, Zheng Xian also worked hard and sent a group of scientists. But unlike before, scientists were not allowed to approach the spacecraft this time. Instead, various observation instruments are used to detect the spacecraft at the entrance of the cave. The goal is to find the self-defense module that shuts down the spacecraft as quickly as possible. Scientists are also very powerful, researching day and night. Finally, an answer was given, and there was a conspicuous square button on the outside of the spaceship. After pressing this square button, there is a high probability that the self-defense system of the spacecraft can be stopped. Finally, there was an answer that made Zheng Xian feel a little relieved. Chapter 132 When fellow countrymen meet fellow villagers. Speak English fluently. There is a way to stop self-defense. The question is who will press this button. The current spaceship, basically, As long as it gets close to it for a certain distance, it will launch laser attacks indiscriminately. Scientists have tried various approaches. Small robots, drones, high-tech remote control cars. Everything was shattered by the laser. In desperation, there are even more radical suggestions aimed at the button to have a shot. But the plan was rejected on the spot. It's a completely insane plan. For an alien technology with such a powerful self-defense system, would you give him a shot? Then it is estimated that the self-defense system will transform into an indiscriminate massacre system. It can be said that all the methods that can be thought of for a while have been exhausted. The power of the laser is far beyond the top level of Blue Star. The most advanced armor weapon has also been pierced by lasers. In desperation, Zheng Xian wanted to buy some vibration gold and build a shield to see if it could withstand the laser. If you can resist it, just send someone to hold the shield and press the square button. But after a negotiation, SHIELD did not agree to sell Zengin to its own side. The reason is that the stock is too small. If the Shanxia Bureau really wants to buy it, they can only buy 100 grams, and the price is extremely expensive. Looking at the long string of zeros behind the number 1, and the unit is still in Ryuan, Zheng Xian decisively gave up this plan. Things have come to the point where there seems to be no viable solution. But such a big alien treasure is right in front of you. Who can resist this temptation? There is no word giving up in the dictionary of the Orientals. In the end, after discussion among the high-level members of the SHIELD Bureau, it was decided to hire a SHIELD superhero to help them press that button. It's not that there are no superheroes in the family, but in front of this spaceship with obvious technological strength that makes people incomprehensible, it's not enough to see. At this point, there is no need to expose the spacecraft to the sight of some people. If the spaceship cannot be opened, then the spaceship will be of no value. Only the opened spaceship will generate value. In this regard, there are 3 candidates who meet their conditions. The first thing that comes to mind is the famous super people. After all, Superman is arguably the most powerful superhero in the world. The Waist Twister battle is obvious to all the world. According to the old Oriental saying, it has the power to move mountains and fill seas. But helpless. Let's not say that Lin Feng is not under the control of SHIELD. At that time, Lin Feng was not on Blue Star. Therefore, the Spear Bureau chose Iron Man Tony Stark as the next best thing. Tony Stark's scientific research strength is also obvious to all. At least no institution in the world can imitate his constantly updated steel suit. But Tony directly rejected the request. The reason is unknown. He just said perfunctorily that he didn't have time. In the end, the Divine Spear Bureau could only choose the last backup candidate. That is the new speed superhero, Pietro. According to the calculations of his own scientists, although Pietro's speed may not be faster than the spacecraft's laser, he can escape the laser locking device without any pressure. As long as you can't lock it, you can't hit Pietro. Fortunately, Pietro belongs to SHIELD and doesn't have that much power to speak. Soon, Pietro was dispatched to the Spear Bureau to help them carry out the mission. But if there is no accident, there will be another accident. Pietro is the perfect lock-on to dodge the laser. And under everyone's expectant gaze, he successfully pressed the square button on the outside of the spaceship. However, after the button was pressed, the spacecraft did not turn off its self-defense system as the Brickman said. Instead, it seemed to be going crazy. The moment the button was pressed, the spaceship erupted with a powerful shock wave. The shock wave directly impacted the entire underground space, forming a layer of translucent white energy cover, covering the entire underground. And Pietro, as well as the 2 superheroes who supported him, also disappeared in place in an instant. Right. It just disappeared in place. This scene made Zheng Xian look stupid. The situation is completely different from what the bricks predicted. Not only did the borrowed Pietro disappear, but even his 2 superheroes also disappeared. The entire Shanxia Bureau went numb. What's even more outrageous is that after the protective cover is deployed, the cannon can't even blast it. In desperation, Various weapons and tools greeted the protective shield. But no matter what method is used, the protective cover does not even have a wound the size of a needle point. Things have reached an impasse, and misfortunes never come singly. Just now, SHIELD called directly, saying that Pietro could not be reached. Zheng Xian was in a cold sweat, and held back for a long time, but he couldn't say a thing or two. He didn't know how to explain it, so he just said that your superhero disappeared. Then send it directly. Every superhero is an extremely important existence. He could have imagined that after the bit and found out, he could directly drive the space carrier over to ask for an explanation. Of course, marinated eggs should not be so radical. In a hurry, Zheng Xian gave an overview of the current situation. He did not clearly state that Pietro disappeared, but said that the task was in progress. But the black stewed egg is not so easy to deceive. He directly stated that he would send personnel to understand the situation and let Zheng Xian receive it. He should be there immediately. Zheng Xian, who hung up the phone, stared in a daze at the humanoid object approaching at high speed on the screen in front of him. Before he could wipe off the cold sweat on his face, he saw Lin Feng falling from the sky. There was no other way. Zheng Xian could only bite the bullet and lead two of his men to meet him. Besides, Lin Feng flew straight over after getting the address that Black Braised Egg gave him. From a long distance, I saw a huge circular flying base suspended in the air. He remembered that the name of this base was very intuitive and rude. It was called the Circle. At the same time, I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, why do these organizations like to fly the whole base up? Isn't this a moving target? After landing steadily on the Circle, Lin Feng saw three people walking towards him, one in front and two in the back. The leader is estimated to be the high level. All three have black hair and black eyes. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed and he felt kind. Fellow, after I came to Marvel, I basically didn't see any fellow villagers. One is because I have traveled from the east outside the fourth wall, and I didn't have the consciousness to actively look for fellow villagers for a while. The second is that this is the Marvel Universe, and Lin Feng subconsciously focused all his attention on the main plot of Marvel. To be honest, Lin Feng has no sense of belonging to this Marvel world. Maybe only the East before crossing is his real hometown. Those three Oriental fellows walked up to Lin Feng and greeted him politely. Hello. Okay. Opening his mouth, Lin Feng just leans back. He remained silent for a while, and saw the embarrassment suddenly realized on the fellow's face. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng also extended his hand and shook hands with the leading fellow. He opened his mouth and spoke authentic Chinese, which made the fellow even more embarrassed. Chapter 133. Sit down and chat. The enthusiasm of fellow villagers after the embarrassment. Zheng Xian was agitated. Your Excellency is a descendant of China? Seeing his excited look, Lin Feng nodded amusedly. Yes, a pure descendant of China. She spoke authentic Chinese, with black hair and black eyes, and this standard Oriental name. After getting the answer he wanted, Zheng Xian showed joy, and kept shaking Lin Feng's big hand up and down. Quick, please come in and sit down. With that said, he dragged Lin Feng into the battleship. Lin Feng can't laugh or cry was dragged away. This fellow is so enthusiastic. But it's not Zheng Xian's fault. To know who Lin Feng is Superman, the most powerful superhero on Blue Star. But this superhero is actually an orthodox Chinese. A plan to win over Lin Feng suddenly rose in his heart. Go to trademarks SHIELD. Anyway, Lin Feng didn't join SHIELD, didn't he? Soon, Lin Feng was brought to the reception room. Several people sat down around a square table. Lin Feng received warm hospitality from the God Spear Bureau, serving tea and pouring water. I won't say much about all kinds of greetings. In short, everyone who saw Lin Feng was laughing. The enthusiastic Lin Feng broke out in cold sweat. However, Lin Feng was not too polite. After all, everyone had the same skin color. After some chatting and familiarity, Zheng Xian began to wink at the Weather Witch sitting beside Lin Feng. The Weather Witch followed the good advice and immediately understood what Zheng Xian meant. She pretended to be casual, and asked Lin Feng beside her, "Mr. Superman, you must be from the East, right?" Weather Witch, the leader of Zheng Xian's superhero team, her real name and origin are unknown. On weekdays, she always wears a metal mask, only revealing a pair of eyes, and her whole body is also wrapped in special metal armor. The armor on the wrist can gather lightning and release it to attack the enemy. The reason why the Weather Witch started the topic is mainly because of the principle that opposites attract. Some sensitive questions uttered by women are not likely to arouse Lin Feng's disgust. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng said with a smile, "That's right. Didn't I say that just now? I'm a pure Oriental. Also, don't call me Superman, just call me Lin Feng." Among the few people who greeted Lin Feng just now, there was a Weather Witch, and Zheng Xian's small actions did not escape Lin Feng's eyes. But Lin Feng didn't care about these, he just wanted to see what the fellow villagers wanted to do, although he could roughly guess some of them. Hearing Lin Feng's self-identification of race again, Zheng Xian couldn't help but smile. The Weather Witch continued to lead the topic. "Okay, then shall I call you Mr. Lin Feng?" Lin Feng nodded. The Weather Witch continued to ask, "I heard from them that Mr. Lin Feng often travels in the universe?" As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng's expression was half a smile. "Who did you hear that from?" "He went to the universe, but he didn't tell anyone, except Susan, of course." "But if you think about it a little bit, you will understand. Black stewed eggs know that they have gone to the universe. Of course, the Spear Bureau also has its own intelligence network. Besides, it took half a year for Superman to disappear, so it's not surprising that God's spear can figure it out. After all, he couldn't guarantee whether he was photographed by other satellites during the few times he wandered through the atmosphere." Nodding his head, Lin Feng directly admitted with a smile, "I do often go to the universe. I guess you all know that aliens don't just exist in science fiction anymore." Hearing this, Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch nodded in sympathy. The Chitauri invasion has proven to the world that aliens exist. I have seen more alien life in the universe. Zahubari people with green heads and green brains, big trees that can talk and walk, and a manic raccoon with a weapon. Lin Feng smiled and told about his experiences in the universe. He would not mind telling these stories to the fellow Dongfeng folks to broaden their horizons. After all, we all share the same blood. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the eyes of the members of the Spear Bureau lit up. Sure enough, there are vast places in the universe with life, not just in the blue star. "Mr. Lin Feng, I have a question. I hope you will not be angry." Director Zheng Xian said this. He hesitated for a while, but was still ready to ask this question. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hands. "Everyone is from the East. If you want to ask anything, feel free to ask." Hearing this, Zheng Xian felt a little relieved, and then asked cautiously, "Iron Man, Tony Stark is your friend, everyone knows that. I want to ask, is Iron Man's latest suit an alien technology?" Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, with a strange expression on his face. "Iron Man's suit, you ask me?" But only for a moment. Lin Feng wanted to understand the reason. It seems that the Spear Bureau already knew that Tony's Mark 85 was a gift from Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng did not hide this matter, he did not tell anyone. Only SHIELD already knew about it. In other words, the intelligence network of the Spear Bureau is deeper than I imagined. Director Zheng Xian's subordinates are very well informed. Lin Feng said something pointedly. Zheng Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. He also has no choice, and the resistance to scientific and technological development in the East is huge. There is an invisible fault in technology between China and the United States. The United States now has obtained a large number of alien weapons and biological remains for research. If this continues, the situation will become more and more unfavorable. As for the steel suit that Lin Feng gave to Tony Stark, it is obviously not a product of Blue Star. Not to mention laser weapons, this is currently the only one in Blue Star. Energy shields, nanotechnology, All kinds of dazzling technologies that only exist in theory have been confirmed and applied to the Mark 85. Tony's own technological level will be several years, even decades, ahead of Blue Star. That Mark 85, even leading all the technologies of Blue Star by nearly 100 years, is considered a conservative estimate. And this was given by Lin Feng. Zheng Xian couldn't help but suspect that Tony's Mark 85 is alien technology. Shaking his head, Lin Feng said, "The technology of the Mark 85 is indeed very advanced and outrageous. But he is not a creation of alien technology. He was researched by Tony himself. But there may be no way to explain the specific details." Lin Feng thought about it for a while, but he still didn't tell about his time travel to the future. That was just an accident. Lin Feng himself was not sure if he could travel through the future now. Is that right? Hearing this, Zheng Xian was obviously disappointed. He originally thought that since Lin Feng could give Tony an alien suit, he might be able to lend him a period of time to study it. It is unthinkable for him to give himself a piece of Zheng Xian. After all, he might not be able to afford that thing after selling his circle base. So he was embarrassed to ask for it. Chapter 134. With Lin Feng's help, I finally remembered Pietro Director Zheng Xian. After talking so much, you want to ask me if there is any future technology or technology that can be given to us in the East? Lin Feng looked at Zheng Xian with a sad face, secretly amused, and directly pointed out Zheng Xian's inner thoughts. After making so many insinuations, I never asked about the ultimate goal. I guess I was afraid that I would be unhappy, so I should pat my ass and leave. This ... is indeed what Mr. Lin Feng thought. Zheng Xian, who was exposed, didn't have much embarrassment, but his smile was a bit bitter. The gap between our technology and the West is getting wider and wider. They've got weapons left over from the Chitauri incident they're working on, and they're not even willing to sell them to us. Even through some special channels, we only got some very damaged alien firearms. Those blood-sucking underground rats have even removed the core. Having said this, Zheng Xian gritted his teeth with hatred. The ones bought from the ground at a huge expense are all useless leftovers, and they are seriously damaged. Regarding this aspect, Zheng Xian told Lin Feng without hiding anything. This day is a bit bitter. Lin Feng shook his head. Director Zheng Xian, if you want Chitauri weapons, I have some here. Lin Feng suddenly said such a sentence. Everyone present looked at Lin Feng instantly. Zheng Xian got up immediately. His eyes widened, and he said, "Is what Lin Feng said first true?" Lin Feng didn't answer this question. He just waved his backhand, and a complete Chitauri weapon appeared in his hand. Space technology? Zheng Xian gasped in shock from this move. But the smart one didn't ask any more questions, just took the weapon that Lin Feng handed over. He found it accurately, and lightly pressed the start button on the gun. After all, I bought some incomplete firearms without core parts, and I know how to activate this thing. With a soft buzzing sound, the firearm was instantly activated and charged. Zheng Xian smiled, and involuntarily clenched the hand holding the gun a little bit. Quickly, call the researchers over. He never dreamed that he could get the Chitauri weapon from Lin Feng so easily. Still the full, launchable version. You must know that such a firearm, the technology that can be reversed, is not just as simple as a weapon. Energy, materials, structures, and new alien knowledge and theories. So this complete firearm represents more than just a small weapon. It represents unknown advanced knowledge and theories, and even involves the use of energy. As expected of a fellow from the East, Zheng Xian gave Lin Feng 10,000 likes in an instant. Don't worry, Director Zheng Xian, I still have some here. You can find a place and I'll release them all. Lin Feng waved his hand, interrupting Zheng Xian's actions. Hearing this, Zheng Xian was excited, stood up with a bang, and dragged Lin Feng to the Scientific Research Institute. Walk around. I have as many places as I want. Lin Feng didn't mind either. He just let Zheng Xian drag him away with a smile on his face. He can understand the discomfort of being stuck in technology, and he can better understand Zheng Xian's current mood. Although it seems that the Divine Spear Bureau also has an air base, there is always a gap between the scientific and technological strength and the Shield Bureau. Zheng Xian's excitement about an alien gun can only explain one thing. That is, in the original book, the setting of the Divine Spear Bureau is a bit too weak, at least from a technological point of view. Hey! Along the way, staff passing by continued to greet Zheng Xian respectfully. Lin Feng could see the sincerity in their eyes. It seems that Zheng Xian's reputation as a leader is still good. Soon, Zheng Xian brought Lin Feng to a huge scientific research room. Several researchers in white coats are busy doing research. Director. Seeing Zheng Xian appearing in the research room, a middle-aged woman who is obviously the team leader greeted her. Doctor Who. Zheng Xian nodded and smiled. This is Mr. Lin Feng. You have seen him on TV. He is the Superman in the Chitauri incident. Zheng Xian introduced to the doctor surnamed Hu. This Doctor Who is well dressed, about 40 or 50 years old, with a serious expression on his face. Oh! Hearing what Zheng Xian said, Doctor Who's eyes lit up, and he reached out to shake hands with Lin Feng. Hello. I'm Hu Lan. After a concise and clear introduction, Doctor Who stared at Lin Feng with great interest, without any scruples because of Lin Feng's identity. She knew Superman, and she wanted to meet Superman very much. But the reason is not to worship the power of Superman, but to study and understand what is going on with Lin Feng's ability. Invulnerable to weapons and powerful, capable of flying and running, it shouldn't be a creature of Blue Star. Lin Feng retreated steadily under her stare. The old woman seemed to see like a rare species. He felt uncomfortable seeing it. Fortunately, Zheng Xian made the rescue in time. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, Mr. Lin Feng, can you see this place? Of course Lin Feng knew what he was talking about. After looking around for a week, Lin Feng nodded. It's not too big, but it's enough. Lin Feng took 2 steps forward and waved his hand in the void. The system space opened instantly, and some products from the Chitauri fell down one after another. There are weapons, armor, and 2 relatively complete flying machines. These are all collected by Lin Feng during the Chitauri incident. It's purely for fun, to commemorate the collection. But I didn't expect it to come in handy. A large number of products of alien technology fell to the ground and made a clanging sound, immediately attracted the attention of many researchers. The same goes for Doctor Who looked at the scene in front of him in surprise, and after realizing it, he jumped on it as if he had found a treasure. His eyes were shining. Quick, Xiaolin, stop all the work at hand, and move these things to the analyzer first. Doctor Who, a scientific madman, didn't care how Lin Feng would give these things. The moment he saw the alien gun, Doctor Who was completely attracted. Before it was over, Lin Feng took out another device in the shape of a USB flash drive and handed it to Zheng Xian. This is a weak artificial intelligence, and there is only so much I can give for the time being. You should thoroughly understand Chitauri's technological research first. I'll bring something new next time. Also, I will give you the contact information of Stark Industries. Some technologies that can be shared are not a problem, but you have to do a good job of keeping them secret. After all, if the Council on Laumi's side knows about it, it will be difficult to do it. There are really only so many things that Lin Feng can give Zheng Xian at present. In the past, he did not consciously collect any high-tech products, or other things. However, it is estimated that when Lin Feng goes to the universe in the future, he will pay attention to the things that can be used in his hometown. As for Stark Industries, there is indeed a large part of advanced technology that can be shared, but the Parliament does not agree with this approach, so there has been no cooperation with the East. But as Lin Feng, this level of cooperation can be carried out secretly. Even if the Council really knew about it, there was a high probability that it would be regarded as not seeing it. After all, no one wanted to annoy Superman. Zheng Xian took the device and couldn't contain his excitement. This is a real fellow. I really miss my hometown when I have good things. Just when he was very excited, Lin Feng's voice came from his ear again. but it was like cold water pouring down. Now, can you tell me about Pietro? Chapter 135 Underground Space. I'll give it a try. After some tossing, several people returned to the reception room. The Weather Witch went to get the video material, and Zheng Xian explained the general situation to Lin Feng with some embarrassment. Not only did Pietro disappear, but the two agents who followed him, Saber and Vector, also disappeared. The situation is embarrassing, but the three of Pietro should not have died. According to Brickman, Pietro should have activated some kind of teleportation device on the spacecraft. The biggest possibility now is that the three of them were transported away by the spaceship. As for where it was sent to, it is unknown. Zheng Xian wiped his sweat while talking. If the brick house predicts wrong again this time, they will all be fired and pack their bags and go home. Not long after, the Weather Witch returned with a tablet. Lin Feng took a look at the tablet, and the screen displayed the scene when Pietro disappeared. In the picture, there are a total of 3 people, Pietro and 2 other people in strange clothes. It should be the Saber and Vector that Zheng Xian said. In the underground space, Pietro avoided the laser, quickly approached the spaceship, and pressed the square button of the spaceship. As the button was activated, the spaceship buzzed, creating a shockwave and kicking up a large amount of dust in the air. When the smoke dissipated, there was only a huge translucent shield covering the entire underground space. Pietro and Saber and Vector had disappeared in place. There was no blood or droplets on the ground. The video basically ends here. The following video is a video of some weapons bombarding the shield. Lin Feng keenly discovered that the weapon bombarded the protective cover, but the protective cover did not take the initiative to fight back. This shows that the protective cover does not reflect the function of eliminating incoming enemies. Of course, it is only speculation. Because of this, the brick house conjectured that the 3 of them should have been teleported away. Well, let me go and take a look at the scene. Putting down the tablet, Lin Feng thought for a while, and decided to go to the scene to find out. This alien spacecraft is full of weirdness. The information obtained from the screen alone is limited, and the depth of information is not enough. He wants to go to the scene to find out what this alien spaceship is about. Zheng Xian pondered for a while, and agreed to Lin Feng's request. After all, it was an agent of SHIELD who disappeared, and although Lin Feng was a fellow villager, he could be regarded as a foreign aide commissioned by SHIELD to check the situation. And with the strength of a fellow villager, there might be some new discoveries. The Spear Bureau's right to speak is relatively concentrated, and there is basically no resistance to things after Zheng Xian agrees. The spacecraft is located about 300 or 400 meters below the main peak of Taibai Mountain. Zheng Xian personally led Lin Feng to the ground. To Lin Feng's surprise, he originally thought that the Spear Bureau relied on a simple elevator to get to and from the ground. Unexpectedly, the elevators leading to the underground have been built. Is it worthy of being an infrastructure madman? But the reason is also easy to understand. After all, this spaceship is too huge. If you want to take it up for research, the cost is much higher than the cost of the elevator, and it's too eye-catching to take it up. Besides, the spaceship is still in a state of self-defense, and it is impossible to get close to it, let alone find a way to transport it to the ground. So in order to facilitate the research of scientific researchers, this elevator was built. The elevator was very fast, and only Zheng Xian and Lin Feng got down this time. After reaching the ground and passing through a relatively narrow tunnel, Lin Feng saw the target this time. As soon as I saw it, it was the spaceship in the center of the huge shield. The gray disc-shaped spaceship has many incomprehensible lines on it, and the lines glow with light blue light, which is full of sci-fi feeling. At first glance, it is just an ordinary alien spaceship that can be seen in movies. But the spacecraft is obviously in a running state, and it is slowly rotating. On the exterior of the spaceship, there is a square button that flickers on and off, flashing blue light. It is the button that Pietro pressed that Lin Feng saw in the video. Lin Feng stepped forward and reached out to touch the protective cover. There is a certain degree of toughness in the hand, but if you press it into a depth of about 10 centimeters, you can't press it. This protective shield has a certain degree of flexibility, but we have used the most advanced weapons and still cannot cause damage to it. Zheng Xian spoke. It's nothing if the protective cover can't be opened, and the research progresses at a deadlock. Worse, it also swallows people. Lin Feng nodded and observed around the protective cover. Director Zheng Xian, step back. Zheng Xian was taken aback. Lin Feng explained, stand back a little, let me see if I can break through this protective shield. Zheng Xian nodded, and walked into the distance without hesitation. Lin Feng's attack energy intensity has already exceeded the calculation limit. He was afraid of hurting himself in an accident. The current Spear Bureau is as helpless as a dog biting a hedgehog against this shield. If Lin Feng could open it, it would be of great help. Seeing Zheng Xian back away, Lin Feng did not hesitate. He stared at the protective shield, half bent his knees, raised his hand directly, and slammed the fist of the hurricane fiercely at the protective shield. Boom! The protective cover is like a non-Newtonian fluid. It becomes hard when it is hit, and ripples appear on the surface, blocking and dispersing the impact brought by Lin Feng. The protective cover was not damaged at all, but Lin Feng was not disappointed either. Lin Feng didn't use too much force for this punch, it was just to test the approximate strength of the protective shield. One punch fails, another punch. Lin Feng swung his fist with his right hand, which was more swift and fierce than the previous blow. This punch hit the protective shield like a comet hitting. Boom! A huge piercing sound impacted the entire underground space. The powerful kinetic energy hit the protective cover and was continuously scattered everywhere. The shockwave formed by the fist wind caused countless gravels to fall from the top of the head, shaking the entire underground space. The rubble fell on the ground and caused a burst of smoke and dust. Lin Feng's punch almost failed to dry out the earthquake. However, the shield remains unchanged. Mr. Lin Feng, stop! Zheng Xian in the distance staggered in the shock, and was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. There are already several cracks in the rock layer above his head, and they are constantly expanding. Lin Feng's seemingly ordinary punch contained terrifying power. As expected of Superman, as soon as Zheng Xian spoke, Lin Feng certainly knew what he meant. He nodded to Zheng Xian, indicating that he would not punch again. He also saw the destruction of the underground space by this punch. Damn, Lin Feng frowned. According to his strength, it is no problem to push the entire planet, and he is confident that he can break through this bullshit shield. But the problem is that before the protective cover is broken, the underground space is estimated to have collapsed first. Chapter 136 System Suggestion. Use Time Gem. Zheng Xian took 2 steps forward, and said with some fear, how about we go up first, and then think of other ways. Lin Feng's relaxed and free-hand punches almost collapsed the underground space. Zheng Xian felt that it was obviously not a problem to go on like this. Lin Feng shook his head, it's okay, I'll think of other ways, and you can wait a little longer. Don't worry, I won't let this space collapse. Lin Feng knew what Zheng Xian was worried about. Then you must be careful. Hearing this, Zheng Xian thought for a while, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and retreated. From the previous conversation with Lin Feng, he could see that Lin Feng was not too reckless. It can be said that at present, the entire Shan Spear Bureau has no way to deal with this alien spaceship. We can only place our hope on Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in front of the protective shield again, his eyes glowing red. Since using strength will cause landslides, try using energy attacks. Zheng Xian on the side watched this scene. He recognized this type of attack as a heat ray. The powerful force and heat ray attack seems to be Superman's signature attack method. The photogenic rate is high. With a soft sound, heat rays swept across the shield. The part of the protective cover that was hit suddenly burst into sparks. But still no damage appears on the surface. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he increased the power of the heat rays step by step. His eyes were getting redder. The heat rays also become thicker and brighter with the output. The power is constantly increasing, testing the limit of the protective cover. Kala. As the power of Lin Feng's heat rays increases to a certain extent, the protective cover made a rattling noise. Cracks began to appear in the shield that made Zheng Xian helpless. Zheng Xian's eyes lit up, and he raised his heart, feeling a little excited uncontrollably. Possible. Lin Feng also saw the appearance of the crack, and once again strengthened a bit of energy. The clicking sound is getting louder and denser. The energy of the heat rays continued to increase slightly. Then, I saw the protective cover swaying for a while, as if it was overwhelmed. Cracks began to appear in a large area. The crack extended directly from the affected part to the entire shield. The energy of the heat rays has exceeded the limit that the shield can evacuate. Finally, it's about to break. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that the protective cover was about to shatter, at this moment, the spaceship in the center of the protective cover suddenly burst out a rapid beeping alarm. The spaceship suddenly started to rotate crazily, and the speed became faster and faster as the crack in the protective cover grew. The original blue light pattern on the hull also suddenly turned into a dark red like destruction, and it was still flickering rapidly. Just 1 second before the protective cover broke, Lin Feng suddenly stopped the heat rays. The faster and faster spaceship made him feel bad. This scene is too familiar. Isn't that how self-explosion works? The spacecraft seems to have activated a self-destruct program. If the protective shield is violently destroyed, it is likely that the spacecraft will explode immediately. Of course Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the explosion, but Pietro didn't get it back, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Of course Zheng Xian also noticed this situation. Being able to become the director of Shinsphere is not covered by the brain. A face darkened in an instant, and Zheng Xian's mood was like a roller coaster. 1 second he was excited and looking forward to it, but the next second it turned into impatience and helplessness. This doesn't work. And that doesn't work either. Alien technology really isn't that easy to get. Fortunately, after Lin Feng stopped destroying, the spaceship gradually quieted down, stopped its high-speed rotation, and quickly returned to its previous slow speed. At the same time, the red light path penetrating into the hull also turned back to blue. The protective cover also slowly repaired itself after stopping the damage. With a sullen face, Zheng Xian stepped forward again and exchanged a glance with Lin Feng. The faces of the two were ugly, like swallowing flies. Tougher than imagined. Judging by the current situation, the shield can be destroyed. However, it is estimated that the protective cover is gone, and the spacecraft will self-destruct and explode. For a moment, the two felt a little numb. This spaceship is so delicate that it won't work. If you don't agree with each other, you will explode yourself. System, do you know what's going on with this thing? After thinking for a while, Lin Feng called the system in his mind to see if the system knew something. If violent dismantling is not enough, Lin Feng is not good at it. When the system came out, he rolled his eyes. You think I'm an encyclopedia, isn't it? Lin Feng replied. Seriously? Do you know what the hell this is? Little brother-in-law is still inside. Lin Feng can't just destroy the spaceship. If his brother Pietro was still there, Lin Feng would have been dragged into the air by the spaceship and lifted up directly. I really don't know. Why don't you ask the magic conch? System Pi said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. When are you still playing with this nonsense? Hurry up. See if there is any way to stop this broken cover. Okay, let me take a look. With that said, the system started to detect the spaceship. It's just a joke. It's all about doing things. What? In just a moment. The system's voice sounded again. This spaceship is very weird. The system's voice was a little surprised, as if it had seen something new. I can't see through his shell. Hearing this, Lin Feng laughed. He also tried supervision, but he also couldn't see inside the spaceship. His current supervision can see through even a lead plate in front of him, but he can't penetrate the outer shell of this spaceship. Or could it be that this spaceship is weird? Lin Feng has never seen the materials used for the hull. According to the external scan, the square button pressed by Pietro is similar to a remote control device, and can be teleported. The system spoke again. Apparently the detection was over. It's the same as what the Spear Bureau said. The probability of Pietro being teleported away is as high as 95%. As for this layer of protective cover, It is likely to be the self-protection mechanism of the spaceship after the person is transported away. This is equivalent to locking the car after you stop it. This is the lock of the spaceship. The system still played its due role and gave a more accurate conclusion than the brakeman. Hearing what the system said, Lin Feng looked at the spaceship thoughtfully. I see. It is equivalent to the locking system of a car, which is easy to understand. Lin Feng then asked, is there any way to unlock it safely? At present, there are two options that can be given. The first way is to use the time gem to rewind the state of the spaceship back to before it was transmitted. The second way is to use the biological force field to let you walk in. His protective cover is also a kind of energy force field. The host can adjust his biological force field to generate vibrations. When the vibration frequency is consistent with the spaceship's protective cover, he can walk in. It is recommended that the host try directly with the time gem and lock the range in the protective cover, so that it should be able to bring Pietro back. Chapter 137 Time Gem. Zheng Xian was stunned forehead. Time gem. This is indeed a solution. Lin Feng eagerly licked his lips, but he seemed to have remembered something, and his face was a little bit like glue. Indeed, comparing the two methods, the time gem is more useful, and maybe time goes backwards and Pietro can be brought back directly. But just a few hours ago, I promised that the Bald Master would not use the time gem at will. If the Bald Mage knew about it, he would probably regret giving him the time stone. But if it's used in a small area, it should be fine, right? Anyway, the underground space is not big. As long as the range and speed are well controlled, it should not affect the spaceship and people other than Pietro. To be honest, Lin Feng was also very curious about the ability of the time stone. If you want to say which gem cannot be used casually, it belongs to the time gem. If one does not pay attention, it will cause the emergence of branched universes. The variable it brings is the one with the most of all infinite gems. But such a good opportunity was in front of him, and it was justifiable. Lin Feng was thinking, otherwise use it. I also did it to save people, and if the Bald Mage knew about it, he wouldn't say anything. Somehow I feel like doing bad things behind my parents' backs. Stimulate. Convincing himself, Lin Feng bowed his head, stroked his left wrist, and released the invisibility of Superman's wrist. 5 infinity gems of different colors appeared in front of him, which made Lin Feng feel a little emotional. Before I knew it, I had almost collected all the infinity stones during the time travel to Marvel. I don't know what purple sweet potato essence will think if I know it. As for the last soul gem, let's go and see it in a few days. Anyway, the coordinates have been obtained from Gamera. But at present, Lin Feng has not thought of a specific way to obtain the soul gem. The method of sacrificing his beloved is too nonsense. Lin Feng doesn't intend to do it. Feeling emotional, Lin Feng withdrew his mind and set his target on the time gem that was shining green. Now, it's time to bring Pietro back. With a thought, the time stone responded immediately. An energy ring with a width of about 5 centimeters was stimulated from the time stone and surrounded Lin Feng's wrist. In the ring, there are constantly rotating symbols that look very mysterious. At first glance, it looks like the scale of a clock. The time gem activated, making Lin Feng feel like the master of the universe. He can manipulate time at will. Whether time stops, speeds up or goes backwards. Very magical and mysterious. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, aimed at the spinning spaceship through the shield, and calculated the range of time backwards. Just follow the positions of Pietro and the two superheroes in the video. This can minimize the impact of time regression. After calculating the distance, Lin Feng slowly turned his wrist in a counterclockwise posture. There was a light sound from the underground space. Following Lin Feng's gesture, the spaceship quickly began to rotate in the opposite direction like rewinding. The blue light path on the surface of the body turned dark red again, as if returning to the previous state about to explode. However, after only a moment, the spaceship regained its calm. The entire spaceship, as well as the space within 10 meters around him, was rewinding crazily. The constantly falling gravel and smoke also slowly fell back to the top of the head. This scene directly made Zheng Xian look stupid. He wiped his eyes, in disbelief. Was Lin Feng manipulating time? After being dazed for a while, Zheng Xian stretched out his hand and tapped his ear lightly, where there was an invisible earphone. Doctor Who. Did you see it? The underground space is a monitoring system, in order to prevent various accidents and facilitate observation. Every move of Lin Feng and Zheng Xian was sent back to the Shinsphere Bureau through the camera. Of course, Lin Feng saw the camera early in the morning, but he didn't care about it. I see. It's incredible. A clear voice came from the headset. It was Doctor Hu Lan that Lin Feng had seen before. This is the power of time. Mr. Lin Feng. He is making time go backwards. Seeing Lin Feng's operation, Doctor Hu lost his voice a little, and his speech stuttered. What is time? It is irreversible, unchangeable, and always moving forward. No one can make any changes to time. This kind of concept only exists in mythical gods. For a long time, the analysis of time has been full of mystery. It is illusory, invisible and intangible. But now, Lin Feng is obviously turning back the time in one area. This made Zheng Xian and Doctor Who feel unbelievable, and at the same time, an inexplicable panic rose in their hearts. No one can go against the direction of time, can manipulate time. It can basically be said to be invincible, even immortal. If Lin Feng wanted to, he could even bring himself back to the baby tense. The countless disasters that have happened can also be erased through time manipulation. This is taboo. It is a research direction that countless scientists have no way to start, and it is also an ability that countless people dream of. However, now that it appears in front of your eyes, the impact on Doctor Who's three views and scientific concepts is like a comet hitting the Earth. God knows how many rich people are willing to spend countless money just to keep their physical condition and appearance young. And being able to control the time, Lin Feng can easily do this. He can completely bring an 80-year-old rich woman back to when she was 20. It is estimated that the rich woman will be willing to do what Lin Feng asks the rich woman to do. Is he God? Doctor Who looked at the screen in a daze, and murmured to himself. Only gods and demons in mythology can manipulate time. In her cognition, such means, as long as Lin Feng thinks, can be successful. Be the master of Blue Star, even the master of the world. Although the voice was low, Zheng Xian heard it clearly. He shook his head, hesitated for a while, and nodded again. Maybe the method of manipulating time casts an extremely mysterious veil on Lin Feng. In Zheng Xian's mind, Lin Feng was already someone who should never be provoked, and who would be wooed at all costs. Not only because of Lin Feng's abnormal fighting power. The most important thing is the ability to manipulate time. Not to mention the silly Zheng Xian. Lin Feng manipulated the time in the spaceship area to go backwards continuously. And when it reached a node, it stopped going backwards. The transparent shield has disappeared into the air. Time has regressed back to the state before the shield was activated. The spacecraft's self-defense system also returned to the activated state. For a moment, dense light spots locked on Lin Feng, and beams of lasers violently hit Lin Feng. Chapter 138. The perverted boss loves Crescent Sky Chong base. The laser hit Lin Feng's body, but did not cause the slightest scar. Lin Feng didn't care about the laser weapon, but frowned slightly, a little strangely. The protective cover has returned to the state before it was activated. Pietro also disappeared when the shield was activated. So here comes the question. The time node has gone back. Why didn't Pietro appear? Lin Feng was confused. This is completely different from what he imagined. After going back in time, Pietro never came back. He looked down at the time stone. There's nothing wrong with it. Time has indeed gone backwards, but Petrona system. Why didn't Pietro show up? Lin Feng asked the system his doubts. The system pondered for a while, and then deduced. It's okay to go backwards in time. Even if a Pietro died, it can be rolled back. But Pietro didn't show up, So there's only one possibility. That's Pietro being teleported outside the Marvel Universe. Outside the Marvel Universe? Lin Feng's expression became serious. Yes. The Infinity Stones can affect the entire Marvel Universe. If a Pietro is still in the Marvel Universe, then the Time Stone is enough to bring him back. But now that Pietro doesn't show up, it can only prove that he was sent to an unknown universe. Listening to the system's speculation, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he came to his senses. Other universes were no longer a novelty to him. The DC universe he traveled through does not belong to Marvel. Then why is Pietro so useless? Do you know where Pietro was teleported to? Lin Feng asked. The key in his backpack can still be used twice. If he can locate it, he can travel through the past and bring Pietro back. Not really. The system replied honestly. But you can press the square button on the spaceship. Didn't Pietro disappear after pressing it? You can also press it once to reproduce the scene. So you can teleport to the place where Pietro was teleported. What the system said moved Lin Feng's heart, and he looked at the square button on the outside of the spaceship. It sounds like a very feasible solution. Since there is no way to locate it, the scene will be reproduced and Lin Feng will also be sent there. But, can I teleport to the same place as Pietro? Lin Feng was not worried about where he would be teleported at all, but worried that the teleportation was random. What if he and Pietro teleported to a different universe? Don't worry, the system said again. If you haven't been teleported to Pietro's universe, the host will come back and continue teleporting, and you will be able to teleport the one time. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Do you mean to let me be a guinea pig? You can be inappropriate, and no one is forcing you. The system replied indifferently. Lin Feng's face darkened. Pietro was just teleported away, but he didn't die. He must go to save him. As for whether they can teleport to the same place with Pietro, it depends on luck. Fortunately, the problem is not too big, and it's not that Lin Feng has never been to other universes. And it's the only way that works right now. Mr. Lin Feng, are you okay? Just when Lin Feng was about to act, Zheng Xian's shout came from a distance. Lin Feng slapped his head and almost forgot about the director of the Shinsphere Bureau. He turned his head, looked at Zheng Xian and shouted loudly, "I'm fine, Chief Zheng Xian." As he spoke, he waved his hand to signal Zheng Xian not to worry. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, and looking at the light beams that were still hitting Lin Feng, Zheng Xian wiped off his cold sweat. The laser beams hit Lin Feng's body, making him tremble with fear. But fortunately, Lin Feng didn't seem to be hurt at all. Just now Lin Feng stood motionless and let the laser attack. Zheng Xian thought something happened to him, but he didn't dare to step forward to check. The range of the laser is basically smaller than the protective cover. He didn't have Lin Feng's physique, and he was instantly smashed into a sieve when he took 2 steps forward. Pietro should have been teleported away, but I have to check to make sure. Lin Feng continued. Director Zheng Xian, go back to the base and wait for me. Look, what do you think? Zheng Xian shouted in doubt. Lin Feng smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Of course, look at it this way. After finishing the words, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and patted on the square button. The same shockwave as last time exploded from the inside of the spaceship again. Sent out. The huge shield once again enveloped the underground space. The moment the protective cover was unfolded, Lin Feng disappeared in place. It was exactly the same as the last time Pietro disappeared. Zheng Xian stared at Lin Feng's operation in astonishment, and then disappeared in place. He opened his mouth wide, covered his heart with one hand, and rested his hand weakly on the protective shield. Disappear, disappear. What the hell is this? What kind of trouble? Young Hyun is crazy. Lin Feng also disappeared, and he pressed it himself. There is something wrong with him! Exclamation mark. A few things happened today, each one is more exciting. His heart was so stimulated that he couldn't take it anymore. Zheng Xian, who was in a hurry, immediately took the elevator back to the base. He wanted to hold a meeting immediately to analyze Lin Feng's words and actions. He didn't think that Lin Feng made such a fuss out of insanity. There must be a deeper intention. Besides Lin Feng, The moment the shockwave appeared, he was pulled into a pure white space. It was somewhat similar to his previous situation in the quantum realm, except that the entire space was pure white, mixed with some light gray lines. The white space is like a passage, and Lin Feng is pulled and moved forward in it. Not long after, the white passage spit out Lin Feng. Lin Feng landed firmly on the ground, the scene in front of him changed again, and he came to a street. Sure enough, that button was a teleportation device. It's just that I don't know which universe it was sent to. Lin Feng looked around. There were no strange creatures or buildings, and the whole was similar to the blue star in the Marvel universe. It should also be a blue star in another universe. There are many high-rise buildings. The road is full of traffic and people's voices. Walking along the street, the conversations in my ears are basically in English. From the looks of it, the teleportation place is the Western country. Lin Feng kept walking, collecting useful information. However, just as he was about to use his supervision and super hearing, he suddenly stopped. He saw a tall bust of a portrait pasted on a tall building 2 blocks away. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth gradually showed a playful smile. He recognized the figures in the portraits. It's funny, it's so much fun. He knew what world he was in. In the portrait, there is a confident smile and a strong body. Isn't this the motherland known as the pervert, who likes to drink milk and the crescent moon? Chapter 139 Pietro's Miserable Life. The world that Lin Feng traveled to also had superheroes. Of course, the superheroes here are in quotation marks, because the superheroes here are basically demons in the appearance of justice. This world is a rice drama. Black robe pickets. The superheroes here are basically cultivated through a drug called Compound Number 5. Take the red-hot Homelander, who has been experimenting with Compound Number 5 since infancy. But because of his childhood experience, he was extremely arrogant and cruel. It perfectly interprets what it means to be able to do whatever you want. On the surface, they are doing disaster relief work, but secretly they will sacrifice the lives of innocent people for their own interests, and even cause massacres with their own hands. He and a group of superheroes cast by Compound Number 5 belong to Walter Company, and they are all products of Walter Company's Superhuman project. When it comes to Walter Company, you have to mention the Super 7. This 7-member group is basically the top superhero group under Walter Company. By creating a positive image of superheroes, Walter Company frantically uses movies and superhero peripherals to make money. Every year, the income reaches a terrifying 100 billion yuan. And the native of the motherland is the leader of the Super 7. Because the ability of the motherland is the most powerful, his ability is like a weakened version of Superman. Although not as powerful as Superman, it is still enough for him to overwhelm a group of superheroes and become the leader. Having said that, it is worth mentioning that Walter Company is a private enterprise. Interestingly, many times some people wonder whether the USZF will control this company. The answer is number. For one thing, Walter Company secretly has an indistinct relationship with the top authorities, which has nothing to do with whether it is reflected in the movie or not. Secondly, the superheroes cast by Compound Number 5 are beyond the reach of ordinary humans. As strong as the people of the motherland, ordinary thermal weapons are useless to him. Even invisible people who can hide have a skin as hard as diamonds, the kind that even a sniper rifle can't penetrate. Lin Feng stroked his chin, feeling a little emotional. Afterwards, he took advantage of the night and flew into the sky at an extremely high speed, reaching a height that ordinary people could not see. Then, he used his super hearing to cover the entire blue star, and began to look for his Pietro. In this world, although the abilities of superheroes are not a threat to Lin Feng, but to Pietro's level, there is still a great danger. And in the world of the black-robed picket team, there is a guy called the Locomotive, who has a similar speed superpower to Pietro. I hope Pietro is not in any danger. However, things did not go as Lin Feng wished. At this time, Pietro was hiding in an underground pipeline with the Saba. The seriousness of the two faces was mixed with fatigue that could not be concealed. If you observe carefully, you can also see the anxiety in Pietro's expression. The two looked at each other without saying a word, eating cheap hamburgers. 3 months. 3 full months. Pietro sighed. With a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. I still haven't found a way to go back. I've had enough of staying here. I want to go home. Pietro wailed, ignoring the dirty pipes, and just lay down. 3 months. Do you know how I lived these 3 months? Recalling the experience of these 3 months, Pietro burst into tears. It's simply not human. Saba finished eating the hamburger with a blank face, and reinstalled the head armor. A hoarse voice sounded. Before we go back, we need to save Vector. Pietro looked at the Saba, nodded helplessly but surely. The man with the title Saba was completely covered in armor, and his expression could not be seen clearly. He is also one of the superheroes of the Spear Bureau, a member of the former dynasty, and then temporarily retired due to the disbandment of the team, and did not come back until the Weather Witch found him. He himself is a very good soldier. The close-fitting armor he wears can enhance his senses and abilities. The weapons are 2 energy swords, and all the equipment makes him an agile and deadly assassin. Vector is their companion, who was sent here along with Pietro, but has now been imprisoned by Walter Company. They must go to the rescue. Of course I know I'm going to save Vector, but Pietro slapped the ground weakly. Hey, I can't see hope. It has been 3 months since they traveled to the world of the black-robed pickets, and they still haven't found a way to go back. There is no slightest progress, which makes Pietro see no hope. He never thought that what he thought was a simple field mission would lead to the current situation. Originally, under the training of SHIELD, Pietro has become a relatively qualified agent. He and his sister have lived together for so many years, just for revenge. Now, the enemy has been found, and he has taken revenge, although the process and result are quite different from what he thought. But after Lin Feng appeared, the lives of the 2 brothers and sisters became better day by day. The revenge was avenged and I got a job. However, that damn spaceship actually teleported itself to another world. Pietro really opened his eyes. He never knew that things in these science fiction stories actually came true. But it's not too strange to think about it. After all, superpowers don't appear in front of them alive. While thinking about it, Pietro took out a toothpick out of nowhere, threw it in his mouth and kept spitting it out, trying to relieve the anxiety in his heart. Compared with Pietro, Saba's psychological quality is obviously more excellent. He held the hilt of the sword lightly, his tone full of firmness and conviction. When there is no hope, create hope yourself. Don't you still have a younger sister? Try to go back alive to see her. Water Company has too many superpowers. Confrontation is not an option. After Vector was arrested, the intelligence investigation stopped. But we are not without chance. Said, Saba took out a mobile phone, which stored criminal evidence of some superheroes under Walter. Among them, there is the most powerful native of the motherland. But instead of calling them superheroes, Saba prefers to call them superpowered criminals. After the 3 traveled to this world, the first organization they came into contact with was the Walter Group. The appearance of 3 powerful superpowers who were not registered and didn't even have ID cards quickly attracted the attention of the Walter Group. In the name of helping the Walter Group, after abducting the 3 to the Walter Group, they tore off their masks. The Motherlander restrained the 3 of them and almost sliced their successful research. So the conflict ended like this. After escaping with the help of Pietro, after continuous investigation, the actions of the Water Group shocked the 3 of them. The 3 of them were also defined as supercriminals by the Water Group, and they were wanted by virtue of their powerful influence. Fortunately, the abilities of the people of the motherland are not as powerful as Superman. In 3 months, only Vector was caught during an investigation against the Voight Group. Therefore, while looking for a way to go back, he had to constantly entangle with the superheroes sent by the Water Group. Chapter 140, the kind that can slap the people of the motherland to death and still owe several lives. The Vought Group is hardly in a hurry, just like a cat catching a mouse. When they have free time, they sent superheroes to catch them. If they hadn't wanted to study the three of them in slices, it is estimated that the people of the motherland would have killed them long ago. Thinking of the current unknown situation of Vector, Saba turned off the phone screen, and his face under the helmet was gloomy. They're all superheroes. Who the hell can suffer this kind of grievance? Vector had better not be injured now, otherwise Saba doesn't mind risking his life to teach them a lesson. Glancing at Pietro, Saba went on to say, we don't have enough evidence now to overthrow Vought. Even if these superpowers are under the law, Water Company can completely create another batch of superpowers. They will leave themselves and the criminal superpowers clean. Having said that, Saba paused. Every world is like this. What you see is always what others want you to see. Water Company can come up with a sentence. The private life of superheroes Water Company does not know. We are deeply sorry for the crimes committed by so-and-so superhero. So far, we've delivered superhero so-and-so personally to a sheriff's agency. We will also make corresponding compensation to the families of the victims out of humanitarianism. Words like these can completely save Water Company. Therefore, if you want to overthrow Water Company, you must at least have the experimental data of compound number 5, which can be counted as a bargaining chip. Pietro leaned against the pipe wall weakly. Although he was young, he could understand what the Saba said. It's just that he hasn't found a way to go home all this time, which makes him live in anxiety and irritability every day. Then why don't we release the information traced by the Vector first? Maybe it can create some obstacles for Water Company. Hearing this, Saba shook his head, denying the idea. The information won't have much impact. Although it can create some public opinion, it will soon be suppressed by Water Company. The information we have is not enough. Vector has a good hacking ability, but now that Vector has been captured, it will be more difficult to collect intelligence. Otherwise, relying on Vector's hacking skills, they will be able to obtain enough information in a short time to deal a heavy blow to Vought Corporation. Pietro nodded as if discouraged, spat out the bitten toothpick, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The future is confused! At this moment, the slight sound of footsteps reached Saba's ears. The Saba stood up in an instant, and the two sharp swords were unsheathed in an instant. Someone's coming, Pietro. He let out a serious growl, staring at the back of the pipe. There, it was pitch black. But there was the sound of rubbing pipes as they walked. Although it was slight, it still couldn't escape the ears of the Saba. Pietro turned over and stood up, looking vigilantly in the direction of the sound. He took a step back with his left leg in a starting position, and the sound grew louder, and he heard it too. In 3 months, they have mastered some of the rules of action of the 7-member group of Water Company. If it is an enemy, you must leave here as soon as possible after the battle. People from the motherland have the ability of clairvoyance and super hearing, and they will soon find this place by following the sound. The footsteps of the unknown visitor were not hurried or slow, as if they were stepping on Pietro's heart, making him short of breath. Soon, a figure slowly came out from the darkness. He seemed to have also seen the two of Pietro, stopped in his footsteps. In the underground pipeline, the atmosphere suddenly became anxious. The invisible figure walked forward again after a pause, and spoke at the same time. Yo, Pietro. Why haven't I seen you for so long? With the emergence of the voice, the figure also walked to the bright place. Seeing the person coming, Pietro went limp and almost cried out. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, to make sure he was right. Brother Lin Feng. After confirming that he was right, Pietro wailed, rushed forward and hugged Lin Feng's thigh. Then Wang burst into tears. God, Earth. What a big surprise fell from the sky. God is coming. That God is here. It's Lin Feng. It's Superman. He is the most powerful superhero in Pietro's mind. Although I don't know how he got here, this does not prevent Pietro from venting his joy and sorrow. Pietro felt that he was finally favored by Lady Luck. For a while, all worries and worries were left behind. What Walter Group, what locomotive, what crescent moon rushes to the motherland? They are not my big brothers all in one enemy! Exclamation mark. That's right, Silver Superman, player Lin Feng is here. The kind of player who can slap the people of the motherland to death with a single slap, but still owes several lives. When he was in the sky, he used his super hearing to locate Pietro's direction. Just a little puzzled why Pietro ran to the underground pipeline. Until now, I saw Pietro hugging his thigh, wiping his nose and tears on his pants. The little face was dirty, and the silver-white hair had turned grey. The original uniform on his body was already dirty. How long did it take for him to disappear, and why did he get mixed up like this? Look at how much this child is crying. How wronged he has been! Exclamation mark. Lin Feng pulled Pietro away dumbfounded, then exchanged glances with Saba, and nodded to each other as a greeting. Saba has put away the energy sword, and he still knows Superman. Although I haven't communicated with each other, I can often see Superman's whereabouts on TV and materials. Although I don't know why Superman also came here, but his appearance made Saba's tense nerves relax a little. Superman's ability is so powerful. With him, it is no problem to deal with the Motherland and Water Company. Brother Lin Feng, you don't know how we spent these 3 months. Using your Oriental dialect, that's like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting and beating. The damn Water Company actually said that we are criminals with superpowers. Pietro wiped his nose and complained to Lin Feng like pouring beans into a bamboo tube. Lin Feng interrupted Pietro with a strange face. Wait. Didn't you just disappear for about 2 days? Why did you say it was 3 months? Hearing this, Pietro was like a chicken being strangled, and stopped crying bitterly with a croak. The three looked at each other. 2 days? Pietro lost his voice. Lin Feng nodded. Well, to be precise, it's less than 2 days. Pietro was dumbfounded. He subconsciously looked at the Saba, and the Saba shook his head at him. But we have been in this world for 3 full months, Pietro said. Could it be that the speed of time in this world is different from ours? This can only be the explanation. Saba nodded and said in a deep voice. Saba accepted this quickly. Because they have indeed stayed in this world for 3 months, and there is no need for Lin Feng to leave like Thisley. Strange things like traveling to other worlds have happened, and the flow of time is different. And there is nothing strange about it. Chapter 141. The fellow doesn't want to leave. It is not the first time that Lin Feng has experienced such a different time flow, so there is no fuss. It's just that in the world of the black-robed pickets, time flies a little faster. It reached a terrifying 1:45. Calculated, in the past 1 day of the Marvel Universe, the black-robed picket team will spend 45 days. At this time, Pietro's excitement has eased a little. He couldn't help but open his mouth and asked Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng, how did you come here? Did you teleport here like us? Apart from the spaceship, Pietro's barren brain couldn't think of any other way for Lin Feng to find them accurately. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. That's right. I pressed the square button on the spaceship and it was teleported over. Speaking of which, you kid is really unlucky. You just sent out a field mission and made it like this. Pietro scratched his head in embarrassment. However, this is not his fault. It's not the conjecture of those bricks. I just acted according to the plan. Brother Lin Feng, do you have a way to go back? While speaking, Pietro's eyes were full of hope. Brother Lin Feng is a Superman, so there must be a way to bring him home. Under Pietro's extremely expectant gaze, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. He has the coordinates of the main universe, he can go back at any time, and it is not difficult to bring a few people with him. And now the universe of the black-robed pickets has also been systematically recorded. It can be operated to and fro without a key. Thank goodness. Pietro slammed his fist into the air excitedly, and the mood that had finally calmed down surged again. It is worthy of being Superman, the pronoun of omnipotence. As soon as Brother Lin Feng appeared, The problem that had troubled them for 3 months was easily solved. Pietro just wants to go back and take a shower and sleep hard. Lin Feng patted Pietro on the shoulder, signaling him not to get excited. You can go back, and you can go back anytime. However, on the way I just came, I heard you say that my companion was arrested. Hold head high? Pietro was stunned for a moment, a little dumbfounded, and subconsciously asked, "Did you hear that?" Lin Feng nodded, and Pietro gasped in exchange. What kind of perverted hearing is this? In order to avoid the hearing of the people of the motherland, his conversations with Saba were all in low voices, and they hid in underground pipes. However, Lin Feng could hear it. Sure enough, people from the motherland cannot compare with Lin Feng. Vector is the companion who was sent with us, and was accidentally caught while looking for the experimental data of the water company. Saba stood up, and he explained to Lin Feng in a low voice, "As far as the current situation is concerned, the situation is very bad. This universe also has superheroes similar to ours, but they are all perverts in hypocritical sheep's clothing." Lin Feng nodded. "I've heard you talk about it on the way here." Lin Feng knew better about the black-robed pickets than Saba. Of course, knowing that those superficial superheroes are not good people. Hearing this, the Saba beat. That's right, Superman's abnormal hearing must have heard the entire conversation between him and Pietro. After thinking for a moment, Saba spoke again and asked, "Do you need me to tell you about their superhero team?" The conversation with Pietro just now is just some unimportant information. For example, the abilities of the people from the motherland, or the locomotives, Lin Feng should not know. Lin Feng waved his hand. "I still have some understanding of them. Their abilities are various, but they can't pose a threat to me. It's very easy to rescue Vector. I just need to go there myself. It won't be long." "Then let's rescue Vector now and go back quickly," Pietro urged. He couldn't wait to go back. Saba shook his head and said, "It's better to be careful. The guy called the Homelander has abilities similar to Mr. Superman." "Just call me Lin Feng." It feels a little weird to hear a fellow call myself Mr. Superman in front of his compatriots. Lin Feng would prefer that they call him by his first name. "Good. Mr. Lin Feng. You have to be careful of that native who has abilities similar to yours," said. Saba took out the mobile phone that he had just put away, and called up a photo of the people from the motherland. Lin Feng took a look and nodded. He knows what the people of the motherland look like, and he also knows that the people of the motherland are actually a weakened version of Superman. People of the motherland, don't worry. A body of steel is enough to deal with the people of the motherland, not to mention that he is still a silver Superman now. I know the ability of the people of the motherland. I've gathered enough intelligence on the way here with the Vought group and the Super 7. Trust me, they're no match for me. Lin Feng smiled and threw out a reassurance pill, and lied at the same time. His knowledge of the black-robed pickets came from the TV series he watched before crossing. But these inconveniences can only be told a white lie with Saba. As Pietro said, "I'm going to rescue Vector now, and then we'll go home together." "How?" Although it was an inquiry, the tone was affirmative. After all, it is a matter of minutes for Lin Feng to save someone from the water group. Skin True's eyes lit up, and he nodded frantically from the sidelines. Yes, save Vector, and go home today." After not taking a bath for so long, Pietro felt that he was stink. To be reasonable, Pietro and Saba could have lived in some black hotels. But Saba was too cautious, so cautious that Pietro found it unbelievable. So for a long time, their overnight place has basically been the underground pipes that are constantly being replaced. Pietro has had enough of this rat-like life. "Then you wait here for me. I'll save Vector, and I'll be back soon," Lin Feng ordered. After speaking, Lin Feng was about to leave. However, Saba stepped forward and stopped Lin Feng, etc. "Lin Feng, ? I don't want to just walk away." Facing Lin Feng's doubts, Saba said in a deep voice. "Oh?" Lin Feng frowned, looking at the Saba. "What's the meaning?" "I want revenge." Saba spoke out word by word. "Water Group first deceived us, then defined us as super criminals, and announced it to all the public. They also hit Vector in the leg. If it wasn't for covering our escape, Vector wouldn't be hurt. It's not rude to come and go. I want them all to be ruined. I want everyone to know what kind of black-hearted things the Super 7 and the Water Group are. The Saba, who is usually calm and cautious, is gritting his teeth and saying these words at this time: be lied to, slandered, and hurt by companions. The principle of Saba is that revenge must be avenged. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't really want to confront the people of his motherland. Mainly, this bee is too weak. Still the same sentence, the kind of people from the motherland who he could slap with a slap died on the spot, and he owed several lives. It's really meaningless to bully such a weak chicken. But the fellow was injured and slandered. Lin Feng couldn't sit idly by. Chapter 142 Lin Feng's anger. The people of the motherland are on the death list since fellow villagers need it. Lin Feng doesn't mind meeting the Super 7 for a while. Want to expose the Voight Group and the Super 7? Saba nodded vigorously. Mr. Lin Feng, please take a look at this, so that you can understand my thoughts. Perhaps because he was worried that he would not understand, Saba pressed the phone again and opened a web page. On the web page, there was only one conspicuous video. He pressed the play button and showed it to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, please look. Lin Feng looked down. On the screen, the Motherlander, the locomotive, the deep sea, the starlight, and the 4 members of the Super 7 are standing in a large open-air square. In front of them stood a woman in tights, her hair disheveled, and she couldn't see her face clearly. She was bound with ropes and was being led by the locomotive. Lin Feng saw that the woman's legs were wrapped in a white cloth with a dark red color on it, obviously injured. The people of the motherland are speaking to the countless onlookers in the audience. He faced the audience and the camera with a confident smile on his face. But the smile was hypocritical no matter how you looked. Everyone knows, our group of 7, in order to protect everyone, how much effort we have put in. The man from the motherland spoke in a high-pitched voice, and then he pointed to the woman whose face could not be seen clearly. However, just a few days ago, this unidentified superpower caused a huge explosion. 10 innocent people lost their lives in this incident. The Motherlander withdrew his fingers, clutched his chest in grief, and his acting skills exploded. And according to our investigation, the last bombing of the Voight Group was also done by this accomplice. As he said that, the man from the motherland walked up to the woman in 2 steps, and pulled her hair upwards vigorously. The woman raised her head uncontrollably, her hair was scattered, revealing a fair face. Her eyes were full of anger, completely ignoring the pain in her scalp, squinting at the motherland with hatred. Powerless at the moment, she was pinned down and listened to speeches from her motherland that distorted the facts. Seeing this, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, as if he understood what kind of video this was. His eyes narrowed, radiating a dangerous light. That woman, with black hair and black eyes, had an oriental face, and had a wound on her leg, which was exactly what Saba said, and Vector hadn't escaped. In the picture, the people of the motherland continue to clamor desperately in memory of our dead compatriots. I decided to execute this criminal in this square 3 days later. After finishing speaking, the people of the motherland made a gesture of holding the sun with both hands, and raised their proud heads to accept the coming praise. Off the field, the abducted people burst into cheers in full cooperation. Kill her. Avenge your dead compatriots. Find her companion and execute together. Words like these echoed throughout the square. The people of the motherland looked at the scene they created with satisfaction. He waved his hands down and said loudly, "Quiet." The sound waves with superpowers spread to the entire square, and the people suddenly fell silent. The people of the motherland are even more satisfied, and this method of manipulating everything makes him enjoy it very much. Although we have decided to execute the criminal, but out of kindness, I'd like to give her a chance. As long as her accomplices surrender to the Walter Group within 3 days, we can consider sparing their lives. Let them use their superpowers to build society and wash away their sins. Of course, I personally hope that her accomplices will take hold of the second chance, because my patience is limited. Speaking of this, the native of the motherland winked at the camera. The camera crew immediately understood what it meant, and zoomed in on the face of the Motherlander for a close-up. The Motherlander pointed to his own eyes, then to the camera, with a ferocious smile. "You guys can't escape." Then, the screen went black and the video ended. Mazfak. There was no expression on Lin Feng's face, it was surprisingly calm. Then, he crushed the phone. The calmness on his face could not conceal the anger in his heart. An insult to his fellow man. Moved to the square like a prisoner, and charged with false charges. It's too fucking bullying, not to mention that this fellow is still a girl, which immediately aroused Lin Feng's murderous intent. "Little B, you are too arrogant. Do you really think no one can cure him?" Lin Feng changed his mind of being too lazy to do anything to the people of the motherland. In his eyes, the current motherland is already a dead person. "It seems that we will go back later." When Lin Feng spit out a word lightly, Pietro shuddered suddenly. He stroked the goosebumps on his arms. How could he feel that the temperature of the underground pipes had dropped? "No problem, Pietro?" Pietro hummed. After all, he is not an Oriental man. When watching this video, he may not feel that deeply. But during the time spent with Saber and Vector, Pietro seemed to regard them as companions. When the enthusiasm for going back cooled down, why didn't he want to take revenge and deal a head-on blow to the water group? "It's just that I haven't had this power all along. But now that Lin Feng is here, they have enough cards. Though I do want to go back as soon as possible. But if I can expose them and avenge Vector, I'm willing to wait a little longer. After all, they provoked the incident." "Very good." Lin Feng squinted his eyes and said, "When was this video?" Lin Feng asked Xiang Saber. 2 days ago, Saber replied. 2 days ago? In other words, tomorrow is the deadline given by the people of the motherland. Is such that. So, do you have a plan? It's the same as what you two talked about just now, collecting information to expose the Walter group? Lin Feng asked. The group of 7 is easy to kill, but it is not so easy to overthrow the Void group. The difficulty here does not mean that Lin Feng cannot destroy the Void group, or the research materials of compound number 5, etc. It is the superheroes under the Water group that are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. As long as he is still on the side of justice in the hearts of the people, then it cannot be regarded as overthrowing the Void group. It was originally intended to do this. We have a lot of data collected by Vector, but now it's gone. No more? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Why is it gone? Was it snatched away by the people of the motherland? Saber shook his head and pointed to the metal debris on the ground. That was the phone crushed by Lin Feng. Chapter 143 Passionate speech to the people of the motherland. Watching the threesome with cold eyes after a long silence, Lin Feng looked at the Saber in embarrassment. "I will pay you." Saber didn't care. "No, I have backup data. It's just a mobile phone, and it's not expensive." Rather, seeing Lin Feng's performance, Saber was not only not angry, but also somewhat relieved. After all, no one can not be angry when they see their compatriots being humiliated. As for the data, he still has a backup. Pietro leaned forward curiously. "You still have a backup? Why didn't I know?" Saber glanced at Pietro lightly. "Remember Billy, the bearded man?" Pietro remembered the attacking man. "He is a former member of the Black Ops team, skilled in manipulative, intimidating and blackmailing. His wife disappeared after being forced to play poker by the people of the motherland, so this guy is always thinking about how to kill 2 more superhumans." "You're still hooking up with Billy?" Lin Feng interjected with a strange expression. "You know him?" Saber asked back. Lin Feng nodded, knowing, more than knowing. Lin Feng completely watched the tragedy happen to Billy. This guy is a walking green hat in the play of the Black Robe Pickets. After his wife disappeared, not only did he not die, but he also gave birth to a lovely baby for the motherland. Lin Feng, who was watching the drama at the time, had an astonishingly weird expression when he saw this. Bloody, unexpected, simply wonderful. After recruiting Huey, Billy began to reorganize the Black Robe Picket team. As for Huey, he is Robin's girlfriend. After her girlfriend was hit by a locomotive and turned into a pile of minced meat, she was slowly drawn into the camp by Billy. TSK. I have to say that Lin Feng's adrenaline rush is soaring after watching this drama. which is interesting in various senses. But I have to admit that the black-robed pickets reflect the true side of human beings very well. Although he was a little puzzled about how Lin Feng knew Billy, but now is not the time to worry about it. Saber continued, our acquaintance with Billy was an accident. But we all have similar goals. The data backup is in the hands of Billy and the others. I'm going to ask him for help now, and tomorrow morning, this information will appear in the hands of major media. Although it doesn't have a fatal effect on the Void Group, it is enough for them to have a headache for a while, which is beneficial for us to rescue Vector. Saber's approach is correct, which can distract the attention of the water group. However, Lin Feng stopped Saber directly. Looking for Billy, there is no need. Lin Feng said. To be honest, he didn't like Billy, and he didn't know why. However, with Lin Feng's methods, Billy really didn't need to help. I have parted the information about the Vought group and the criminal records of the Super 7. With that said, Lin Feng flipped his hand and conjured a mobile phone out of thin air. He exchanged it with the system, the Rice drama from his previous life. It contains heavily edited evidence of the crimes committed by the Super 7, including the dark side of the Super 7, and the conspiracy behind the Vought group. Complete and complete, nothing is missing. Aren't they going to execute Vector tomorrow? I think there will definitely be media reports in real time, and there will be a large number of citizens watching. What a great opportunity. I have my own plan. You just wait and see my performance. Lin Feng said confidently that he already had a small plan for tomorrow. Killing people and killing people's hearts, what the Motherlanders and Water Company did successfully ignited Lin Feng's anger. Lin Feng is looking forward to the reaction of the people of the Motherland when they see their actions exposed to the public eye. Tomorrow will be a wonderful day. Nothing to say all night. At noon the next day, the central square was crowded with people. Looking around, there is a dense mass of human heads, and the edge cannot be seen. Several large-scale camera equipment have been set up, aiming at the platform in the middle of the square to shoot from multiple directions. The situation was exactly as Lin Feng thought. Today is the deadline given by the people of the Motherland. Under the deliberate operation of Water Company, the incident fermented rapidly in these 3 days. The crowd present today is even larger than it was 3 days ago. People like to join in the fun, especially the excitement of superheroes. They arrived most mornings and waited here all morning. Someone even bought a small bench in the early morning and came to the square just to grab a better viewing position. There was a lot of voices, and the central square had never been so lively. I don't know how long I waited, but music suddenly sounded on the stage. The crowd looked towards the stage, and suddenly burst into applause. In the sound of music, the people of the Motherland come on stage. He trotted all the way onto the stage from behind the stage. He was wearing a blue tights, and the cloak behind him was the pattern of rice flags. There is a familiar and confident smile on the face of the people. People from the Motherland walked around the field, nodding and smiling at the crowd with their hands raised high. No matter how many times this kind of scene has been experienced, he still enjoys it and enjoys the popularity of the people. Very good, very good. After going around in a circle, the Motherlander took the microphone handed over by the staff. Today, everyone knows what I'm going to do. That's right. It's what you like. Execute the vermin of the people. Go on in 2 sentences and get straight to the point. The people burst into cheers again, which was an affirmation of the people of the Motherland. The people from the Motherland looked around in satisfaction, and then waved to the backstage. The locomotive in the background dragged the Vector and walked onto the stage. Vector limped and let the locomotive pull him. His thin body seemed to be blown down by a gust of wind. Vaught's company did not treat her leg, and the bullet was not removed. In 3 days, Vector's injury had completely deteriorated, and now she couldn't move one leg, so she was dragged onto the stage by the locomotive, and then pushed to the ground. 3 days ago, I gave these super criminals a chance. However, they didn't cherish it. The actor from the Motherland possessed himself, with a regretful expression on his face. That's right. How can people like them care about their companions? To be honest, I don't want to kill people. But, think about being fucked by these people. The people from the motherland pretend to be angry and point to the Vector. Think of the innocent people killed by these people, think of the great fortifications blown up by them. Can I let them go? The people from the motherland uttered the last sentence with a growl, then turned their heads and put their hands on their ears as if they were listening. Cannot kill these nasty criminals. Find out their companions. The sea of people exploded immediately, and a voice of condemnation and cursing reverberated throughout the audience. That's right, that's right. The man from the motherland kept nodding his head, and his smile gave people a strange feeling. Cool. This kind of treatment makes the people of the motherland want to show it to countless people on the spot. The noisy atmosphere filled the audience. On a tall building, 3 people watched all this with cold eyes. Chapter 144 Reality Gem, revealing the truth. These 3 people are exactly Lin Feng and his party. The veins in the palm of the saber holding the sharp sword bulged, and the hilt of the sword was rattled by him. Pietro gritted his teeth and stared at the hilarious Homelander performing. Brother Lin Feng, shall we go? Pietro said angrily. Seeing Vector's miserable appearance, anger directly put on the Tanling cap. Lin Feng's eyes had no warmth, and his penetrating gaze was quietly staring at the people of the motherland. Superior, you can beat the people from the motherland? Lin Feng sneered, looking at the people from the motherland as if he was looking at a dead person. What did I say yesterday? Ah. Pietro scratched his head. Saber was not as impulsive as him. Lin Feng had his own plan and told the 2 of them about it. Aren't I a little too angry? Pietro muttered. Lin Feng snorted, and reached out to remove the invisibility of the wristband. Stay here quietly and watch me perform. After speaking, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air. The red reality gem was activated by Lin Feng and burst into bursts of light. The light was covered by the sun at noon, and it did not attract the attention of others at all. Countless red particles surged out of the reality gem, rushing towards the sky all over the meter, extremely quickly. He tried it yesterday, and the infinite gems can still be used in this universe, which is a pleasant surprise. It's just that the effect is lower than that of the main universe, and manipulating gems to achieve the goal requires more energy. On the stage, the Motherlander continued his performance. The people in the audience, shouting and killing, have already broken the sky. Okay, I know what you mean. The Motherlander smiled and threw away the microphone in his hand. The public wanted to see his superpowers, want to see him uphold justice. This will give people a sense of security. He turned his head to look at Vector, who was sitting on the ground. For 3 days, the vicious Vought group did not give Vector any food. Injured and not eating, Vector has fallen into extreme weakness at this time. If it wasn't for his strong physique, he might have passed out. It seems that your companion does not intend to save you. It's not that I want to kill you. Your companion, be responsible for this. Smiling grimly, the Motherlander couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth. The weak Vector looked at the people of the motherland with cold eyes, and looked at them without fear. My companions will avenge me. People from the motherland, in my opinion, you are just a clown. You will face justice in the end. The man from the motherland snorted and didn't care what Xiang said at all. He thought it was just a struggle before dying. In Vector's eyes, there was no fear of him, which aroused disgust in the hearts of the motherland. She is not afraid of herself. How dare she? Then let's send you on your way first. Your companion can't escape either. The native of the motherland coldly pronounced Vector's death sentence. The sockets of his eyes were slowly turning red, a precursor to the excitation of the heat rays. However, he was not in a hurry to release. He wanted to see that Vector's fear in the face of death was one of the sources of his happiness. However, he is doomed to be disappointed. Death is approaching, and Vector still has no fear in his eyes. The people from the motherland became impatient, and he wanted to release heat rays to kill this ignorant Oriental. However, at this moment, whispers suddenly sounded in the originally quiet square. The people who were watching the execution of the natives of the motherland raised their heads one after another, and cast their eyes to the sky with blank faces, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Some weird atmosphere has attracted the attention of the people of the motherland. He turned off the heat rays and frowned at the sky. Above the sky, at unknown times, it was covered with crooked red lines. Upon closer inspection, it looks like swimming particles, flocking to the stage sparsely. When did the people see this phenomenon? They couldn't help discussing in low voices. What is this? People from the motherland have never seen such a scene, and they were a little confused for a while. Amid everyone's doubts, the red particles slowly condensed into several black squares. A thin layer, like an LCD TV screen. Thump. As if confirming the conjectures in everyone's minds, the black squares lit up, and then, pictures appeared one after another. Good guy, the people are shocked. Is it really TV? However, what is even more shocking is below. On the huge TV, the heads of the people from the motherland appeared. Cokes! Exclamation mark. The crowd suddenly burst into continuous cheers. Such methods are simply unheard of. The ignorant masses thought it was a surprise brought by the people of the motherland. After all, there are so many people in the square, almost crowded. The second half of the people can't see the movements of the motherland at all. At this moment, they thought that this huge TV was for them to see more clearly. However, the natives of the motherland on the stage felt a bad feeling in their hearts. The screens in the sky started to play different videos after playing the heads of the people from the motherland. The content of the video was like a big hand pinching the necks of all the people. As the video played, the uproar stopped abruptly, leaving only the sound echoing on the big screen. The protagonists in each screen are different. There are people from the motherland, there are locomotives, and even the Walter Group. On the largest picture, it is an out-of-control plane. The motherlander is in the cab, looking at the instrument panel damaged by his own heat rays, curling his lips. You have to lift the plane outside. Queen Maeve said anxiously to the motherland. People from the motherland look like you are kidding me. Hold it up. How to hold it up? The people of the motherland do not have a biological force field similar to Superman. Forcibly supporting the falling plane will only turn him into a nail that pierces through the plane. The screen continued to play, and the crowd was a little puzzled, but they watched all this quietly. This was an air hijacking incident. The official explanation given by the motherland at that time was, Party J did not agree to open the defense system to the Voight Group, which caused the motherland to arrive at the scene 3 minutes late. Otherwise, the 123 innocent passengers on the airliner would have been rescued. However, it is clearly recorded on the screen that the people from the motherland have already arrived at the scene and even entered the passenger plane. The video was played quickly, and the real actions of the people of the motherland were exposed in the eyes of everyone without revealing for a second. The people present, counting one by one, became more and more frightened the more they watched, and found it more and more unbelievable. Kill the hijackers, accidentally destroy the console, threaten the passengers to back off, abandon 123 passengers and fly away by themselves. Afterwards, he was heartbroken and denounced the US government's actions in front of the camera. In action. That's a huge contrast to what you do in an airplane. Chapter 145 Rescue Vector, Lin Feng, who is like a savior. This is not the most exciting. Other screens played the ugly side of other superheroes. The locomotive and his companions made fun of Robin, who was accidentally killed by him, and the people of the motherland regard human life as nothing. Even in the video, Compound Number 5, which everyone has never heard of, appeared. Scenes of experimental videos of injecting Compound Number 5 in infancy appeared. Until the baby grows up, it continues to gain superpowers through the injection of Compound Number 5. These ugly dark sides are exposed to the eyes of countless people just like that. The originally silent square exploded like dumplings. The amount of information is too much. For a while, the people were a little overwhelmed, and the chatter was overwhelming. The content brought by the video is quickly absorbed by them. Superheroes are all products of Compound 5. The Walter Group has a big conspiracy that covers the sky. They used children as experiments. The ugly dark side of the Super 7, lies, Walters, the Super 7, all lies. People in the motherland are crazy to do whatever they want. I can do whatever the fuck I want. The sheer amount of information is astounding. For a time, the deep-rooted positive image of the Super 7 was like a dam breaking its embankment, and the flood discharge impacted the hearts of countless people. The people from the motherland looked at the scene in the sky with blemishes, and their faces were hideous and terrifying. In the headset, Madeline shouted anxiously, "Quick! Destroy all the screens!" Needless to say, Madeline, the angry heat rays of the people of the motherland have already hit the screen in the air. The screens were destroyed instantly, causing the crowd below to scream. The people of the motherland are proving the authenticity of those pictures with their actions. However, does it work? Of course it didn't work. The shattered screen reunited almost instantly. No matter how many times the people of the motherland fight, there is no substantial effect. Moreover, it is not only the square that has pictures appearing. With the blessing of Lin Feng's infinity gem, no matter where it is in the whole meter, a huge screen in the sky appears. For a while, at least half of the American people noticed and watched the footage broadcast on the air. It exploded. The whole country of America exploded. The people looked at the scenes in the sky in disbelief. At this moment, the positive image created by Vought Group, the Super 7, and the Super 7 began to disintegrate and collapse rapidly. As the screen played, a kind of fear from the heart gradually swept over the hearts of the American people. The justice they pursue, and the sense of security they think they are self-righteous, are all fake. It's all lies. They are living under the huge lie of the Vought Group. It's messed up and down the territory of the United States. Everything is messed up. For a while, the authorities, the J Party, and the Walter Group were all busy. In the country of America, a pot of black rice porridge exuding a strange stench was turned into a mess. As for Lin Feng, who caused all this, his super hearing has already noticed the changes in everyone. He smiled with satisfaction. Concentration is paramount. The people of the motherland must die, and before he dies, let him despair first. Not only did he use the reality gem, Lin Feng also distributed the function of the soul gem. So no one will doubt the authenticity of these videos. The Mind Stone will have everyone approve of these videos. Now, no matter how the Water Group washes it, it will be useless. A simple method, the effect is indeed like a monstrous wave. On the stage, the heat rays from the motherland caused pain in the eyes. He shouted angrily to be quiet, but it didn't help. The voices of the people discussing overwhelmed his shouts. Their eyes, from the initial doubts and disbelief, all turned into anger and fear. That fear is for the Water Group, for the people of the motherland, and for the power that cannot be resisted. The heart of the motherland is beating violently. He suddenly remembered something, and turned around with a swish. It was that Oriental woman. These pictures must have been done by her companions. At this time, Vector looked at the motherland with a sarcastic smile. He knew that his companion had made a move. Although I don't know how Saber and Pietro did it. But this picture is too shocking. That's it. People from the motherland. How does it feel to expose your nature? Vector mercilessly ridiculed the people of the motherland. Her heart is extremely comfortable now, with the appearance of these pictures. The people of the motherland are finished. What could be more refreshing than seeing the villain's true nature exposed to everyone? It's you. It's your companion. The people from the motherland roared crazily, pointing at the Vector with trembling fingers. Damn you all. It is ruined, and the pictures are still being played continuously. It has reached the point of no return, and public opinion will soon lose control. The people of the motherland will soon become executioners who everyone shouts and beats. The name of a criminal with superpowers was already floating in his head. How ironic, not long ago, he placed this charge on Vector and the others. In a blink of an eye, the charge came back to him. The people of the motherland were furious. His eyes were red and his teeth were gnashed. A heat ray forced out, pulsing towards the Vector. The people of the motherland are almost crazy. He is about to see Vector die. After Vector's death, he will find her companions at all costs. and personally tear up those who exposed his mask. The red light of the heat ray made Vector feel dazzling and hot. She closed her eyes contentedly. The beginning of the truth has been lifted, and she is not afraid of sacrifice. What's more, the people of the motherland will go to hell soon. It's just that this mission cannot end perfectly. The last regret is probably not being able to return to my hometown after death. For a moment, various thoughts appeared in Vector's mind, and she waited for the moment of death. However, after a while, the imagined pain did not strike. Vector opened his eyes with some doubts, and then his pupils slowly dilated. A person, a man, stood in front of her and resisted the heat ray attack for her. The omnipotent heat ray hit the man, as if it was like a child's toy, losing its lethality. The man was tall, wearing a black tights and cape. Looking at the familiar outfit, black hair, black eyes and yellow skin, Vector was momentarily absent-minded. Superman? She looked at the existence in front of her in disbelief. It's Superman. Absolutely Superman. Vector recognized this Superman with the same skin color as hers. That's right. It was Lin Feng who flew down. The moment Lin Feng saw the murderous intentions of the natives, Lin Feng moved in front of Vector at an incredible speed, blocking the heat rays for her. The mad motherland did not stop the heat rays, but kept sweeping back and forth on Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng fought back. He raised his right leg, and with a powerful kick, he kicked the motherlander's chest violently. Before the pain was transmitted to the brain, the motherlander flew backwards at the speed of a cannonball. A hurricane blew up on the spot, and the attack beyond the speed of sound spread the sound waves, awakening the people who were constantly discussing. There was an unimaginable pain in the chest. The homelanders were embedded in the ruins after smashing through several buildings. With his big feet back, Lin Feng turned his head and showed a kind smile. Vector, are you okay? Lin Feng's voice was soft, in a familiar Oriental dialect. The afternoon sun shone on Lin Feng's body, covering him with a thin layer of brilliance. At this time, Lin Feng was smiling at her like a savior. Vector couldn't help the urge to cry. An indescribably great sense of security enveloped her heart. It's Superman, the Superman who is different from the people of the motherland and truly protects the people wholeheartedly. He just appeared in front of him. Magical yet real. Chapter 146. You don't know what you're doing, and you don't know what you're about to face. _tilde. Q advanced sound effect sound. Pietro flashes beside Vector with his saber. Under the current stage, the people have a tendency to lose control. The development of things is completely contrary to the people's imagination. The righteous homelander is just a wild beast. Now this beast was kicked away by a human who had never seen it before. Next, I'm afraid there will be a superhero battle. This is not something they can resist. The aftermath of superhero battles can kill them on the spot. The sense of security suddenly disappeared, and the biological instinct of avoiding danger urged the people to flee the scene as soon as possible. For a while, the scene became more and more chaotic. Quiet! Lin Feng shouted loudly, and the energy wave of the soul gem spread out instantly, forcing all the people to calm down. Although it's not the main universe, Lin Feng doesn't want to see a stampede happen in a panic. This is the real superhero. Under the influence of the Mind Stone, the fleeing people froze in their footsteps, stopped stiffly, and turned to face the stage. For a moment, the whole square fell silent. People looked at Lin Feng on the stage in a daze. Lin Feng ignored them, but squatted down to check the wound on Xiang's leg. The situation is not optimistic. He has not received treatment for a few days, and infection and necrosis have already appeared. Lin Feng suppressed the anger in his heart. Hold on to the pain. While talking, Lin Feng took out a bottle of potion and poured it into Vector. If Vector's leg is not treated, it will be useless at some point. The biological force field wraps Vector's entire leg. Lin Feng accurately found the bullet embedded in his body. Humphrey. The bullet was slowly dragged away from the body by the biological force field. Vector drank the potion and snorted. This potion was a weakened version of the green liquid that Lin Feng used to treat Mr. Bruce at that time. Lin Feng was afraid that she would not be able to hold on, so he filled a bottle for her, and when he picked up the bullet, he sent it directly and it was over. As for why the time gem is not used to reverse the wound of the Vector, the main reason is that the injury took too long and the energy required was too large. Besides, if you want to go back in time, you have to go back to the time of the whole person, not just the wound on the leg. Fortunately, the bullet was taken out soon. Vector's terrible wound began to heal slowly, and the purple-black blood was expelled from the body. Lin Feng poured the remaining liquid on the wound to speed up the healing. Vector was already in a cold sweat. Pietro, Seba, take her away and wait for me in the underground pipeline. Leave the next thing to me, Lin Feng ordered. Pietro and the others are in the way here and can't help much. Pietro nodded, and helped Vector, who was still in a weak state. Brother Lin Feng, be careful. He also knew that he was useless, so he held the Vector and disappeared into a silver light on the spot. Still, someone clearly didn't want them to leave. A gust of wind blew through the backstage, and the invisible figure rushed out of the stage quickly, chasing Pietro. It's the locomotive. He has super speed similar to Pietro, but this speed is as slow as a tortoise in Lin Feng's eyes. When the locomotive passed by Lin Feng's side, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pinched the locomotive's neck accurately. The huge impact almost didn't break his head. The intense pain struck. Before the locomotive felt it carefully, Lin Feng shot out a low-power heat ray, piercing the locomotive's legs. Ow! Exclamation mark. The locomotive uttered a cry of pain. Cold sweat suddenly poured down like rain. He knelt on the ground, hugged his injured legs in pain, and rolled around uselessly. To be honest, he is afraid of death, but this is also a good opportunity to make meritorious deeds. As long as Vector is held hostage and Lin Feng is forced to go without a fight, the position of the locomotive will skyrocket. However, the idea is good, but too naive and impulsive. He clearly saw Lin Feng kicking the natives out of the country with one kick, and even dared to step forward. Lin Feng didn't even know what he was thinking. Maybe it's because I don't have super speed, so I can't catch up with him. I'm here. You actually dare to jump queue. Do you think it's too late? Lin Feng's cold words made the locomotive dare not raise his head, and even dare not look at him. The shadow of death hangs over the locomotive. It's too scary. This is the second existence that scares him in his heart. He can kill himself at any time if he wants. Seba, you leave too. You wait for me in the underground pipeline together. Be careful. Seba nodded, and after throwing out a sentence, he ran away in the direction of Pietro. Lin Feng threw the locomotive to the ground and didn't bother him anymore, but walked to the front, facing countless people. Under the control of the Mind Stone, they quietly waited for Lin Feng's orders. It's time to zoom in. As Lin Feng thought about it, the images on all the screens suddenly changed, all into the same picture. With the help of the Mind Gem, all the pictures about the Walter Group are slowly embedded in the brains of all the people. This effect enveloped the entire United States. Since 1971, the Walter Group has secretly delivered Compound V to 53 medical institutions around the world. No superhero is born. All were normal kids injected with the blue compound. Those poor kids, their eyes glazed over, were obviously heavily sedated. They were subjected to mistreatment in experiments. There are even babies in it. No matter which country you live in, children are the future. The degree of concern for the treatment and growth of children far exceeds that of other businesses. The Walter Group's methods of treating children are chilling, but at the same time, they have aroused the anger of countless people, including what will be shown next, the shady transactions of the Walter Group, the false lies and so on. This may be the biggest ever case of drug smuggling, child experimentation and alleged fraud. With the picture clearly engraved into the brains of the people, no matter how the Walter Group cleans the ground, it is useless. Unless the Super 7 kills all of humanity, which is obviously impossible. The conspiracies of the Walter Group were revealed one by one. Madeline stood on top of a tall building, already flawed. She yelled frantically in the headset, clamoring to kill Lin Feng. At this time, the motherland has also recovered from the pain. He floated into the sky and rushed to the stage. The violent scene of Kaiguago made him feel cold, and he couldn't help but feel a monstrous anger. Good. Very good. The man from the motherland floated in the air, staring at the indifferent Lin Feng. He rubbed his still aching chest, and directly sentenced Lin Feng to death in his heart. He had a grim face. No matter how you do it all, but trust me, you don't know what you're doing, and you don't know what you're going to face. You will never die so easily. I will tear your bones out one by one. Chapter 147. Come, show me a crescent moon. And Dan Chong, the lungs of the people in the motherland were about to explode, and they lost their minds. Lin Feng sneered disdainfully in exchange for his bold words. Melon rind. Who gave you the courage? Valhalla, little demon fairy? This guy really thinks he is the most powerful superhero. It seems that the kick just now was light, and it didn't let the people of the motherland realize their own strength. Death, the motherland roared, and the heat ray hit Lin Feng with the highest intensity. He wanted to see this ignorant oriental man melt before his eyes. Lin Feng stretched out a hand to block the heat rays. Use this squirt gun to nourish yourself again. Have you had enough trouble, Mr. Clown? Haven't you had lunch? You heat ray, you can only heat the bottle, right? Lin Feng's contemptuous attitude made the people of the motherland feel bloodshot. Never, never has anyone dared not be afraid of him, until the appearance of the Vectors. Roar! The motherlander charged straight down, his arms bulging with veins, and his fists as big as casserole blasted towards Lin Feng's face with a hurricane. Lin Feng sneered, neither dodging nor evading, just stretched out his right hand lightly. Boom! There was a huge impact sound. The punch of the motherlander with all his strength was blocked by Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed his fist and threw it to the ground. There was another bang, as if hitting the hearts of countless people at the scene. The motherland directly smashed the ground. You punch me too? Lin Feng roared angrily, and directly bombarded down with his fist. Boom! The third sound sounded, and the whole earth trembled. This punch was faster than the attack of the people of the motherland, and it was full of explosive power. The shock spread throughout the square, and the hearts of the people also shook. With just one punch, the native of the motherland was embedded in the ground. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and he couldn't help crying out in pain. Damn it, damn it. What? Before he could curse a few words, he was hit hard on the arm. Suddenly bent at a strange angle. The severe pain is conveyed to the brains of the people of the motherland. Never, never had he experienced this level of pain. Even if the shells hit the body, there is no such pain. At this moment, the people of the motherland were like children, with transparent liquid dripping from the corners of their eyes. Cried. MD as strong as the people of the motherland. At this moment, he actually cried. The severe pain washed away the anger of the motherland. At this time, he had woken up from the madness of anger. The eyes were covered with blood, and the people of the motherland couldn't believe that they were injured so badly, and it was just a punch. He was angry and hated. How so? Why is this Oriental so powerful? You should be the most powerful superhero. How could anyone be stronger than himself? Question mark why? Exclamation mark good dick hurts. Lin Feng looked at the performance of the natives with a strange expression. He never thought that the people of the motherland would be beaten, and cried. And it's the kind of tears flowing. How arrogant the motherland was just a moment ago. How miserable it is to cry now. The people gathered in the square watched what was happening in front of them. For some reason, a feeling of exhilaration suddenly rose in my heart. Starlight, Starlight, what the fuck are you doing? Go to support the people of the motherland. Madeline couldn't bear to look at the miserable motherland. This is the most powerful existence under her hands. And the relationship between the two has an inexplicable connection. Behind the stage, Xing Wang with long blonde hair, looked at the people from the motherland being beaten with some fear, and hesitated in place. The Super 7, now there are only 3 of them left, and the other superheroes have gone out on missions. No one expected what happened today, and there are no contingency plans available. Even if Vector's companions came to the rescue, the people from the motherland were enough to handle everything, so Madeline didn't care. But who knows why such a powerful companion suddenly appeared in Vector. God. The people of the motherland were beaten and cried! Exclamation mark. She listened to Madeline's growl in the headset. Her expression was ugly. Just when she was hesitating whether to step forward to help, the powerful Oriental man suddenly turned to look at herself. As soon as Xingguang grasped his chest, the heart under the protection of the little white rabbit beat uncontrollably. That man walked towards him step by step. Lin Feng approached Xingguang slowly. His eyes narrowed slightly, but Xingguang was terrified by his originally handsome face. He could see the fear in Astral's eyes. Starlight has always had a pure heroic dream. But on the first day Xingguang joined the group of 7, he realized the dangers of society. Everything is not as beautiful as she imagined. She has her own persistence, but she has no choice but to compromise reality. And the cause of all this is not the water group. Lin Feng didn't intend to hurt Xingguang. He just stretched his hand towards Xingguang, took off her headset, and put it on his own ear. Madeline. A strange male voice sounded, and the roaring sound from the headset was a pause. Madeline, it's time to report to hell. What the water group has done has ushered in sanctions. I think you and all the higher-level officials should surrender themselves, and then use your worthless lives to give an explanation to the public. Am I right? Lin Feng's words went straight into Madeline's mind like the devil's whisper. Madeline was stunned. Her pupils gradually lost focus. Yep, I should surrender myself. I should give the public an explanation. In her heart, for some reason, there was a monstrous guilt. She felt that only one death could give an explanation to the deceived people. Slowly taking off the headset, Madeline walked out of the building stiffly like a manipulated puppet. At the same time, those senior executives of the water group, whose eyes were dull, all walked in one direction. Needless to say, it is the role of the soul gem again. Really easy to use. After solving the water group, it is time to send the people of the motherland to the last mile. Lin Feng fished out the pitiful people from the motherland, and flew into the sky, leaving the people in a place, stunned for a moment, and then slowly left. Lin Feng directly brought the people of the motherland to the moon. The moon in this universe does not have the bases of the Inhumans, it is just a desolate place. Lin Feng intimately unfolded the biological force field. The people of the motherland do not have a biological force field, and Lin Feng is not sure whether he can survive in the universe. Who the hell are you? People from the motherland were carried like chickens. The desolate moon made him feel a chill in his heart. His forehead was cracked by Lin Feng, bleeding profusely. Lin Feng's attack was very strange, and his injury didn't show any signs of healing. Hearing the question from the people from the motherland, Lin Feng snorted coldly, and was too lazy to answer the questions from the people from the motherland. Don't you like to go to the moon? Come on, I'll give you a chance. After the rush, you can use your life to compensate those innocent lives killed by you. When the people of the motherland heard the words, their faces were full of doubts and bewilderment. Rush. The moon? Looking at the bewildered faces of the people from the motherland, Lin Feng suddenly remembered. The Homelander crescent moon seems to be in the 2nd season. At this time, he probably hasn't done that thing. Chapter 148. Just help here, the rest is up to you. The motherland finally sent it. He didn't rush to the moon, but died on the moon. Lin Feng hesitated once, whether to let the people of the motherland go, use the Mind Stone to wash away the evil in his heart. But after Lin Feng left and lost the support of energy, this change would fail sooner or later. The people of the motherland are like a child who complains everywhere, with superhuman ability and the heart of ordinary people. His childhood was miserable, and he has been living in lies and deceit. This is the main reason for the deformed thinking of the people of the motherland. When he grew up, he was controlled by the nanny again. After killing the nanny, he was suppressed by the Black Boss. Almost everything around him is hypocrisy. If we had a sound childhood and a good education, perhaps the people of our motherland would not be what they are now. All of this must be attributed to the water group. However, this does not wash away the killing of innocent people by the people of the motherland. He is manic, arrogant, does whatever he wants, and treats human life like nothing. There is nothing wrong with venting, but the object of venting is wrong. The most important thing is that the motherlander hurt his fellow countrymen. So in the end, Lin Feng did not choose to hold back. As he thought, maybe the end is also a relief. There should be no regrets in the death of a native of the motherland. Lin Feng told him about his son. And the end of the water group is not much better. The brilliant deeds of the water group were spread throughout the United States through the big screen. Countless people rushed to the streets spontaneously, holding up signs to demonstrate. This day has almost become the most lively day in the United States. After the lies are broken, there are endless ugliness and reprimands. Driven by the Mind Stone, all the top executives of the water group rushed to the authorities to kill themselves. The water group began its downfall in the true sense. Except for some fugitives, all employees were taken away and needed to be investigated and psychologically questioned. And those middle-level people who escaped are already under arrest. The laboratories of the water group, including all underground contraband channels, were all investigated and corresponding measures were taken. The information on Compound Number 5 was also taken over by Party J. With the downfall of the Void Group, the public's anger has nowhere to vent, and it has been transferred to the scandalous superheroes. And these superheroes will soon be returned to the authorities and undergo strict control and re-education. Those with bad deeds will be dealt with in strict accordance with local laws. Those who do not break the law are waiting for distribution. For a while, news about the downfall of the water group and the fate of superheroes poured out all over the sky. In order to give an explanation to the people, the top officials of the US government stepped down one after another, comforted the people, and solemnly made various promises. So far, the matter has come to an end. According to the current trend, it will be a good development in a short period of time. But Lin Feng knew that darkness would never be extinct. Wherever there is light, there is shadow. By the next Walter, there will be a Tate, Hyatt, etc. standing up. What's more, the Walter Group will definitely leave a remnant. People are ambitious. However, Lin Feng would not care about these anymore. That's all the help he can give. Lin Feng has already done what should be done. The authorities are not fools and will properly handle follow-up issues. Returning to the underground pipe again, Lin Feng took the three of them back to the Marvel Universe without saying a word. This is the main purpose of his trip. Lin Feng can be regarded as able to do whatever he wants, but he has a bottom line of self that the people of the motherland do not have. In this way, the few people who caused chaos across the United States quietly disappeared into this world. No matter how hard the authorities search, they will eventually find nothing. Marvel Universe, the bottom of Taibai Mountain in the east. In the underground space, with a swish, four figures appeared. Lin Feng brought Pietro and his party back smoothly. The spaceship was still spinning. The protective cover remains unchanged as before, and everything looks the same as before leaving. Zheng Xian was sitting in the conference room with a sad face at this time, facing Lin Feng's disappearance without any way or clue. Suddenly, Doctor Who pushed open the door and walked in, panting. "Director, Mr. Lin Feng is back. Also bring Pietro and Vector." "What?" With a bang, Zheng Xian stood up. "Really back?" Doctor Who gasped and nodded. "I saw it on the surveillance, and it's back." When seeing Lin Feng bring Pietro and his party back, Doctor Who didn't care about the shock, and rushed to inform Zheng Xian. "Forget about the walkie-talkie. Let's go. Go and see together." Zheng Xian picked up his coat and rushed to the underground space, feeling a little surprised at the same time. It was only about half an hour since Lin Feng left, and they hadn't discussed any plans yet. And Lin Feng had already returned. Also brought back Pietro and his party. "Is the fellow doing things so fast?" Underground space. Returning to the familiar place, Pietro took a deep breath. So are Sabers and Vectors. Although it is still in the underground space, it can be regarded as going home. This is a sense of security that is not available in other places. Thinking about the arduous journey of these 3 months, it was really dangerous and magical. Lin Feng looked at the spaceship that was still rotating. On the hull, the square button was still flashing blue light. "I don't know, if I press it now, it will teleport to other universes. This spaceship is indeed a bit weird. Looking at Marvel, it seems that there is no common race capable of building such ships. The one who can create this thing is at least a multiverse-level powerhouse, maybe even the almighty universe. Pietro didn't want to see this strange spaceship anymore. He walked to the edge of the shield. "Brother Lin Feng, how do we get out?" Knocking on the shield, Pietro asked. Pietro saw the shield unfold before disappearing. So he is not surprised why there is a protective cover in the underground space. Lin Feng smiled, and a blue water curtain appeared beside him with a buzzing sound. At the same time, another blue water curtain appeared outside the protective cover. "Go this way." Lin Feng walked into the portal first, and then, a figure appeared outside the protective cover. "The last time I was sneaking around trying to use the time gem, I ignored the space gem." This made Lin Feng a little dumbfounded. Sure enough, even if it is a superhuman body, it will be misled by subjective consciousness. The three of them followed Lin Feng into the portal. Immediately afterwards, I met Zheng Xian and Doctor who hurried down. Director. When Saber and Vector saw Zheng Xian, they immediately stood up straight and said hello, but Vector was a little weak and wobbly. Seeing the four people who came back intact, Zheng Xian's heart was finally relieved. "God, where did you go? You're so worried about me." Chapter 149 Admonish Zheng Xian. Information on compound number 5. Zheng Xian let out a long breath. The safe return of Lin Feng and his party is the biggest good news these days. Lin Feng pointed at Vector. "Stop talking about this, Vector needs to rest." "Okay." Hearing this, Zheng Xian looked at it, and was a little anxious just now, but he didn't find the state of the Vector. After being reminded by Lin Feng, Zheng Xian discovered that Vector's condition was not good. She was being supported by the Saber at this time. Her face was pale, as if she was about to fall to the ground at any time. Seeing this, Zheng Xian's heart that just fell to the ground hung up again. Every superhero is precious, and if something goes wrong with Vector, it will be a big loss for God's spear. "Quick, follow me up." Zheng Xian waved his hand decisively and led the crowd to the ground. Hurrying back to the ground, a doctor from the Divine Spear Bureau immediately stepped forward to take over Vector. Fortunately, after a simple test, the Vector is not life-threatening, it is just the weakness caused by the injury and not eating for a long time, and it can be recovered by supplementing some nutrients. This result made Zheng Xian feel relieved again. Life is true, ups and downs. These 2 days have been so exciting, with ups and downs, that I could write a novel. "Mr. Lin Feng, please move to the reception room and tell me in detail what's going on here." After asking the medical staff to take the Vector down to rest, Zheng Xian invited Lin Feng. Now, he is eager to know the whole process of this incident, the complete process. "The reception room?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I won't go to the reception room, I have other things to do. As for where you went, let Saber and Pietro report to you." This, Zheng Xian was a little embarrassed. Also, Saber and Pietro disappeared for a longer time, and they must have received more information. It's just that Lin Feng is the most powerful among them. Subconsciously, Zheng Xian asked about Lin Feng. "By the way, Mr. Lin Feng." Zheng Xian seemed to remember something again. "That spaceship, that protective cover, can you help me remove it?" Zheng Xian rubbed his hands with a beggarly smile on his face. Although Lin Feng and the others came out, the shield of the spaceship was still open. Zheng Xian has seen Lin Feng's method of going back in time, and the current state of the spaceship is impossible to study. Seeing that Zheng Xian was still talking about the spaceship, Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. "Director Zheng Xian, listen to my advice. Don't study this spaceship anymore. This spaceship cannot be touched by humans." Zheng Xian was taken aback by Lin Feng's words. "Why?" He frowned slightly, with some doubts and guesses. "Could it be related to the place where Lin Feng teleported to?" Lin Feng said mysteriously. "Let Saber and Pietro report this experience, and you will understand." "Really, don't study this spaceship anymore, if you are not careful. the whole blue star may explode. Just observe from a distance and see how long his energy shield lasts. If I'm not wrong, there should be new moves appearing soon, and I will continue to pay attention. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng ignored him and floated upwards. Then, see you next time, Director Zheng Xian. There was a sound of breaking through the air. Lin Feng flew away without giving Zheng Xian a chance to ask. There were only 3 people left staring at each other. Lin Feng deliberately made the research situation of the spaceship a little more serious. He was afraid that Zheng Xian would be tempted and cause uncontrollable consequences. This spaceship should be related to this 9 stars Lianzu. Of course, this is also Lin Feng's guess. Spaceships that can transport people to other universes. Zheng Xian is afraid that he can't study it. It is estimated that Tony Stark will not be able to make progress in a while. It is completely beyond the understanding of science in this universe. Even Lin Feng couldn't see through the material of the hull. Moreover, Lin Feng has tested the strength of the protective cover. In Blue Star, there is no weapon that can open it. Even if the nuclear bomb is replaced, it will not work. For the rest, we can only wait and see. Wait until Xuxing Lianzu. Look at this spaceship. What is it about? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of Thor and Loki. In the Marvel Universe, Lin Feng only left for about half an hour. I don't know how these 2 guys are doing now, whether they killed Malekith or not. Soon, Lin Feng flew back to the Waist Twister. He still didn't choose to go home directly, but flew over from the Playboy's villa. He has something to discuss with Tony. Hi, Tony. Lin Feng slowly landed in Tony's villa. Lin Feng. Tony looked at Lin Feng falling from the sky in surprise. In the middle of the night, if you don't accompany your little girlfriend, what are you doing here? Didn't I miss you? Lin Feng was in a good mood at the moment, and he joked. Tony stroked his arm immediately. Goosebumps arose. Be normal. I just need beautiful women to miss me. Lin Feng laughed out loud, and he took out a USB flash drive and threw it to Tony. Okay, actually this time, I brought a document and I want you to help me research it. In the USB flash drive, the information of compound number 5 that he obtained in the world of the black-robed pickets. Of course, it is integrated with the help of the system. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to hand it over to Zheng Xian for research. But for one thing, Zheng Xian's scientific research team should not have the strength to conduct thorough research in a short period of time. Secondly, Lin Feng was afraid that they would not be able to withstand the temptation, so he used the number 5 compound without authorization. After all, this thing can only be used on children. Injection for adults has a high probability of one result: death. What Lin Feng thought was to let Tony study thoroughly and make improvements. In the 3rd season of the Black Robe Pickets, Billy used compound number 5, which can also be used by adults, allowing him to briefly possess superpowers comparable to those of the people of the motherland. Of course, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to any side effects. What Lin Feng really wanted was an optimized version of this without side effects. Tony didn't reject Lin Feng either. The relationship between the 2 of them doesn't need too much wrangling. Jarvis, look what this is. With that said, Tony inserted the USB flash drive into the computer. Huge streams of data pour into computers. A piece of information appeared in the room through projection technology. Sir, it looks like some kind of super potion. Jarvis's voice came out. He can give ordinary people supernatural abilities. Unfortunately, according to the data, this drug only works on children, and it has unpredictable side effects. Super potion? Tony looked at Lin Feng with a strange expression. Lin, I'm a mechanic, not a pharmacist. Chapter 150 Revision and Advancement of the Sokovia Agreement. Lin Feng patted Tony on the shoulder heavily, and said solemnly, believe in yourself, Tony. Tony? ? Do you think it's as simple as eating steak? Believe in yourself. Let's try it. Tony rolled his eyes and said with some embarrassment. Lin Feng laughed. Tony is a man cursed with knowledge. Compound number 5 should not trouble him, even if it is not his field of expertise. And the main thing is this stuff. I don't feel relieved to give it to anyone to study. Lin Feng, let alone SHIELD. That old Nick Fury is no conservative. He wished there were more agents with superpowers under his command. Let's not talk about that. How is your relationship with the symbiont recently? Lin Feng asked. Hearing Lin Feng mentioning himself, a stinger popped out from behind Tony. Mr. Lin Feng. Hey, little stinger, how are you doing recently? Lin Feng stroked Stinger's head with a smile. Stinger is the offspring of Venom. That is the son of brother Lin Feng. It can be regarded as Lin Feng's junior. It's a very good time. There are endless chocolates and seafood. Stinger grinned with a scary mouth. Apparently, Tony didn't treat his alien partner badly. Tony was not happy about it. Hey, 4 beeps. Stinger, didn't we talk about it? You can't come up with a head without my consent. Tony sent a death stare at him. This will scare outsiders. I don't want to see the news that Tony Stark has become a devil. Think about it, the famous Monopoly, playboy, and philanthropist Tony Stark, when he is giving a speech, a monster head suddenly appears on his body. What an exciting scene it would be. The Stinger writhed nonchalantly. Mr. Lin Feng is not an outsider. He knows my existence. Ang. Yes, you are right. Tony rolled his eyes. But you broke the agreement. Today's chocolate is halved. Stinger's joyful figure paused, and slowly retracted into Tony's body. You're more of a devil than I am, Tony. Lin Feng watched them perform with great joy. It seems that you get along pretty well. It's okay, no one can refuse the millionaire Tony Stark, even aliens. Tony spread his hands. Of course, it would be nice if his appearance wasn't so scary. As for the ferocious face of the big villain, Stinger, no ordinary person would be able to accept it. After some spanking, Tony and Lin Feng sat down in the living room. Tony came over with a bottle of wine as usual and a thick book in his hand. When did you start reading? Lin Feng asked with a smile. This is not a book. This is an agreement. Tony poured Lin Feng had a glass of wine. Agreement? Lin Feng took a sip from his glass. Yes, recently, some small actions by the authorities have been captured by me. Authorities? What tricks did the authorities do? Lin Feng asked casually. Do you want your steel suit again? The ambition is too big. You haven't fully understood the technology of the Mark 85. They want it. Good guy, that thick book. Shouldn't it be Tony's agreement to authorize Mark's technology? Those high-level executives who play tricks have never had any self-knowledge. All day long, he puts on righteousness and the banner of the people to cover up his vampire-like behavior. After all, it's all for their own benefit. Tony clapped the agreement as thick as a book, hesitating a little. In the end, he handed it to Lin Feng. It's not about this. Let's see. What the hell? Lin Feng took it suspiciously and opened it. Lin Feng frowned on the first page. Superhero control plan. Lin Feng's eyes flickered a little, and he had a bad feeling. After flipping through it quickly, Lin Feng's face became more and more ugly as he flipped through it. A bunch of cumbersome official words, but Lin Feng understood. Isn't this the Sokovia Accord in US Team 3 Civil War? It was also the beginning of the disintegration of the Avengers. Sure enough, the US government, which cannibalizes people but does not spit out bones, actually tries to control superheroes. Moreover, there is actually his own name in the agreement. This group of dogs even turned their minds on themselves. It's just that Lin Feng is a little confused. Shouldn't this thing appear after Avengers 2, Age of Ultron? After thinking for a while, Lin Feng had some guesses. It should be Lin Feng's appearance that caused the consequences of the collapse of the plot. The Soul Stone is now in Lin Feng's hands. Ultron will probably not be born, and there will be no illusions later. So it's no surprise that the name of the Sokovia Accords has become Superhero Management Contingency, includes plot advances for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume. All of this can be said to be the result of world line adjustments. As for why this agreement appeared so early, Lin Feng also had some guesses. Perhaps the agreement in the original book has already been finalized, and they are just waiting for an opportunity to bring this bill to the table. In Avengers 2, The fall of Sokovia and the disaster caused by the superheroes during the execution of their missions brought this bill to the table. These high-level executives are really good at looking for opportunities and seeing every corner. They asked the Fullian to accept the control of the authorities and act strictly in accordance with the requirements of the authorities. The development, process and completion of tasks must be led by the authorities. The reason why Lin Feng's face was ugly was obviously he did not join the Avengers, nor did he join S.H.I.E.L.D. But this agreement has its own name. The name is to reduce civilian casualties. In fact, it is no different from a contract of sale, snapped. After watching half of it, Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and threw it on the table. Act recklessly. Seeing Lin Feng's ugly face, Tony shrugged. I knew it. When handing over the agreement to Lin Feng, Tony guessed that this would definitely arouse Lin Feng's anger. This is also the reason for his hesitation. Which Gijun led this thing? Secretary. They also know about black stewed eggs. Lin Feng asked again. To be honest, I obtained this agreement through special means. So as of now, they don't know about it. Tony showed a smile that you understand me. And he has no guilt at all for invading the American system. The Ghost knows what those high-level officials are doing every day. I, Tony Stark, who guards the world, take a sneak peek. It shouldn't matter.